Chapter 15. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 10:48 a.m. September 5th, Year 1510 FO. Creamy Cloud Cafe, the City of Eternal Snow, Lavasa. Mission time remaining, 7,955 hours. Let us begin this act with a history lesson. While Veilbis was the first country to be overwhelmed by the devils of Anorta, Lavasa was the first kingdom to swear allegiance to Extremar and Hell by their own accord. About 200 years back, Duke Ashzu sought to overthrow the throne of the previous royal line that governed Lavasa. The upstart swore an oath, pledging his service to Extremar to gain the power he needed to take the kingdom for himself. While he ultimately succeeded in his endeavor, Jadis cursed Lavasa in retaliation. The god of Anorta declared that snow would fall upon its capital every day and every night, until the throne was given back to a ruler heaven approved of. The Ashzu royal line came to an end in the Second Lavasan Civil War, the conflict that allowed Rizzo Din to become the king of the Land of Snow. Many hoped he would be the one to break the curse, and yet the snow continued to fall. Who, then, would at last make Lavasa a righteous land that the gods could be proud of? A question that our heroes would indirectly answer, for we begin this act with two of them. Sky and Nitos sat at the cafe, plotting out the moves that would decide the fate of both country and world, passing the time beneath the cold, unchanging gray sky. Sky whistled, taking a sip of plain water as she watched some magic-casting sages walk by. The sages were performing their daily duties. As part of his ascension to the throne, Rizzo made a promise to the citizens of the capital. Jadis might not have lifted his divine curse, but the king would do his best to counteract it regardless, proclaiming that magic would be used to help the kingdom's citizens handle their eternal weather problem. The result? Fire magic that elevated the city's temperature by about 30 degrees. That didn't fix everything, but while snow continued to fall from the gray heavens above, life in the country was no longer as harsh as it had been during the Ashzu dynasty. Much of the citizenry found the temperatures so comfortable they walked around in short-sleeved shirts and pants, better fit for an island getaway. But our heroines didn't come here to talk about the weather or to people watch. Sky and Nitos had a shared interest, but opposing feelings when it came to the man they had come to kill, the king of Lavasa.
I suppose I owe you an explanation about Rizzo. I kept my mouth shut as best I could on the flight over, but yes, if you want me to help you in the battle to come, you better have a good explanation for who he really is.
Nitos chewed her lip, still trying to contain her anger towards the man that had caused her so many problems.
Not sure if it's a good explanation, but it is the truth. Are you aware of the Targizan, Nitos? Some sort of species of proto-vampire, right? Shapeshifters that lived on Aprima before heaven ordered them to be hunted down to the last. Well, as you probably are aware, their leader, the old bastard known as Turg of the Azan, remains at large. Last I heard, he was still serving as a lieutenant of Extremar Thanatos. While he can't make any new Targizan, the narcissist has figured out a way for others to replicate what is the deadliest ability of the Targizan, the soul split. The soul split? That's just a myth. I mean, where do you think Extremar got the idea for his Shadow Lords? The man is powerful, but he isn't exactly original. Everything he has ever done has simply been to build upon the work of someone else. There is no ZTV without the FTV, after all. Save the preaching, Sky. I'm not in the mood for it today.
Nitos growled. As someone who spent many a year working at Cafe Loser, I felt for the poor soul who had to serve as their waiter. The poor man got the worst of her glare as he came to drop off their food, getting caught in the crossfire. An angry glare from Nitos sent the waiter shuffling away, the ordinary service man feeling quite guilty for some mistake he thought he committed. Sky would have gone over to apologize, but diffusing her companion was a higher priority at the moment. It takes two to tango, though, and Sky would not continue until Nitos was willing to take part in this dance.
Fine, then. Let's say you're right and it is a thing. So what? Extremar used the soul split on your husband, and the end result is the bastard Rizzo Din. That's the story, Nitos. At the end of the first cycle of the E3 conflict, my husband Logan Schaefer managed to defeat Extremar Thanatos. Lacking all other options and hoping to change the course of history, Extremar used Tergizen's serum to split Logan into 3 soul fragments. That serum created 3 individuals that serve as the remnants of the power and personality that were my spouse. Once a soul is split, it will instinctively try to reunite itself over time. Rizzo managed to find one of his lost parts, and whether through conversation or by the strength of his sword arm, he managed to reabsorb that aspect of himself. Rizzo represents 2/3 of my husband, and Vid Atkiss, the remainder.
Sky folded her arms across her chest, leaning back into her chair as she cast her eyes to the street adjacent to the cafe. Their reason for coming to the restaurant wasn't just to fill their hungry stomachs. It was so the duo could start memorizing the place where they'd be fighting soon. Ever a practical woman, but Nitos wasn't yet satisfied with Sky's answer. As much as our principal heroine Sky wanted it to be, this conversation was far from over.
So, you get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, huh? Killing Rizzo not only gets rid of one of Monkod's lieutenants, but it also helps you recover the soul fragment that you can give to Vid to restore your husband to his original self. Lucky you, huh? I don't know why you're so grumpy. Extremar sent you to kill Rizzo, didn't he? You'll finally accomplish your mission, the one that got you put in that box in the first place. There was something more to it, wasn't there? Beyond just pleasing your masters. What was your true reason for wanting Rizzo dead? What did he do to you, Nitos? It wasn't to me. It was to my friends. To all who don't walk your straight and narrow.
Nitos seethed, stopping herself only because their food had arrived. Nitos had ordered chicken for lunch, but her frustration caused her to saw right through the meat, the plate beneath, and even the wood table they sat at.
Have you paid any attention to what Rizzo has done since taking the kingdom? He's one of the biggest homophobic pricks in the universe. To secure his ass upon his bloody throne, he scapegoated the LGBTQ community for all of society's problems. Homosexual relationship, execution. Cross-dressing, execution. Hell, even having the wrong haircut here can get you accused of being queer, which is all the king needs to execute you. You'll have to forgive me if I'm being a pissy little bitch right now, but considering how many of my friends he's put to death, well, can't say I'm too keen on helping you save your husband if Logan is going to act just like Rizzo when you restore him to life.
Nitos complained, Sky saying nothing in return. The principal heroine of our tale took a moment to gather her thoughts, to consider not just what her companion said and felt, but to think about all of the advice she'd received in heaven. This was a new day, which meant a new opportunity to improve, to do better, to be better than who she was before. So as tempting as it was to shut Nitos down, to end this conversation here, since continuing it was just a waste of time to our protagonist, Sky chose to do otherwise, to continue on, to try and make a bridge where she once would have simply turned away. Even if it cost her another precious hour, even if it forced the warrior to open up the scars on her heart, as she was forced to confront a past she did her best to forget.
Do you have many friends? Did you have many growing up, Nitos? Excuse me? Let me put it to you this way. How many people talk to you on a first-name basis? How many people throughout your life know you well enough that they will comfortably call you Nitos?
Sky asked, Nitos taking a few seconds to consider this strange question. Nitos had never thought about this before. Have you?
Across my entire life? At least a few hundred. Probably more since I was forced to be a prostitute in Lavassa for a few years. You certainly do get to know many people well in that kind of work. That does make for an untraditional upbringing, doesn't it? Well, Mine was unconventional in a different sense. If you were to ask me how many people in my life, throughout my life, that I would consider my friend that isn't a family member, the number is less than 20. I mean, that doesn't seem that bad, Sky. I know people that probably have less than 10 friends. Except they were probably mortals who have lived only a couple decades, while I have lived for hundreds of years already across multiple cycles. And sure, I've lost significant parts of my memory. The curse of a vampire that our powers and our memories are so closely linked to one another. So I don't know my real age. But let's say I'm about 200 years old. That would mean that I have only made one non-family friend every 10 years. Once a decade, despite not being an introvert. Despite having no detriments or maladies that impact my social abilities. Well, besides the pretty big one between my legs. But you know how people are. There are many who would love to be friends with me, but only because they want to get to know the girl with a nice pair of tits and a big, fat dick.
Sky spread out her legs beneath the table, knee-toss shifting uncomfortably in her seat as she did her best not to let her eyes drift down, to think too much about what we call private for a reason. But Sky was on a roll now. The thing about old wounds is that you have to treat them like boiling pots. The longer you go without opening them up, the more spills out, as Sky recalled the past in all its gory, pus-filled details.
I never had a chance at a normal upbringing. Besides being a girl who finds it more comfortable to piss standing up, nothing else about my life was conventional. Parents constantly traveling across space and time, sometimes forced to go months without seeing me. Talk of war as my loved ones drank blood at the dinner table. A Sowman as one babysitter, an author of record who was an acolyte of my future daughter as the other. All of which made it hard for me to make friends growing up. Everyone thought I was a freak for one reason or another. Girls treated me like a boy, while boys treated me like a girl. I found their talk of dressing up dolls, sports, and TV stupid in comparison to the divine war my extended family fought in. I couldn't talk religion because I'd been to heaven and had spoken to more than 100 gods by the time I was 12. I realized I knew more about math, science, history, and every other academic subject than every mortal teacher I would ever meet by the time I was 15. Growing up was a lonely existence, which is why I ended up marrying the man I did. You do know what Logan Schaefer's birth name is, yes? I'm assuming Roas told you who he was before he became the Mercenary Knight. He must have told you at some point. It's the only way he could possibly justify what he did to Sylvester. To you all. He did. He mentioned that his eldest brother and sister had wed each other, that you and Achilles were a couple, which is why it was no great sin for him to force himself onto. I don't need to say more. Let's just say there were things about your brother Roas we did our best to ignore, Sky. Half-brother, which means I am in the same boat as Abraham and Sarah. Certainly not that it matters to many people. Certainly not the gods, many of whom distrust me for this or that. Oh, and for being the mother of Millie Schaefer, or for being a living reminder that life isn't as neat and tidy as they want it to be.
Sky sighed, pushing away what remained of her meal, now that her hunger had completely faded. No, not faded. Replaced. With what? Anxiety. Anxiety. Such an awful feeling. The darker half of excited anticipation. Sky lived her life the way she did, to bury the terrible sensation known as anxiety. But digging it back up made her want to puke. Fighting normally caused the feelings to go away, but the day's brawl wouldn't begin for a few hours more. Talking was the only way she could avoid vomiting, as wretched anxiety filled her heart. So Sky went on to say,
I couldn't make friends with people at school because the intellectual gap between us was like a high school senior trying to make friends with a kindergarten toddler. I couldn't make friends with people at church because the conservative members who so readily define gender on a binary spectrum didn't know what to do with me. I couldn't make friends with the queer community, which I am automatically considered a member of by nature of my body, because my religion rejects the lifestyle that you and those like you choose to live of your own accord, whereas I am forced into it because of genetic happenstance. Even when I do meet someone who is smart enough to be my peer, liberal enough to look past my unconventional body, yet remains a disciple of the religion I know to be true, guess what? I have lived a life that has too many red flags and dog marks for the average person to be comfortable enough to befriend me. Do you have any idea what kind of impact that has on the psyche of someone? What all this has done to me as a human being?
Nitos said nothing. The blonde woman had listened as many of her friends throughout her life bared their souls. But this was usually the part of the conversation where tears flowed freely, as raw emotion took over. It was the opposite with Sky. Our heroine looked as calm and peaceful as ever, as if she was just going on a long lecture about something trivial and innocuous, rather than confronting who she truly was.
It makes you apathetic. In some regards, you might consider me a better Buddhist than a Christian because of my detachment to life. I don't live because I have some screed that I follow that makes me excited for the future. I don't live because I have a strong desire to make life better for those around me. You need friends to care about life, to give meaning to interests like books and sports and all the silly things mortals pursue to pass the time. And without one, there really is no point in pursuing the other. And with apathy, what do you get? Heaven's perfect soldier. The person who doesn't care if they live or die on the battlefield is the soldier that takes the biggest risks, which explains how I managed to make such a big name for myself even before I developed an immunity to scions. Besides, I don't have to worry about people judging me during a fight to a death, thinking less of me for what I am or what I've done. The only thing you need to think about while you're fighting is how to survive the fight. No complexities of life to ponder over when you're parrying the blade or dodging bullets.
Sky sighed, finally shaking her head, finally forcing herself to feel something other than the malaise that had ruled her for so long as she looked towards Nitos, focusing on her partner's eyes as she concluded.
But I've trauma dumped on you enough. I am who I am, and while there are things I love about me, even I have things I want to change. Because I'm not a complete person, not a real one. I'm not sure you can say I've lived a real life. And now it's all over. I'm going to die soon. And with this bracelet beeping with every hour I lose, I am forced to see what a dumbass I've been with the time I have been given.
There it was. There was the fear that she had been trying to hide from, revealed at last to herself, to Nitos, and to the gods she knew were listening in. When the Christian prays, they speak often of the blessings that they desire for their loved ones and for protection against the temptations that beguile the believer. However, I have found that many a disciple of Jesus and the Father are oh so reluctant to share that which they dread most, save for when a line is crossed. When life approaches its end, when the mortal soul knows it's about to die, then there is no holding back, not with man, and certainly not with God. That is what Sky had come to accept, and with shaky voice, wet eyes, and a trembling body, she at last confessed this horrible realization that we must all come to accept before mortal light fades.
I have lived a wasted life, Nitos. I am so terrified of what awaits me in heaven because I have so little to show for my time in mortality. I have used my body, my past, and my duties as an excuse to live a selfish and self-serving life. But now that it is so close to the end, I fear the worst. For what use does heaven have for a warrior in a land where no one will ever hurt again? What use have they for a failed mother and a terrible wife, one who couldn't protect her child or her husband? I was never good at preaching. I was never good at helping others. The judgment that we are all bound to attend will not be kind to me, not unless I make the most of the time I have left, Nitos. I have to change. I must believe that I can do something worthwhile, so I might as well start with you.
Sky revealed at last. When did the realization come? I cannot say, only that I am glad that she figured out what she was meant to do, before it was too late.
With me? Why me, Sky? You're a bisexual mercenary, former prostitute, and an anti-religious soldier who served the two men I hate the most in the universe. Extremar and Roaz. I am a devout Christian who has only ever kissed a single man. A brother I made my husband, and one of the men you hate the most in the universe. We have no reason to ever be friends with one another, and yet heaven directed our paths in such a way that we now walk side by side. So let's be friends. Let's get to know each other, for real. After Rizzo is dead, after you take your revenge and I gain the fragments I need to restore my husband, I say we keep working together. See how we can improve each other, and by doing so, find meaning in the lives we have to live. I'll be gone soon, Nidas. There is no escaping the death that awaits me once this timer reaches 0. But you'll live on. I know your fate. You have a long life ahead of you in mortality, Nidas. Logan will carry on your legacy and give my life meaning if I can restore him before I die. But you can too. If I can help you reclaim a life you have been denied, then I can die knowing that I did something good with the time I had.
Sky declared, only for her and Nitas to glance down at her bracelet. The timer beeped. 1 hour closer to death. 1 hour closer to the judgment that awaited them both once their mortal missions came to an end.
I don't want you to try to save me. I'm not looking for redemption. If all you care about is my soul, then your time, the time you have left, will be wasted on me. But if you're just looking for a friend, if you just want someone to remember you and carry your torch when you pass on, I think I can do that. At the very least, I can represent a different part of you, a part your asshole of a husband won't carry with him once you're gone. This I can do if you really want me as your friend. But a word from someone who has lived a real life, real friends aren't this direct. There's supposed to be a subtlety to this. You don't outright say all of this like you're confessing your love to a crush. Nidas happily teased, Sky smirking even as her eyes lit up with relief. I wouldn't know. Guess you'll just have to teach me before I kick the bucket, Master Nidas. Or would you prefer I use the name they must have called you back when you were, shall we say, a lady of the night, my new friend?
Nitas laughed. She didn't mean to, the noise even surprising herself, but it did a lot to diffuse her own nervousness, to keep her from making the same mistake that so many others had made towards the chestnut-haired heroine of our tale. Speaking of mistakes, do not make this error, my dear mercenary. How this story goes will not be decided just by who wins and who dies in the battles to come. The quiet moments in life often matter just as much, if not more. A good thing, then, that instead of rejecting Sky, Nitas happily took our heroine by the hand and shook it, declaring,
You're an oddball. Maybe even weirder than your brother Roaz. But that makes you interesting. Interesting enough that I do want to see where your path leads you, Sky. So yeah, if you were worried about me abandoning you first chance I get to leave this rock, don't. I'll stand by your side, see what comes of us working together. Because you want to get into Lanus's pants, Nidas?
Sky winked, getting a good blush from Nitas. The gunslinger even pulled back, scooting away from the table, so that Sky couldn't feel the heat that radiated from the blonde vampire at the mere mention of the scholar.
You catty bitch. It's because I think it'll be fun to be your friend, to be the one to help you discover who you really are before you say farewell to mortal life. Nothing would make me happier. Well, besides banging my husband. But that's why we're here, isn't it? Course, that starts with us taking down Rizzo, and we haven't come up with a single idea yet on how to take him down.
Sky nervously bit her lip, glancing around the area. Fortunately, those concerned feelings didn't last long. The excitement of battle planted a seed in her once more, and as much as she felt she had wasted her life as a warrior, well, Sky really was good at what she did, and besides, it wasn't like she'd be fighting this battle alone.
Well, lucky for you, I already effed up taking down your husband once. Learned a thing or two fighting him. Only thing I can think about after he threw me into that damn cage of his. So let's talk, girly girl. After all, nothing cements a friendship between women quite like discussing how to best murder their husbands.
Another Side, Another Story, number 15. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Robturn Herai. Worldline Cycle. Heaven. Era 2. 3:26 p.m. April 22nd. Year 1302. A medical waiting room. Domus Caesar. Heaven. What is the best day in a person's life? What is the hardest day in a person's life? Whether you're a man or woman, the answer to both these questions is one and the same. It is the day in which a mother gives birth to a child. Difficult for the mother for obvious reasons, but why is it difficult for the waiting father? Because men are creatures so used to taking charge, it is moments like these in which they are forced to acknowledge their own weaknesses and mortal foibles. Instants where they can do nothing but sit back and watch are truly trials that test the nature of a man's soul. All the more when said trial involves the life of their wife and the birth of that which will continue on their bloodline and shape their legacy. Make no mistake, even for the most resilient of minds, nothing tests one's sanity quite like the birth of a child. So it really shouldn't be much of a surprise that Robturn Herai, the Dark Knight, was panicking. Even more than after killing his father, even more after Shatali took his virginity, the father-to-be had to face the consequences of the life he lived. Bouncing, unable to keep his right leg still, the man fought the urge to leap to his feet, to run, to escape from this madness, to... Breathe, man, breathe! That you are acting like this, despite the calming effect heaven has on all souls that visit these lands, is terrifying. What would you have done if Shatali was forced to give birth to your child back on Anorta? Robturn did as his master commanded. It did little to calm his thoughts. It did remind the archangel to focus them, to give his mind a distraction before the terror of the moment overtook his better sense. The archangel was in heaven. Vampire births are significantly more complicated than mortal ones, and parents simply want the best conditions possible when they welcome their unborn child to their new life. Ergo, it made sense to come to the divine land, where there is so little to worry about. Even the most prideful of men would accept the offer extended from Jadis and the gods, no matter their feelings towards heaven. How do I know this? On more than one occasion, soldiers serving Extremar took advantage of the truce offered to vampires having children. God so loved his descendants, so loved even the very concept of the family, he granted all demigods who were going to give birth his boon. A free visit to heaven, so all expecting demigods could deliver their children in the best conditions possible. No strings attached. No punishments or arrests upon arrival, no matter the sins of those who rebelled our Heavenly Father. Come in, give birth, and leave of your own accord, with God's personal blessing. Extremar tried to forbid this at one point during the E3 war, and ended up losing half of his soldiers, before he was forced to rescind his prohibition. Of course, many soldiers who served the fallen archangel realized their folly once they held a child in their arms, one blessed by heaven's light. Best the bastard could do in response was to make it even harder for ZTV vampires to give birth, when compared to those infected with the FTV strains. But that tangent went on far longer than I planned. Back to the story. Shatali had placed in the care of Verlandi and her staff, many of whom were wives and daughters of the man-turned-god once known as Caesar. Jadis could trust them, and so the god of Anorta had no worries when it came to the miracle that was about to take place. Which meant that Robturn had to rely on his god for emotional support, because the vampiric father-to-be lacked the faith possessed by his spiritual father. Man, you will accomplish nothing if you think only about your wife during this trying hour. Change your mind, Robturn, my son. Let us speak of anything your heart desires. After all, not many get to have a private conversation with a god. You do know how many of your peers would give everything, even kill, to be in your position right now. Jadis remarked, a light teasing in his voice, meant to help the waiting father on edge. You are right as always, my lord. So, shall we talk work? Robturn asked. The god of Anorta, Jadis, sighed. He ran his fingers through his tie, straightening out a crinkle until it was perfect once more. What do you wish for me to say, my son? Wars take time. I understand your impatience with how the conflict proceeds, but such is the nature of campaigns, even those that revolve around demigods. You pestering me will not make the conflict's end come any faster, Robtern. I know, and I apologize for questioning you as much as I have, but it is hard to think about anything else. Especially because one of my closest friends, a brother, remains in service to that monster, Extremar. Robtern sighed, glancing away from his god in regret. The siege of Lavassa, the mission to rescue those captured by King Rizzo Din, was mostly a success. The brave warriors that deployed from Silsi managed to save most of the kidnapped nobles from Bolsia, including King Bertlin Akis and his new wife, Theba Akis. However, I keep using the word most for a reason, and it is because of one single person they could not save. Vid Akis. The prince was one of the few that they had to leave behind, for Shadow Lord Extremar himself had transformed the mercenary knight of God and sent him away. The remnant of Logan Schaefer was made to serve a different purpose, one that would take him to the frozen wastelands of Gwai Lordon. Sure sounds like an exciting story, doesn't it? I'm actually rather surprised I'm not supposed to tell it. At least, not in this training module. Sherry intends to share the tale with you one day, so look forward to hearing that tale someplace else. Perhaps even, I don't know, in a mobile game that may or may not be in development? Bolsia, Astern, and Silsi have been at war with Lavassa ever since the world's worst wedding. You would think that 3 countries against 1 would ensure a quick end to the conflict. Yet despite the many months that had passed since that mission to the heart of the enemy's kingdom, the boundary lines between the countries had hardly changed. No real progress for either side, save for the fact that Monkod's rebirth had been greatly delayed, thanks to combined efforts of those who served Jadis. Well, if an idle mind is your problem, a child will keep you busy enough. Oh, you should have seen how I doted upon my daughter Julia. The 7 years in which I raised her with Cornelia were some of the happiest in my life, Jadis remarked, a father marked by the happy glow of nostalgia. 7, my lord? What happened after? Robtern innocently asked. The curse of nostalgia rears its ugly head yet again. It is a dangerous thing to look back upon halcyon days, for like life itself, bliss rarely goes peacefully into the dark night. My wife died. I was so happy with our first child, we decided to try and have another. But giving birth was far more dangerous in my time compared to how it is on Anorta, especially since Earth doesn't have magical sages like those I have placed on Anorta. In fact, a huge reason I push so hard to allow magic on my world is because, if for no other reason, healing magic would allow others to avoid the grief that I suffered in my life. Cornelia died giving birth to what would have been my second child, a miscarriage that killed mother and child both. I was so torn with grief, I didn't even ask what gender the child would have been. Then I gave Julia to my mother to raise, while I set out on conquests in the name of Rome, if only to forget what I had lost. Jadis frowned, then chuckled, though this was a dark laugh that Robtern did not expect, especially from a god. You can hear it, can't you? The madness, or at least the traces of it. It did never leave me, not even in death, not even in resurrection. The grief of losing a wife, and later a daughter. I could have had it taken away. Jesus Christ will take any of your pain at the day of your resurrection, especially if you have earned your exaltation. But I decided to keep mine. All of the scars that came with loving those I cherished the most during my mortal life. Why? Isn't such pain soul-crushing? Robturn asked, Jadis's eyes opening wide as he told his son. More than you can possibly imagine right now. Despite the fact that I asked you to kill your own father, some fear. But God designed life and gives us the capacity to feel pain, so we might better feel the more positive emotions that stand in contrast from it. Losing Cornelia made me treat the woman I loved after her better. Losing Julia made me more forgiving and patient of my other children. I am a better father and a better God because I carry the weight of this pain with me, Robturn. But be warned, such pain has destroyed better men than you. I watched such pain turn the husband of my daughter, Pompey, into a mad dog that raged against the world, despite my efforts to save him. This pain caused even me to make choices that I have reason to regret. So in this regard, I ask you to be even better than your God. Do I have reasons to fear such things? Do you know of my fate? Oh, Lord, that I should have cause to steel my heart for the pain and grief ahead of me? Robturn asked, Jadis sighing as he reached out and tapped his son on the chest. You have a heart, don't you? That is cause enough to be wary of what the future holds. Even if you weren't my archangel fighting a war against that monster Extremar. Life is pain. To make friends is to lose them. To fall in love is to gamble. To see if fate will make you a widowed husband, a bereaved father. Those who climb the highest mountains risk the greatest falls. And few have as much to lose as you, my mighty champion, archangel of heaven. So how do I stand tall against the challenges you think are ahead of me? Robturn asked, Jadis smiling as he pointed to himself. Remember that no matter what you do, that should the day ever come that you turn your back towards me, I will still love you. Otherwise, keep those women in your thoughts, you and your daughter, Algara. Perfect timing, but that is to be expected of a god, just as she had done for Robturn's granddaughter 100 years before. A little detail you should think about, my dear mercenary reader. Verlandi emerged from the patient's room with blood-soaked gloves and a great big smile on her face.
Wow, you certainly have a fighter on your hands, Robturn. That little tyke is going to give you so much trouble growing up. Nearly ripped off my finger picking her up. If we didn't soundproof these rooms, all of Damus Caesar would hear her screams.
Verlandi exclaimed, Robturn leaping to his feet. But is she healthy? Are she and her mother all right?
Healthy? Psh! Your kid's so stable, I have half a mind to discharge her before dinner. I should just do it so I can spend my evening trying to regain my hearing. If we weaponized your daughter's crying, we could deafen Extremar's entire army in a day. Shitali had a harder time with it than your kid, but I trained my student well. She was using healing magic on herself the entire time. I told her to take it easy, but she's already on her feet, pacing the room to try to get Algara to calm down. It isn't working, but maybe her father will have some better luck.
All the invitation Robturn needed. With a quick bow to his delighted god Jadis, Robturn dashed through the door, ignoring Verlandi's reminder to stay calm. Once inside, walking past all of the other happy, if disoriented nurses that helped with the birth, he saw them. The archangel and father, Robturn Herai, formed what would be one of the most important memories of his entire life. For it was there that the man saw his beloved wife, Shitali Herai, rocking their newborn daughter, Algara Herai.
Yes, you see him, don't you? Say hello. Make your father hear you, Algara. This is your papa, your daddy. This is your father, Robturn.
Shatali said, nearly shouting because of her daughter's powerful yelling. To this, Robtern paused, the Dark Knight suddenly feeling unworthy in the presence of these two perfect angels. Shatali saw her husband's fear and acted quickly, pushing her daughter into her father's chest before he had the chance to pull back. As it turned out, this is all it took to calm the crying babe. It wasn't a coincidence that the girl quieted upon being embraced by her mortal father, a vampire, is far more in tune with their spirit than the average mortal. So, while the veil of forgetfulness that we must all pass through to gain a body made it impossible for Algara's newborn brain to understand who she was with, the spirit inside of her understood. Understood that this was true heaven. Heaven is not defined only by its location in the cosmos, or by the gods that rule and reign from the holiest of lands. Blasphemous as it may sound to suggest it, heaven isn't even heaven simply because of presence of the throne or the Most High God that sits upon it. Think about it. Think about it every day and night. What purpose, what point would our Heavenly Father have were He not surrounded by that which matters most to Him? What is the single entity, the construct, even the animating force that our God loves more than anything else in this endless and infinite universe? The eternal family. The plan of happiness and salvation, the entirety of Christendom, all of mortal creation and divine rule from the lowliest gods to our Heavenly Father Himself, hinges upon this singular, perfect miracle. A miracle that makes all of the pain and suffering and misery and woe and horror of life worth it. For what greater joy is there in life than this? The family. For what greater cause can a man or woman serve than their family? Robtern Harai had been falling. It is a quiet thing to fall, and he had been sinking further and further into the darkness for years now. But for a brief moment, he shone as bright as any sun as he gazed into the faces of his wife and daughter, Shatali and Algara Harai. Robtern Harai held his family in his arms, and he thought it would be enough to help him overcome all the trials that would come his way. If only it was enough. If only family can be enough. But the awful truth of a fallen father is this. The love of a family saves even the darkest soul, returning it to heaven's bosom. And the loss of a family is what plunges a soul into the deepest, darkest pits of hell. Secret Report number 15. The Memoir of Extremar Thanatos. Looking back, I am still amused that Elohim allowed vampires to fight his war. This chapter will be my best attempt to explain how he came to this decision. When I tried to kill my wife after she divorced me, I didn't think she would actually die. I recognized her brilliance even after my love for her had faded. I suspected Millie had pulled off some trick to cheat death. But what she did was far beyond even what I anticipated. She used my own mother's blood against me. She worked with my mother to create a vampire virus. Suffice it to say that I was rather shocked when I learned the truth, as were all the other gods and goddesses who only found out what God had approved of when Millie attended the next meeting of the High Council of Heaven. I don't have much more to say on that particular matter, for I have never cared much for answering the question of how. To me, the most important question in the universe to ask is why. Which is to say, I care more about why something needs to exist, what purpose it accomplishes, rather than the minutiae of a thing's function and how it accomplishes its task. There will be plenty of other people who could explain to you how the FTV and ZTV strains function, but only I can give you the answer to God's why. Only I can tell you what he must have been thinking. Only I can explain what compelled my brother, the being whom you rightfully call your heavenly father, to approve Millie's project and allow the creation of such monsters you have come to refer to as vampires. At the end of World War II, in the Atonement World Line, the Americans managed to develop the nuclear bomb before the Axis powers. Creating a weapon is one thing, but using it is quite another. And so began the great debate at the White House. Ultimately, it was decided that the nuclear bomb should be dropped not only to end the war with Japan, rather than risk more American lives in a war that could drag on for years, but to give a clear message to the Soviet Union and other countries throughout the world that the time of conflict was over. Going forward, all would need to kneel to the might of the American Empire. And so it was, until other countries developed nuclear weapons of their own. I believe that God approved of Millie's vampire project for similar reasons. Elohim permitted the great wars that took place on earth because it was the best way to allow his Son, Jesus Christ, to accomplish his mission. Sure, God rarely starts wars, but make no mistake, he could end any conflict with a snap of his fingers, if it were his desire. But his respect towards human agency means he allows that which he despises most to persist on your pitiful earth. No, not just permit, but take advantage of the conflicts. For even from war can a great many miracles come to pass, but only to a certain point. World War II wiped out 3% of the global population, a devastating conflict. But when it comes to carrying out heaven's plans, that's just draining pus and bad blood. Hardly even a factor when compared to something like the Black Plague, which wiped out over a quarter of the world's population. And then I came along. I was supposed to change the order. I was supposed to change the game. I could not be kept in check as easily as those simpering fools who refused to recognize the hypocrisy of my bloody brother. After all, I had committed several genocides, all to preserve the kingdom of heaven. So what would stop me from turning the same tactics and armies against the universe and plunging it into mass destruction? I, who had taken upon himself the name of Thanatos, would be more than happy to destroy entire worlds in pursuit of my designs. Vampires. Millie's answer to keep me in check was vampires. There is no point in fielding an army of 100,000 soldiers if a dozen, even a couple of vampires, can not only kill them all, but empower themselves by doing so. Most wars between mortals turn into a game of numbers, but vampires made such tactics self-destructive. I could not simply gather as many souls as I wanted and throw them into the meat grinder of war without destroying myself in the process. I did try, for 2 cycles actually. I was swiftly and soundly defeated because of it, and was therefore forced to adapt. This is one of my brother's most infuriating qualities. The fact is that even if I do succeed in my campaign, I will never truly be his better. I served the Most High God as one of his chief archangels for thousands of years, so I know better than anyone the true measure of his strength, wisdom, and determination. Even so, he is a slave to freedom, to the power we call agency, justifying all manner of inaction, because him doing his self-appointed job would violate the free will of his children. That is, until you threaten the wholesale destruction of his children, at which point he can be bothered to do something and is therefore proven to be a hypocrite. Even so, feelings alone do not win wars, and so he made a fool out of me the first few cycles. I eventually learned my lesson, that the E3 conflict would not be like the wars I had once overseen in the name and service of our Heavenly Father. Realizing my error, I changed, just as any other capable general does. I developed the ZTV in response to the FTV. This, too, was the other point of fighting a vampire war. To mock me. I began my rebellion with the claim that it was because I had been denied exaltation, despite it being mine by right of service and right of blood. Elohim responded by creating warriors that would all obtain exaltation before me. Vampirism greatly accelerates the process by which mortals become deities, and so I had to watch as each foe I cut down ascended to heaven to become a god or goddess, to become that which I had long desired but failed to achieve. But now that we are at the end, I can recognize the truth. Yes, being denied exaltation greatly influenced my rebellion, but I think it was inevitable. Even if I had joined the Council of Heaven, ruling as one of the major gods along my peers and distant relatives, I still would have been beneath my brother Elohim. Such is the nature of brothers, as it was for Cain and Abel, as it was for Jacob and Esau, and as it always will be for men who share blood. We cannot help but try to dominate the other, to prove which of us brothers are the better. God turned to Millie to create beings that were meant to stop me, to show he can take even the legendary blood-sucking monsters that frighten in tales of horror and make something brilliant out of them. Brilliant, an apt word, for such is the brilliance of Elohim. Where others see creatures of violence and darkness, he sees the love and light that shines inside the soul. Where others throw away the broken and the worthless, and condemn the spider and the snake for the monsters that they are, it is he who manages to give even the most wretched a place of honor and glory in the circle of life. The devil can only corrupt, but he who chose the title of our Heavenly Father. It is said that God is a divine creator, and given what he has achieved throughout his reign, I am reminded yet again why he is so deserving of that title. This, then, might be one of my few genuine regrets, one of the few fears I have as our war comes to an end. I will take the throne of heaven from him and remake this universe according to my designs. But when I do, will I be forced to spend the entirety of my reign knowing that I will never be as good at the miracle of creation as our Heavenly Father was? Chapter 16. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Chris Dow. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 10 a.m. September 6th. Year 1510 FO. The Royal Procession. The City of Eternal Snow. Lavasa. Mission time remaining 7,931 hours. Mission day had come again, and Sky wasn't quite sure how she was feeling. Part of her wanted to scream, to let loose the fury that had been building up ever since she set foot on Anorta. Part of her wanted to hide, to just run away and delay this fight, instead of gambling it all against a foe she really wasn't sure she could win against. Part of her wanted to puke, to try and get rid of all these confusing feelings by just dumping them all on the wet, snowy streets of the capital. That was good, because it meant our heroine fit right in with the crowd. The rulers of each of the provinces on Anorta were doing their best to maintain their people's interests in life, allowing them to stave off the negative side effects of deathless death. A hypocritical thing to do, given they themselves were the source of Monkod's miasma. But then again, they weren't entirely in control of their action either. Rizzo Din, or at least the version of him under the influence of the LRO, believed that the best way to accomplish this was by cultivating the people's nationalism, their pride in the land of Lavasa. This manifested in forms good and bad, which is a bit of a tautology, isn't it? All vices are merely virtues, taken to the extreme, just as all poisons are but medicines that you've managed to overdose on. One should have a certain degree of love for one's country, but not to such a degree that it swallows up your love for God and His laws. Case in point, you have already seen the bad brought about by the people's devotion to Rizzo and Lavasa. If you somehow missed it, the extermination of the queer community in Lavasa by the vampire is very, very bad. We also have to account for the imprisonment of all Sowmen in work camps, similar to the one Rayla was imprisoned in. And if we spent even more time in the City of Eternal Snow, you would find the general meanness that persisted among the people to be further evidence that no one can make a deal with a devil and walk away unscathed. But for those who were part of the in crowd, it was great to be a citizen of the country. Free education, minimal taxes, coupled with a spending credit from the government to support local businesses, a subsidized and state-sponsored national arts program. It's very easy to make the average citizen ignore the darker deeds of government if you pay them off. But we must move on. We shall continue this commentary in a different story. What mattered to Sky's plan was the monthly parade. Rizzo was a competent ruler, spending much of his time either serving his country or discussing how to better rule the land with his trusted council. Getting in a fight with him on any other day of the month would mean having to fight through the king's elite guard of Organization Black X soldiers before reaching the man himself. Given the limits on our time, Sky couldn't afford to wage such a campaign. But while Rizzo Din represented the more negative aspects of her husband, he was still a reflection of the man Sky knew better than anyone else in the universe. Rizzo had her husband Logan's pride, which is what led him to lead a parade through the City of Eternal Snow. Not only did it allow the common citizenry to express their love and gratitude to their king, but he used it to weed out rivals. It was standing policy in the kingdom that anyone who wished to seize the throne of Lavasa could do so, but only if they defeated the king in a duel in front of the kingdom's common people. Of course, only vampires could actually kill anyone on Anorta, as long as Monkod's miasma flowed throughout the land. So no normal person had any hopes of defeating Rizzo. But the policy remained, and had actually been implemented before the mandevil conquered the world. You'd be surprised at how many brave, if idiotic warriors challenged Rizzo per year, whether to test their skills or because they craved power that badly. The snow that fell upon the cursed land was needed to cover the many bloodstains that marked these deadly streets. That would all change. At long last, the king would have a worthy challenger. As his royal float rounded the corner, pulled through the streets by 8 glorious thoroughbreds that had helped Rizzo seize the throne, Sky finally stepped out of the crowd. Everyone noticed her then, and not just because of her beauty, but because of the power she radiated. Time was important, but she couldn't afford to save any of it if Sky was to prevail against her husband's powerful remnant this day. Sky instantly shifted her vampiric power level from 1 to 6. The parade stopped. The large float, featuring a glass throne and the sword of every duelist Rizzo had ever beaten, halted as the king instinctively sensed the arrival of
Husband!
Oh, what a joyous day. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to come and fight me, my love? Title: The Violent Usurper of the Kingdom of Avasa. Error. Unable to measure power. Final act boss detected. Beware, King Rizzo Din. Title: The violent usurper of the kingdom of Lavasa and Monkod's most powerful lieutenant. Bio: a street rat who joined the military at a young age. His incredible abilities allowed him to quickly climb the ranks until he became a member of the king's royal guard. When Lavasa fell into civil war following the death of the previous king, who in secret had been assassinated by the country's rising star, the enterprising young man helped the weakest heir to the throne defeat his brothers until he alone remained. Recognized as the only man who could unify the war-torn nation, no one complained when he murdered the Duke, too cowardly to fight his own battles, allowing the presumed orphan, once ignored by all, to become Lavasa's new, beloved king. Whether he served Extremar before his rise, or only aligned himself after with the fallen archangel, I cannot say. But at some point, between his ascension and Monkod's conquest of Anorta, he did reintegrate the yellow aspect of his soul, making him 2/3 of Logan Schaefer in one bloodthirsty body. Appearance: 7'6". A man whose size could make Goliath look short. There is almost zero body fat to be found anywhere on this dedicated soldier. Despite rarely going into battle with a helmet, there are no scars on his face. Similar to Vidakis in his youth, the king has white blonde hair that is common in the nobility of Vitaria. However, the conqueror sets himself apart from the dukes that serve him by keeping his hair short rather than growing it out, as is the style of the Lavasan upper class. In battle, he wears chainmail painted white, both to represent a country known for snow and to make it a lot easier to see the blood he bathes in during battle. A crimson-red right eye and a golden-yellow left eye dot his face, making it difficult to determine all of the different viruses powering his royal frame. Abilities: this is Vidakis taken to the next level, which makes sense given how Rizzo has 2/3 of the power of Logan Schaefer. His armor is heavier than Vid's, but is magically enchanted to be nearly weightless. The king's fighting plan is a simple but effective one, which is to break through the enemy's defenses and cut them down. Given his skill with a blade and his truly monstrous strength, there is a reason why he hasn't lost a single fight ever since he became king of Lavasa. It will take a miracle to defeat him in a fair fight. However, double the power, double the pride, which means he's more likely to fall for a trap compared to Vid. Perhaps there might be something in the city that could be used against him. Sky gulped. Rizzo hadn't even bothered to leave his throne yet, but by flaring his power, he almost made our protagonist fall to her knees. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest when I say that. The king's vampiric aura actually knocked down the civilians and patrons closest to our heroine, further increasing the people's awe as they looked to their ruler as if he were Anorta's true god. But a god doesn't need bodyguards, and that is who came to confront Sky now that the parade had been interrupted. It wasn't Organization Black X soldiers she had to worry about on this day, though. A single giant in armor stepped forward, his equipment white like the king or the other servants of Lavasa. Or at least it was once upon a time. The armor had turned dark brown, for it was stained with the life fluids of those he had slain during his service to Monkod. That was a curious sight. Our heroine confused why the king would keep such an unseemly man in his employ. But it didn't matter.
Not unless I can use him to buy you more time, Netus. Really counting on you here. Rizzo is even more powerful than he was when we last dueled just before Tempest Finis. I can't beat him unless you pull off our plan, Netus.
Sky gritted her teeth, raising her soul saber and pointing it at the seated king, then to his bodyguard.
Who is this mutt you sent against me, husband? The Rizzo I knew would never back down from a duel, especially one issued on his grand celebration day. Has the LRO truly robbed you of your pride? Love, oh love of mine?
Hardly. The only reason Logan ever fell in love with a woman as vulgar as you is because we are cut from the same cloth. Children of Ares, warriors who only know peace when we're crossing swords upon the battlefield. I am you. You are me. And nothing satisfies us quite like drawing blood from those we cherish most in the heat of battle. Alas, I also believe in family rights. And, in this instance, I believe he has the first and prior claim to fight you. Love, oh love of mine. Rizzo grinned from ear to ear, casting his gaze to the man in the brown armor. Sky realized the truth too late. The man had a metal arm as a prosthetic limb.
What the hell? No! That's impossible. Grandmother told me you died so she and the others could make their escape. You can't possibly be...
Shatali underestimated what I would do to survive. Granddaughter. The Dark Knight removed his helmet, and by doing so, will explain why I felt compelled to tell this story the way I have. Enter Rob-Turn Harai. Title: The Archangel meant to save Anorta, who has abandoned his duties. Bio: The first of the 7 archangels, meant to challenge Extremar. A life of failures and other tragedies has instead turned this once faithful disciple of heaven into a dark knight who stands against the gods. Following the conquest of Anorta and his perceived abandonment by Jadis, he has willingly bent the knee and now calls Extremar his master. Fallen archangels cannot trust one another, however, and so Extremar makes use of the heir of Berkuru by having him guard what remains of Shadow Lord 1 in the caverns beneath Castle Din. This suits the failed crusader, for he desires nothing more than to waste away his days until death claims his weary soul. Appearance: 7'2". A dark-skinned giant that was made a foot taller by Extremar's magic after he defected to the fallen archangel's side. Muscles bulge from his armor, the kind that come with constant fighting rather than disciplined training. Dirty white hair that rarely gets washed drifts down to his waist as a ponytail, accompanied by a thick beard that covers his mouth. Damaged brown armor covers his weary body, along with a thick cape made of bear fur that he uses to shield the connecting joint of the magical prosthetic that has replaced his missing arm. Hard green eyes gaze upon the world with hate, all signs of love taken from his pupils.
Damn it. It really is you.
Sky gaped, her jaw dropping in horrified shock. This journey on Anorta had been full of surprise, but none as great as this. Sky squared off against her grandfather, Rob-Turn, neither of them daring to make a move against each other just yet. That gave the chestnut-haired heroine of our tale time to process this discovery, to try and sort through her many complicated emotions as she gazed at what was best described as the ghost, the revenant of the grandmother she had once looked up to and loved with all her heart. But here he was, serving the enemy of his own free will. For how else could Sky explain why Rob-Turn wasn't marked by the signature color of the LRO? This hurt Sky deeply. But to think about how the news would affect her grandmother hurt even more, causing pity and surprise to turn to that which Sky used like a drug. Rage. Rage against the man she now acknowledged as traitor. Rage against a former archangel who should have known better than to serve the unrighteous cause of Extremar. Hissing, Sky finally swung her soul blade, pointing its roaring chainsaw tip, not at her husband, but at the Dark Knight who had betrayed the Hailmore bloodline and their true masters.
One chance, grandfather. You better explain to me right now what the hell you've done, or I will send you to heaven to answer for the crimes you have committed by abandoning your calling, Archangel.
Archangel? I abandoned that title long before I defected to serve Monkod and Extremar. Since then, I've had all the time to realize the truth. The truth is that the gods are useless. Robturn grunted, the man raising his metal prosthetic fist towards the heaven. That you are here instead of the coward Jadis is proof enough of my words. Those impotent deities may rule a land of eternal bliss in heaven, but their powers are not enough to govern the affairs of mortal men. Cruelty, suffering, and death are all that await us. We who must suffer through this life of misery and woe. Better we live in a world where Monkod rules, striving for the universe which Extremar intends to make, than to toil any longer to maintain the status quo that fails far, far too many souls.
Wrong answer, Grandpa. Rizzo, you promised not to butt in during this family quarrel? I'm free to do with Robturn what I see fit?
Oh, as long as someone loses their life today, I have no reason to intervene. Lavasa is a land governed by those who with the strength to dictate their own fate. Might makes right is our creed. Isn't that right, my brothers and sisters? O great citizens of Lavasa! Rizzo the king called out. The crowd roared with approval. They had come to watch the parade, to see a grand spectacle, and they would have it. Though the common man had no idea who these two were, all that mattered is that it was one warrior standing against another. Just as Sky told Nitos during their lunch the day prior, that is all anyone cares about once a battle began. And by anyone, I include both you and I, my dear mercenary reader. Family, friendships, gender, beliefs, all that determines who we are. All abandoned, once swords are drawn, and the decision is made to fight to the death.
On guard, traitor.
Sky snapped, her chainsaw sword staff revving up as the Soul Saber's wielder pushed her anger into the blade. Fight with all your heart, might, mind, and strength, granddaughter, Robturn huffed, drawing the axe he hid beneath his bear cloak. See if you can prove that the gods care for our world of Anorta, after all. One battle leads to the next, until the war is done. So began the Battle of Lavasa, with familial blood stands against familial blood. Another Side, Another Story, number 16. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Robturn Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 8:19 a.m., August 3rd, year 1500 FO. The Harai home, the city of Fairbreeze, Bolsia. I am an American. I have visited hundreds of world lines during my service as Master Kolob. That makes me a man who can say how much I love you in more languages than you and I can count. Nevertheless, I tend to view existence through the perspective of my homeland. This is true for everyone, and a major reason why heaven allows for disparate countries to form on every world. A diversity of perspectives is a good thing, as long as those perspectives view the world with the goal of best serving God. All of which is to say, there are many things that contributed to the fall of Robturn Harai. However, if you were to ask me from my perspective, I would state that the biggest reason why the man turned his back on his title is because of the time he had to spend serving Jadis. How much time? Let us calculate it. For 10 years, he served as a soldier in the War of Anorta, but that service only began after 3 years of training by hunting down the enemies of Jadis throughout Anorta. That brings us to a total of, 13 years. 13 years is a long time to serve. To put things in perspective, the average military service obligation is 8 years. Most callings in the Church of Jesus Christ are 3 to 5. Sure, some people are called to serve for life, but usually their hair turns gray before God asks his devoted disciples to commit the rest of their mortal days to directly serving him. I try not to be critical of gods. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and all the more for the beings who must rule as deities to billions of idiotic mortal children. But even now, I wonder if Robturn's fall could have been prevented had he simply been given a break. If he had been released from his oath as archangel and given at least a few years off. If nothing else, it would have been a cleaner break for my son-in-law and Jadis. I don't know. Jadis won't tell me the other futures that he saw, if he ever considered the idea. All I know is that I am the author of record, meant to write these events down as they happened. Speculating what could have been done does little than use up a word count budget I'm already going to go way over. So let us return to the tale at hand. There are quite a few memories of Robturn Herai I could share, but this will be among the last, at least for this training module. This was the day that Robturn Herai gave up on being an archangel, though it didn't seem like it would be that important of a day when he woke up that morning. It was a Sunday, and as was his usual routine, he would celebrate it by making breakfast for his family before going to church with his wife. Everything was going normally, as is the case for many who eventually fall away from heaven's light. So what was the final crack? A tie of all things. Robturn went to do his tie, fumbling as he usually did, with his metal hand getting in the way. The difference was that on this morning, he accidentally tore the blue and yellow neckwear. Again, if it were any other tie, it might not have been a big deal. But this tie had been given to him by Lady Lydness Akis as her final birthday gift to her adoptive son before her passing, for him to handle it as roughly as he did. I can't, Robturn muttered, eyes narrowing in the mirror as something inside of him snapped, his eyes dilating as tears long held back streamed out. You would have thought that someone had died listening to him mumble to himself, and I suppose in some ways, death had indeed come to the Herai home that morning. For what is worse, the passing of mortal flesh, or the death of the spirit's convictions? I can't do this anymore. I can't. I won't. It's too much. It's too much. It's just too much.
Love, what's wrong? Oh, did you tear your tie? Here, a quick spell will fix it right up, love.
Sure enough, magic mended the broken tie and restored it to perfect form. All it took was a snap of Shatali's fingers, and all should have been made right. Alas, while the supernatural talents of sages can do many incredible things, it cannot restore a broken heart. Despite having his tie fixed, Robturn fell to his knees and sobbed. Shatali was shocked, stunned even, to see her normally stoic husband breaking down like this. The dutiful wife helped her beloved get to his feet, guiding him to the living room couch. But no matter how much she tried to get an answer from him, he wouldn't say what was going on. So he bellowed, bawled, and blabbed, a man reduced to a child, so utterly crushed by so many years of holding up a weight that had at last overwhelmed his strength.
I'm sorry, Robturn, but I have to teach our young women's group today, and you just seem like you need some alone time right now. I'll reach out to Jadis, see if he'll pay you a visit, and we can talk in a few hours. After church. Whatever you need, love. We'll figure it out. I promise. Whatever is going on, we'll get through this together, Robturn.
The man was too broken to see his own wife was struggling to hold back her tears, to understand that she left because Shatali couldn't afford to fall apart like him. No, watching her leave just made him think she was choosing their church over him, again. And that merely gave more fuel to the fire that burned inside, torching the faith he had clung to for strength for so so long. How unfortunate he was. How miserable he had become. Faith was no longer the fire that fueled him, but the overgrown vine that he wished to clear from his miserable soul. An hour passed. Multiple times, Robtern heard someone at the door, but he did not bother to rise from the couch to answer. He knew who had come to see him, and he had no desire to speak with his master. Legends say that vampires cannot enter a domicile without being invited in first, which this mercenary's tale is already proven several times to be untrue. That being said, I have studied the origin of this myth. I believe I have determined the truth of the myth, and now where the confusion arises. It is not vampires, but gods and goddesses, whose visitations to our home are determined by our wills. We choose the forces we allow into our home, along with the influences they have upon our hearts, good or bad, heavenly or devilish. It is the divine whose comings and goings are determined entirely by the master of the house. That restriction, however, does not extend to family, which is why, several hours after Robtern sat down, someone else forced her way inside House Herai.
Dad, what the hell is wrong with you?
Elgara Herai. 10 years had passed on Anorta since she had been born, but because of the time she had spent in other parts of the universe, she was already a fully grown woman. In fact, the ring she wore marked her as the wife of Cato Christel, and Robtern himself had taken his 6-year-old granddaughter Sky on a fishing trip to the Bolsia coast just a couple weeks back. This, then, was not a child that had come to confront her parent. This was a peer who understood enough of life to speak as an equal to her father, despite the blood and love they had for one another, both of which were cold in Elgara as she glared at her father, forcing him to explain. I have lived too long and lost too much. I'm done, Elgara. I can't do this anymore. I no longer wish to serve the gods. I will not deny their existence, for only a fool would claim there is no heaven after visiting it so many times. A shame they did not call my soul back to those holy lands earlier in my life, for I could do with the peace offered by that paradise.
And so you decided to give the gods who rule that paradise the middle finger. Yeah, that's going to help you get you a fancy-dancy mansion in heaven. Seriously, Dad, are you drunk? Slip in the bathroom and hit your head against the wall? Have you lost your damn mind, Dad?
Elgara seethed, anger so hot it threatened to set the wooden home ablaze as she stepped into the living room. Elgara sat down across her father, propping herself up to look bigger than her deflated parent. Robtern didn't care for such a display and tried to look away, only to have his daughter reach out and grab him by the chin. Children should honor their parents, but parents lose that right when they act like the children they're meant to raise. Elgara forced her miserable father to look her in the eye, to see the disappointment that had filled her purple eyes. Let go of me, Robtern requested.
Screw you. You don't get to hide your face from me. I am your daughter, and after everything I have done for you, you don't get to look away from me. You don't get to abandon everything you taught me to be good and true.
I brought you into this world. You forget your place, Robtern countered, Elgara snorting. She showed no mercy, no restraint, as she stabbed him right in the heart with words laced cruel, destructive venom. Needless to say, this isn't how you should typically respond to someone having a faith crisis, but families are families. This was a long time coming, so Elgara had every reason to set the bridge that had been their relationship aflame.
If I knew you were going to turn out to be such a pussy, I would have asked the gods to give my mother away to someone who wouldn't turn out to be such a disappointing lose.
Robtern threw a punch. The man didn't mean to. He never imagined that he would turn out to be the kind of monster that would try to hurt his own child, as his own father had done to him and Riz. Then again, Duke Sumfir Herai never thought he would turn out like his father, nor did Grandpa Herai, nor do most men who swear they will be better than those who raised them to be so cruel. It just happened. Before his mind could stop him, Robturn swung his metal arm. This could have turned out a whole lot worse. Thing is, Elgara had surpassed her father in terms of vampiric might, the day she took Cato as a husband. It was an easy thing for her to raise her own forearm to block the wild swing from the angry Dark Knight. Robturn prepared himself. He expected a terrible look of disappointment. It's what he deserved, but what he got back was even worse. Elgara smiled, grinning despite what a horrible thing he had done.
There you are. I feared the Dark Knight Heaven needed had died, but a little grousing was all it took to bring him back. A shame that Mom is too sweet. Sometimes a wild stallion like you needs to feel the kick of a spur to get your head in the right space.
No, I won't listen to you. I won't let you manipulate me anymore. Not again, not again, Robturn moaned, then roared, leaping to his feet, shoving Elgara away from him. Now it was her turn to be surprised. The daughter reaching out to try and stop her father, but Robturn felt another surge of emotion that caused him to flail about. Once again, the man behaved more like a child as he stumbled around and turned over a chair, light, any piece of furniture that got in his way as mania took hold. I am tired of this, of being forced to serve as a warrior with those whose love for war and death exceeds their love for that which deserves it. How can you do this to me? To yourself? To your own daughter? Do you not even understand what you're saying? How can you commend me for this? For trying to hurt you, Elgara?
We are the adopted servants of the royal house Akis of Bolsha. We are lions, kings of the jungle, beasts who retain their dominion by the strength of our claws and with the sounds of our roars. This is what the gods have bred us to do. I am what I am, and I love the life that the gods have given me.
Elgara boasted, Robturn looking in horror at the girl that stood before him. Just a girl. It should have been just a girl. But no mere girl stood before her. Up until this day, Robturn still saw her as that little angel in heaven. The baby girl that he and his wife Shatali held on, what had been the greatest days of his life. Only now did he realize what growing up meant. Only now did he understand why the girl cried so much. That from the start heaven had given him a warrior far more devoted to battle than he ever would be. A woman who is far more fit for the mantle of archangel than I ever was, Robturn realized. And that is what sealed his fate. Take it, Robturn exclaimed, his madness screeching to a halt as the tension bled out. A way out of the darkness at last, shining upon his mind.
Excuse me?
Elgara asked, genuinely unsure of what the man meant. Take it. That's why you've come to see me. Why Jadis has sent you after I rejected his visits. I am unfit to serve as archangel any longer. I will fight when I am able. If only because I still loathe the devils that haunt these lands with all my being. But I have no desire to take the blood of another man ever again, no matter how deserving of death they may be. I am done. I am sorry, but I will not be the archangel that defeats Extremar Thanatos. But I understand the importance of having an archangel that will serve the will of heaven. That is why it should be you. There is no one who is better suited for the role than you, my daughter. Robturn spun on Elgara, looking her directly in the eye. The father had to see if this was her plan all along, and he was genuinely gladdened to find that it was not. Elgara Herai was good at hiding her emotions from many, but not him. Robturn had known her too long and too well for this little girl to ever keep anything from him. Confusion, desire, fear, mercy, hate, every and all emotion shone from those purple irises. There were many reasons to accept the call. Elgara thought about what she could do with the power and status offered by her father, imagining all the good she would accomplish if she was archangel. Besides, every child secretly longs to surpass their parents, and this would be Elgara's way to finally prove that they had raised her well. Her chance to show her parents that they were right to believe in her. But there was genuine concern. Would she insult her father by taking his position? If serving as archangel had destroyed his testimony, what would it do to hers? Elgara loved her life, and how much would change if she accepted this calling? Many reject a good opportunity because of the fear of the unknown, and despite being so headstrong for much of her life, Elgara Herai had to genuinely pause and think if she really wanted to take the chance on this. But the woman came to a decision. You already know what it was.
Very well, but only if Jadis allows it. It is not your title to give away, but his, Father. Will you finally allow him in, if only so he can make the transfer?
For no other reason than this. Robtern accepted. Elgara took her time, hoping her father might reconsider as she headed for the door. But he would not. Even the notion that he would finally be free of his responsibility lifted a heavy burden from his heart. And so he thought one final prayer. As far as he knew that day, Robtern wondered if it would be the last prayer his heart would ever utter. Oh, Jadis, if you are truly pleased with the service I have given you, with the life that I have given you, then let this be enough. Let this be an end. Take this crown from me, and give it to the girl who will wear it better than I ever could. The door opened. Elgara bowed her head to Jadis as he stepped inside the home. Most days, Jadis wore his heart on his sleeve. But there were times where it became rather evident who Robtern had learned his stoicism from. A passive face. Almost no one, not even I, would have been able to tell what Jadis was truly feeling in that moment. Only Jadis himself, and the Heavenly Father that all of us gods answer to, could say what he was thinking, as the father of Anorta studied his spiritual son and retiring archangel. I have heard your prayer, and I am willing to grant it if you accept the consequences, Robtern. This was a covenant you swore for life, and so it is a covenant that is not easily broken. If you renounce it, you forfeit all the blessings appertaining to your service, my son. Jadis cautioned. Alas, the decision had already been made. Robtern exploded with another burst of anger. The Dark Knight raised his metal fist and shook it at the god he had come not only to dislike, but a god that Robtern had come to truly hate. Oh, and what else is there to take? What have you given me for my service, Jadis? Sane, Flornaga, Wilkos, Arath, Methnil, Luas, Marwendo, Resala. Those are knights I have grown up with, whose funerals I attended in the last year alone. 10 years we have fought this war against Extremar, Rizzo, and Lavasa. And what do we have to show for it? Nothing. Less than nothing. In fact, for how much we have sacrificed merely to hold the line against Extremar. Bolsius starves as famine ravages our lands. Astern is on the edge of defecting any day now. Silcia has already been forced to put down 3 revolts as the people recognize what I now know to be true. You have condemned us, Jadis. You have doomed this world to die, forcing your children to suffer all manner of cruelty. So you can, what, prove a point to the monster Extremar? Even now, I must wonder if he had the right of it. If, perhaps, he would have been better as a god, rather than... Elgara blinked, holding her right hand out at her side. Magic circled around it. And it would take but a thought to turn her power into a soul saber that would strike down her ranting father.
Father, I love you very much. You know I think the world of you. But if you dare finish that sentence, if I ever hear you so much as hint at that sentiment again, then you will see just how much power I've come to possess. You think you know the meaning of the word suffering, but you do not know the meaning of the word in the slightest. You have not endured a fraction of what my husband, my children, my sisters in love have gone through. Pity yourself all you want. Hate the gods even for all I care. But do not praise Extremar. Never again suggest that Extremar was right, or I will cut you down, burn the corpse, and spread the ashes into my cat's litter box. Get me, Dad?
Enough of this! Jadis stepped in between the two. There were several ways this day could end, and many of them would be better than a daughter angrily killing her father. This had clearly taken a toll on both of you. Time and rest will do you both good. Rob turned Herai? I, Jadis, creator of Anorta, and your father, do hereby accept your resignation. Henceforth, you are released from your obligations as archangel, forfeiting all associated blessings with your service, until the day comes in which you wish to take up the mantle again. I doubt that such a day should ever come. Robtern bowed his head. But in this, I will give you my thanks. Thank you, that you are willing to accept the end of my service without further quarrel. You would be surprised to see the potential futures you may yet walk, son. If only I could show them to you. Perhaps you would yet cling to the faith. Jadis sighed, only for the god to turn his back on his former archangel. Former. The word echoed in Robtern's mind, causing him to collapse to his couch. He would have passed out on the spot, so overwhelmed with relief at finally being freed from his divine obligations, were it not for his desire to see his daughter blessed. A strange phenomenon, that even those who have felt the faith often want to see their loved ones rise in prominence within the gospel. To see Olgara praised made Robtern happy. Even if she was serving a man the Dark Knight could no longer look upon with love. Olgara Christel, wife of Cato Christel, mother of Sky Christel. From the day of your birth, you have exemplified every quality desired in the children of heaven. Bravery, humility, compassion, mercifulness, faith, hope, charity, and most of all, love. Love for your family, love for your fellow man, love for those you serve, be it on high or on any world you visit. You exemplify the virtues we seek in our mightiest of warriors, and so are found worthy of the station of archangel, the arbiter of justice, carrying out the will of the gods in our stead. Do you, O blessed warrior of House Christel, accept the covenant to serve as my new archangel, to fight for what is true and virtuous for the rest of your days, to put your life on the line in service of heaven's grand cause until your mortality comes to an end.
I have served according to my convictions, and I will serve for the sake of those I cherish most.
Olgara prayed, rising with a confident smile, a hopeful look in her eyes. Robtern said nothing, not even as his daughter and former master embraced each other, tears of joy welling up in both their faces. The man was moved by the display, his heart overflowing with love for a daughter he loved just as much as the woman that gave birth to Olgara. However, just as love made him fear for Shatali whenever he went into battle, a new fear was birthed in his heart, given the role his precious daughter had just taken for herself. What would happen in the days ahead to Anorta's latest archangel? The fear was terrible. A greater fear the Dark Knight had never expected or known. The fear was so great, Robtern couldn't help but close his eyes, despite having sworn to himself mere minutes ago that he would never pray again. The former archangel found a good reason to break this vow and speak to anyone who would listen to him in heaven. "Oh God, please do not let my daughter suffer as I have. Protect her. Do not let her break. Spare her from the pain that I have suffered, and protect her forevermore." Heaven accepted his resignation request. But the prayer? Heaven answers all prayers. But let this chapter be an example that the gods rarely answer them the way we like.
Secret Report number 16. Goddess of Medicine Public Memo. Vets Heilmore. Yes. Now this is a good subject for me to cover. As a former goddess of time and the current goddess of medicine, I am uniquely qualified to thoroughly explain two of the most important particles in the universe, tachyons and skyons. Tachyons were first proposed by the scientific community in the atonement world line on Earth to be a theoretical particle that was faster than light. They were rather amusingly close to the truth. Tachyons, in fact, are the residual energy particles left in the universe after Christ and the archangels, assisting him finish creating a new world line. All living beings, which includes both the mortals and divine, are able to ingest, process, and reproduce tachyons, for tachyons are ultimately what you might consider to be the physical manifestation of faith. With enough faith, they can even perform supernatural feats, altering reality according to their determination. While many miracles occur when gods directly intervene in cognitive mortal reality, humans too can bring about miracles through the unconscious use of tachyons. In addition, tachyons carry not just power, but information as they flow from one person to the next. The Church refers to the shared mortality of humanity as the light of Christ, while other philosophers have proposed that there is a collective unconsciousness that binds all intelligent life together. These two philosophies are actually one and the same, and it is because tachyons carry the emotions, memories, and other imprints from one person to the next as souls come into contact with one another. No man is truly an island thanks to the existence of tachyons. Bringing us, then, to vampires. Perhaps the biggest difference between mortal humans and demigod vampires is the capacity by which they are able to effectively wield tachyons. A vampire is much better at processing tachyons, allowing them to use them more precisely and deliberately. A mortal can only subconsciously change reality through the use of tachyons, while a vampire, demigod, and other divine beings do so deliberately through the casting of spells, rituals, and the priesthood of God. My husband, William Luck, was the first scientist to dedicate himself to the study of tachyons. Though his discoveries, Millie's was able to incorporate tachyons manipulation into the development of the FTV, and by the sixth cycle of the E3 conflict, the universe writ large had come to exploit those particles as well. The proliferation of tachyon technologies led to some serious conflict in and outside of the boundaries of the E-War. For other organizations, good and bad, that had nothing to do with the contest between Elohim and Extremar were tearing each other apart through tachyon-infused beings. If things continued like this, then the entire universe would soon be controlled by the elite few, those who were best able to wield these godly particles of power known as tachyons. Fortunately, God foresaw that this day might come to pass, and from the very beginning of creation he had been preparing a countermeasure. We all should have expected this, for everything in this universe has an equal and opposing force, a paraphrase of Newton's third law. Man and women, light and dark, fire and ice, and so forth. The opposing force of the tachyon is the skyon. It is not the particle of darkness or of hell, as some have erroneously theorized, but merely the particles of individuality. Where tachyons are the residual vestiges of power of Jesus Christ meant to bring souls together into one united whole, the skyon is the vestige of power that we individual humans leave in the universe through our actions that helps us distinguish ourselves from each other. Because of our mortal foibles, skyon particles naturally counteract the supernatural divine, which can be good or bad depending on the situation. If anyone else has mentioned Saren Hedian in their reports, Mercenary, then you'll be interested to know that he came to fame because of Scions. Once a middle manager at Yellow Dagum Holdings, he theorized that Scions, in large enough quantities, could lead to a safe zone that shut down the supernatural abilities of those unauthorized to use magic in the vicinity. Saren was right. I won't give complete credit to the man, since he had to rely on a team of engineers to build the device for him, but it is true that he came up with a theory that no other scientist managed to solve until he proposed it. This changed not just the war, but the entire power structure of the universe overnight. No longer could demigods simply behave as one-man armies, tearing through cities and even planets as part of their campaigns. Peace and stability were restored to the universe with the introduction of Scion generators that established zones of anti-tachyon use, or anti-magic, as some might call it. Ever since, battles have become just as much about locating and destroying Scion generators as they have been about finding and defeating the enemy. Given their popularity and influence, whole books could be written about their use. That is, until Millie threw a wrench in the whole thing, introducing a new breed of vampires that ingested Scions just as easily as tachyons. But that is my husband's story to tell, not mine.
Chapter 17. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christelle. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 10:07 a.m., September 6th, year 1510 FO. The Royal Procession, the City of Eternal Snow, Lavasa. Mission time remaining, 7,931 hours. When Sky first swore her oaths to serve heaven, she declared she would destroy any that would get in the way of righteousness, including family if need be. The warrior prayed that such a day would never come. But no matter the profession we choose for ourselves in life, we are all inevitably tested. So don't pray to avoid trouble. Pray you'll have the strength to do what must be done when trouble comes your way. The chestnut-haired heroine and the Dark Knight faced off against one another. Both offered each other one final nod, a silent acknowledgement of who they were and what they had to do. The time for talk had passed. So commenced the duel they intended to fight to the death. Sky and Robturn charged. No backing out now. Sky never did see her grandfather use a soul saber, and the Dark Knight failed to summon it now. Even so, Robturn would be quite the challenger. For the former archangel wielded a massive axe, a nasty weapon with a 5-foot-long handle and an incredible 2-foot-long metal head. Despite weighing at least 30 pounds, Robturn found it light enough to swing the weapon with just one hand, leaving his metal fist free for punches and grapples that Sky knew she needed to keep an eye out for. The weapon itself was rather intimidating, but each swing of the axe cast a wind current that slammed into our heroine's chest like gales from a roaring hurricane. As Sky tried to approach, the woman was knocked several feet back, much to her grandfather's sorrow? Disappointment? Unlike her mother, Algara, it was hard for Sky to read her grandfather. The Dark Knight's voice didn't clarify his true feelings either. All Sky knew is that she failed to live up to her grandfather's expectations, as he decided to take a few steps back after their initial clash. Robturn raised his metal hand and pointed directly at her already winded heroine. If you can't even stand firm against a mere swing from my axe, you have no chance to prevail against the forces of Monkod, granddaughter. Surrender, or leave. Cease this fight, because I will send your soul to its eternal rest in heaven, if you dare continue.
Oh, come on. If you think you can intimidate me, you have to be... Sky tried to say.
Robturn swung again, this time unleashing a crescent wave of green magical energy. The magical wave was so hot, the air sizzled as it zipped across the street towards Sky. Our protagonist just barely managed to duck beneath the ranged attack as the wave passed her by, the energy only dissipating when it neared the roaring crowd of patrons watching this family fight.
So there is some good in you after all. Can't bring yourself to hurt innocent life, huh, Grandpa?
Sky taunted. While her voice was full of bravado, the woman couldn't hide her shakiness as she straightened out her position. The chestnut warrior, surprised by the speed her grandfather could muster.
It doesn't make sense. He's just a Class 4 vampire. He never fought like this when he was training me. How the hell did he become so strong?
I will not give Jadis or any of the other gods the satisfaction of calling me their fallen son. Robtern grunted, narrowing his angry green eyes. Rage. So much rage. The interesting thing about vampires is that whenever they switched sides during the E3 conflict, they typically lost most of their powers upon swearing allegiance to their new master. This is because the vampire often has to betray the memories that have fueled their abilities upon changing their worldview. But Robtern? Robtern's downfall was a long time coming. A slow and steady descent into the dark, rather than a sudden pivot. He had years to cultivate the anger he felt towards heaven. And so, Sky realized the answer to her question. This was Robtern, fully unleashed. This was the Dark Knight, with his true self on display. A vampire who no longer had a reason to hold anything back. Those impotent deities may rule a land of eternal bliss in heaven, but their powers are not enough to govern the affairs of mortal men. My opposition is based upon being better than they ever were. But can you do the same, granddaughter? Or will you prove that the gods don't care about their children as long as their grandiose designs are accomplished? Robtern cried out, swinging his axe over and over. More energy waves arced through the air. Sky didn't want to get too close, because her grandfather's physical power was greater than her own. But staying back was liable to get herself killed. Just dodging these fast-moving energy waves took quite a bit of power. Sky knew going into this mission that she had no chance of defeating Rizzo Din in a one-on-one fight. But to discover she couldn't even defeat Robtern in a fair duel? Everything really did depend on whether a certain blonde gunslinger could carry out the one plan by which our heroines might still seize victory this day.
Damn it, hurry up, Nidus. You're making me look like an idiot here.
Sky thought, her eyes drifting to the castle up the road. That is, until she sensed a surge of power, forcing our heroine to return her attention to her grandfather. The Dark Knight Robtern stomped his right foot into the ground, his body briefly glowing with a browning green aura that Sky instinctively recognized as a supercharged earth spell. Sure enough, massive stalagmites rose from the ground, spiked pieces of rock, large and sharp enough to put a hole through a cart. Our heroine likely would have been skewered, and she remained where she was. But with her Class 6 vampire powers, bullets would have moved through the air at a turtle's pace, given her lightning-quick reaction time. Remember Sky's Warp Strike ability? Our heroine sure did. Throwing her soul saber as hard as she could, the chestnut-haired warrior zipped right past Robtern as his earth attack uselessly tore through the cobblestone road. Reappearing behind her grandfather, the girl swung at her grandfather's metal arm, knowing that he wouldn't be able to restore that limb as easily as he could his organic flesh. Robtern, however, had trained in many a practice duel against his granddaughter. The Warp Strike ability was no surprise. The Dark Knight merely had to twist his axe, using the long handle to block the soul saber distant shore. Whatever Robtern's axe was composed of, it was sturdy enough that the teeth on Sky's weapon stopped moving. The chainsaw function completely jammed.
Well, damn.
Sky sneered, tapping a button on the handle. The chainsaw sword staff split into its twin sword function, the woman pressing the attack as Robtern did his best to block a flurry of quick strikes.
There once was a girl who went with her grandfather to fish every week. Those were happy days. I don't understand.
Sky cried out, her voice cracking as her vampiric power grew. The flurry of blows continued, Sky trying to win the fight by poking or slashing at two different places simultaneously. The woman believed her grandfather couldn't protect his entire being at the same time, that she could bring him down eventually with a dozen small cuts. All the while, the memories continued, making the woman attack faster and faster, Sky tearing off the lid that had bottled up all those days spent with Robter and Harai, a grandfather our heroine had truly and deeply loved.
There once was a girl who sat on her grandfather's knee as he taught her how to read. Those were the happy days. My mother, especially my grandmother, your wife, Shatali, they have all remained loyal, fanatically so, and the others. I've reunited with Lanus, Sokar, and Raelia, the people I know you once called your friends. How can you turn against God when doing so means turning your back on those you cherish most?
Robter met his granddaughter blow for blow. Whatever he couldn't block with his axe, his metal prosthetic arm managed to deflect. The man had his own memories to draw upon, and he used them as fuel to counteract the ferocious assault from Sky Crystal.
There once was a girl who watched the sun rise with her grandfather. He taught her to give thanks to God every time she saw that which she was named after fill with light. Just as we all looked to the sky with hope, the grandfather told the young girl that she too would do the same for all who looked to her with love. Those were the happy days.
Their memories were having an effect. Sky struck quicker and quicker, but Robter retaliated with stronger attacks of his own. His swings became wilder and less practiced, his anger leaking out and staining his movements. Robter spoke, and his voice was as shaky and emotional as the words that had spelled out of Sky Crystal. I am glad I don't have to share the memories coursing through his soul, because it would have meant having to recall some of the worst days in our lives, his and mine. You blind little fool. It is for their sake that I must now fight against the gods. You have not seen their suffering as I have. You have not been forced to shoulder their tears as their minds, hearts, even their very souls unraveled. Shatali was practically brain dead when we rescued her, and has recovered little in the years since. Sokar and Bertlin have both lost wives to the damned devils of this world. Vid was consumed by the LRO and turned into a mockery of his former self. Rayla's people yet suffer in slavery. Will any of my friends have a different story? Will anyone I love have a happier tale? And what of my daughter? My daughter, Elgara, a daughter trapped in crystal, who I will never see again because heaven forced her to sacrifice herself, all so she could defeat a single man? No, no more. What right mind would justify these failures and abuses if the roles were any different? Those who serve bosses who mistreat or fail to pay their servants properly are right to leave their employment and abandon their loyalty. Why should the gods get any special treatment in that regard? Robter finally managed to catch both of Sky's swords with his axe, giving him an opening to deliver a punch to his granddaughter's gut with his metal hand. The force of the strike severely damaged Sky's ATG barrier and sent her flying through the air, the crowd roaring with approval as the chestnut-haired warrior soared down the cobblestone road. A damaging blow, but Sky managed to land on her feet, fuming, but also recognizing she was running out of options. Her twin Soul Saber swords finally ignited with a magical fire as she really pushed her Class 6 powers to the limit. The cost to her remaining time going ignored. If the swords alone wouldn't do enough, Sky could only hope that the addition of a roaring inferno would be enough to break through the Dark Knight's fortress-like defenses.
So what? Whether the gods have it out for you, I can't really say. But your response to their failure to properly protect you is to go and work for the damn bastards that have been causing all your misery and suffering? Monkod and the Devils and Extremar are all in league, And from what I heard, every person's plight on this planet can be laid at their feet.
Sky shouted. The heroine warped over to Robturn, renewing her assault as she ranted.
God didn't torture Grandma Shatali. God didn't force Vid to become a pawn of Extremar. God isn't enslaving the people of Veilbis. God didn't kill Soker and Bertland's loved ones. God didn't stop these evils from taking place, but to put blame on him for what others have done is absolutely insane.
Sky slammed into Robturn, her twin swords proving themselves to be up to the task, now that they were enhanced by flame. That, and the woman's words, must have been getting to her grandfather. The normally stone-faced Dark Knight was becoming easier and easier to read. As long dormant doubts came back to life, Sky found herself blocking more and more of her grandfather Robturn's attacks. Sky's memories continued to empower her. Those same happy memories they shared. They were weakening Robturn, sapping his will to fight, as he at last forced himself to wonder why he was fighting his own beloved family. Family. Nothing like family to force us to deal with the skeletons in our closet, eh? But while Sky's warrior spirit burned bright and hot, fire will still have trouble burning through stone, especially big dumb rocks that have been around for far too long. Though tested, Robturn Herai stood his ground in mind and deed. This was a man who had lived his life full of doubts, and it took many years for him to turn his back on the gospel that had once filled his life with light. To reclaim Robturn Herai from the dark, it would take much more than just a few words from our heroine. Despite Sky's faith and all the love she once held for her grandfather, he might as well have Elohim, Jadis, and all the other gods and goddesses. They are our parents, our fathers, and mothers, the supposed shepherds of our souls. When a shepherd has the power to stop the wolves from eating their sheep, but do nothing to protect the flock, are they not bad shepherds? When a parent allows their child to be bruised and mangled, beaten and abused, ripped apart and tossed into the gutter like common trash, do we not declare they are unfit to be parents? What is the point of wielding all the power in the universe if you can't be bothered to use so much as a drop of it to spare their so-called precious creations from pain? Damn them, I say, and why not? My life and the lives of those around me is already hell. I lose nothing by turning my back on those who claim to love me, but do nothing for me. Better that I should at least run the gamble of gaining something by aiding Extremar. He may have been the one to hurt me, but ever since I've joined his side, I haven't felt a lick of pain. I finally have the power to live a life without fear or suffering. Sky overextended herself. She'd been baited. The woman tried once more to cut off Robturn's metal arm, but by doing so, she exposed her own right arm to a counterattack. The vampire woman gritted her teeth in surprise as the Dark Knight swung. The axe broke through the woman's ATG barrier. Worse, the swing managed to slice off Sky's limb at the elbow. A devastating blow. One that sapped Sky of much of her strength. So much so that the twin blade she dropped fizzled into magical smoke, unable to retain its form because of how much power our heroine had lost due to this injury. Robturn would have killed our heroine with his follow-up swing, but our heroine leapt into the crowd of patrons watching the fight, taking advantage of the pedestrians who made the dumb mistake of getting too close to the action, using them as human shields against her grandfather. As for the Dark Knight, he showed his expertise by stopping his axe just before it struck the chest of a man whom Sky had jumped behind. But vampires will be vampires, and Sky showed everyone just how far she would go to accomplish her mission. The woman slammed her remaining soul saber into the back of the man Robturn failed to strike. With a shocked scream, one that caused all those around him to shout with their own terrible chorus, our bloodthirsty heroine showed no hesitation as she dragged her sword out, through the civilian's hip, splitting him in half. A fatal wound. A gory way to die. Which is exactly how a vampire likes their meal. Sky happily let her body soak up the blood that sprayed into the air, using it to regrow the arm she had lost, to restore all of the magical strength she had spent during this fight. It didn't recover the time she had spent thus far, but Sky was as good as new once the blood fountain ran dry. All it cost was a single human life. Now, you might want to condemn our heroine for this, but before you go casting stones, may I pose you a question? How guilty did you feel the last time you ate meat? Odds are, you didn't even give the cow, the chicken, the pig, or whatever animal you feasted upon more than a passing thought. So why would Sky care about eating that which was beneath her on the food chain? Though Robturn had a far different response to what the girl had done. "You monster! You disappoint me, Sky!" Robturn seethed. Casting a wind spell, he caused the entire crowd watching the fight to back off. The Dark Knight making sure that his granddaughter wouldn't be able to feast upon any of the citizens of Lavasa. As for our heroine, there wasn't so much as a hint of guilt in Sky's smile, as she re-summoned her second twin blade through a restored hand. Tempting as it was to continue the slaughter by casting a fireball into the crowd, seeing as how the death of one man had made her grandfather oh so furious, our heroine chose to restrain herself. Sky returned toward the middle of the road that had served as their arena, and let her thoughts explain why.
Can't make him too mad, or else he'll actually kill me before Nidus finishes her mission. The more he talks, the less I have to worry about him slicing me apart.
Sky glanced once more at Castle Din, wondering again just how much time her partner needed to complete her part of the plan. Well, Sky was doing a good job of buying Nita's time, because Robturn was more than willing to shout, complain, and reprimand the granddaughter antagonizing the Dark Knight. "You swore an oath to heaven to protect the innocent, the children of your god. Do you not feel any regret for using a civilian as a human shield?" Robturn yelled, his voice growing in volume the more Sky laughed at him.
Innocent? I don't see anyone innocent here. Those who remain in power do so based upon the virtue of the people. Extremar, Monkod, and the devils that rule Anorta would all be defeated in a day if the so-called innocents you claim I should protect were as righteous as you think them to be. These bloodthirsty savages do not flee in terror from our fight, but stick around hoping to watch us hack each other apart, even after I slaughtered one of them. Any good person would be running home. Why should I care what happens to these savages?
The crowd booed Sky in disappointment and anger. That was all they could do, for the ordinary humans understood that none of them had a chance to stand against Sky. Robturn and the amused King Rizzo, who was content to just silently watch this fight play out, were the only ones present who had any hopes of defeating the warrior that insulted the citizens of Lava. Beep! And with timing that feels like it was meant to mock me, the entire situation changed. Just as Robturn charged up another crescent wave in his axe, something unseen in the air shifted. Gasping, nausea overwhelmed Robturn as his vampiric magic completely faded. Rizzo actually frowned, while Sky finally breathed a sigh of relief that had been building in her belly as the fight went on, donning the smile of someone converting all their stress to relief. "What have you done?" Robturn groaned, dropping to a knee as his body struggled to adjust to the new environment. Casting his eyes towards the source of his pain, the Dark Knight's gaze fell upon Castle, to the machine inside. You want me to be more specific? Robturn was reaching out to the generator that had maintained Rizzo's rule, the device that had prevented any vampire serving heaven from carrying out an assault on the city ever since Lavasa swore allegiance to Extremar Thanatos. The device that Sky had turned against the enemy, the woman explaining.
It actually worked. My big plan to take you assholes down actually worked. Thank your wife for your defeat, Grandpa. You see, while we were strategizing how to take down Rizzo, Grandma Shatali decided to take a good long look at the stupid Skyon generators Monkod used to protect Dragonglass. She figured your team was lazy, that the mandevil would use a similar setup for each machine.
Monkod, you idiot! Rizzo rolled his eyes. Sky's supernatural hearing, allowing her to hear her husband's complaint.
That's right. If your team could figure out how to reconfigure one of the generators and flip their effects, then instead of being protected by the Skyons, you'd be the ones to have your powers repressed. Bringing us to today, I knew that in a fair fight I couldn't beat you, Rizzo, without resorting my Class 7 powers. And even then, I have my doubts about winning such a duel. But what if I could use your own defensive equipment against you? What if, while I distracted the king and his most loyal agents, someone else infiltrated the castle and tampered with a Skyon anti-vampire generator? That is what you're feeling, you big dummies. This is how I win, Sky howled with delight, even skipping on her feet as she marched right on over to the incapacitated, the totally powerless Dark Knight Rob Turn.
Damn you, Sky! Sky threw a punch, smashing Rob Turn's jaw and knocking out her grandfather with a single blow. Regeneration still worked while a vampire was under the influence of a Skyon generator, but healing was slowed down significantly because of it. It would be a while before the Dark Knight recovered from this injury, by which point Sky hoped she would be in control of the city, ruling as its new queen according to the laws of Lavassa. All she had to do was kill the current king, a man who was still as smug as ever despite the change in circumstances. Recombining her soul saber into a single staff, Sky leapt into the air, crossing the cobblestone and landing on the parade float with a dramatic leap. Then, rushing past the weapons that littered the wooden carriage, the legacy of all those who failed to do what Sky would achieve that day, the woman charged. Confidence surged. The soul saber ignited, setting the weapon in the parade float she ran across aflame. Was this it? Is this how the reign of King Rizzo Din came to an end? Bested not with skill, but with trickery. Time seemed to freeze, and hardly anyone could breathe. The crowd watched with stunned horror and silent excitement, all attention on our heroine as she swung distant shore and tried to end the life of His Majesty. Tried being the key word here, because Sky failed. Sky's soul saber bounced off of Rizzo's vampiric ATG barrier, a barrier that should not have manifested due to the effects of the Skyon anti-tachyon generator, a fact that could only mean...
What the hell?
Sky gasped. It only took a second to figure out what happened, and when she reached that truth, Sky wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh or cry, as she recognized that beyond being brother and sister, husband and wife, they had something else in common.
Millie made you into an Arcana vampire too?
Rizzo Din finally left his throne, flaring his full vampiric power as he rose to his feet. A shockwave shot out, one so powerful that every single person felt it. It is important that I be more specific here. I don't just mean every single person just in the city, or even the kingdom of Lavassa. The entire world of Anorta felt the power of the king, who at last showed off his true divine might. The burning parade float exploded. The crowd was bowled over. Our heroine was launched down the road, too stunned by his incredible power to even right herself in the air. Sky crashed, hard. Our heroine slammed into the battle-damaged street. The fall didn't do much to hurt her, but she was shaky nonetheless as she struggled to get back to her feet. Such was the gap between their power. The LRO corrupted Rizzo so mighty, our heroine found it difficult just to stand in the king's presence. Would he kill her, now that the plan had failed? All it will likely take is a single spell and Sky sensed Rizzo was charging up his power. Our heroine didn't even have time to pray, her mind racing as she wondered what to do, if she'd be better off trying to run away or beg for mercy from her husband's remnant. Thankfully for her, but not for this chapter's word count, Rizzo had something else in mind. The king held out his right hand, magic steam seeping from his open palm as he cast this vitally important spell. A spell that will explain much of the nature of the war to come, of the story I have to tell. When Adam and Eve consumed the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, they subjugated their descendants to the whims of fate. Constrained by the boundaries that dictate reality, humanity follows the path set out for them by the cards. Behold, the arcana is the means by which the truth of the soul is revealed. Rizzo cast, tightening his empowered hand into a solid fist. Cards, tarot cards, suddenly materialized for everyone who could see Rizzo, floating about a foot away from their faces. The cards were approximately 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide, and all of them featured at least 3 symbols. In the center was one of the 22 major arcana, starting with the Fool and ending with the World. In the upper right-hand corner was a plus or a minus. In the upper left-hand corner was a crown or a cross. I must have some surprises, so I will not spoil what each of these symbols mean at this time. However, I am a scientist, and so do enjoy watching people form theories based upon a limited set of information. For the sake of trying to guess what these arcana cards meant, I shall tell you this. The masses were unimportant to the experiment Millie was conducting with the Arcana project. Any meaning their cards had only mattered to them, not to us and the story, I must tell you. But while their cards all varied in their major arcana and the right-hand symbol, all of them were alike in one significant detail. Nearly everyone in the city had an arcana card marked with the left-hand symbol of the cross. So too did the unconscious Robtern Herai, whose specific card featured a cross on the left, a positive on the right, and the arcana of the champion. Among all those present on this road, only 2 individuals looked upon cards which featured a crown instead of a cross on the left side. King Rizzo's card was the Arcana of Temperance, coupled with the crown and a plus for his soul's tarot card. As for Sky, she was the Arcana of the Lovers, a crown and a positive plus marking her as an Arcana Queen. Temperance and the Lovers, what a pair we make, Rizzo chuckled, a snap of his fingers causing the cards he revealed to fade back into the realm of spirits. The spell didn't last long, but note this, my dear mercenary reader. I cannot emphasize enough how important that spell was, despite how little it seemed to do. Make no mistake, fate's entire course, the outcome of this E3 war, had just been changed in a significant way because of the spell cast by Rizzo Din. But now, we return to the story at hand, and to the amused king who continued to mock the woman he was meant to love as his wife. But would it make sense that Millie would single us out? We are her parents after all, and nepotism is a godly attribute. Blood is thicker than water. So who better to trust with your will than your closest of kin?
The power of the Arcana doesn't belong to you, Rizzo. It was meant for Logan, not his disgusting remnant.
Sky seethed, the king laughing as he held out his right hand. Magic swirled, a gray, red and golden mist solidifying into a photon energy blade hilt. Igniting the black baton, a blade made of blue light sprang forth from the weapon. Flakes of snow melted against the hot sword as Rizzo tested its weight, performing for the jubilant crowd as he showed off a few practiced swings. If you wish to return this power to whom it belongs, you know what you have to do. Give me the fight I have been dreaming of, Sky. Give me the ecstasy of battle well fought, a joy that I have been denied in this dull and fallen world.
I'll give you so much joy you'll choke on it, you monster.
Sky hissed, and by doing so, made up her mind. Despite the power gap between them, despite the fact that her plan to take down the king had gone up in smoke, Sky would not retreat. Maybe it was because she didn't want to lose his chance to restore her husband. Or maybe it was because heaven had her back, giving her the courage she needed to remain. Whatever it was, Sky found the will to remain, the determination she needed to challenge this dark remnant of Logan Schaefer. Bringing us to the end of this lengthy segment. We'll rest for now, my dear mercenary reader, but come back whenever you are ready. The next chapter will commence the final battle of this training module. Another Side, Another Story, number 17. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Robturnharai. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 7:06 a.m., July 1st, 1508 FO. The Eternal Cathedral, Seda City, Silsey. Robturnharai wished he was dead, but fate would never be so kind to the Dark Knight. The man had given it his best. Despite his continued disdain for the gods, he had fought with all his might against the devil hordes as they swarmed the nation of Bolsia. Hundreds upon hundreds, maybe even thousands upon thousands, of the foul creatures from hell had met their end at the hands of the former archangel of Anorta. But for every dark spirit Robturnharai hacked apart with his axe, 5 more would come to take their place. And when those 5 fell, 50 more came to scorn the Dark Knight. War is a rather simple game, in which 2 opponents keep throwing pieces at each other until someone runs out of patience and surrenders. Jadis cared for his subjects more than Extremar did for the servants of hell. Anyone could have guessed how the battle for Anorta would turn out. The only comfort the former archangel took in his defeat was that he had bought enough time for Shitali and her friends to escape. Whether death or torture awaited him, the Dark Knight Robturn would be at peace, knowing that he managed to spare his wife from any further pain at the hands of... And so we finally meet again, Robturn. 3 years is far too long for us to spend apart, don't you think? After all, I wouldn't be here in the flesh, were it not for the gift of your arm. That practically makes us family, the way the 2 of us share blood. After his defeat, Robturn had been tossed into a silver box that repressed his vampiric senses. That made it impossible to tell where they were taking him, at least for the first couple of days. Eventually, the roll of the ocean and the smell of the breeze that made its way into the cage helped the Dark Knight guess where Extremar's forces were taking him. Sure enough, Robturn found himself uncaged once his captors reached Silsey, the island nation, the new headquarters for the conquering rulers of Anorta. Robturn glanced around the defaced cathedral. No love lost for the church, per se, but the Eternal Cathedral was considered by all, those who served and fought against heaven, as one of the most beautiful structures on the planet. The Dark Knight lamented the sorry state of the trashed sanctuary, and so he did little to hide his disgust as he glanced across the chapel nave. There he was, his most hated foe, Monkod, lounging in the chair from which Verlandi once guided the nation. Mandevil, Robturn frowned, glancing around the cathedral sanctuary hall. Where's your master? Where's the Shadow Lord Gorlon? Your whore of a daughter managed to strip him of Extremar's power. An impressive feat, though you can see what it cost her, Monkod smirked. That was the elephant in the room, or the glinting statue that Robturn did his best to avoid looking at. not just because he wanted to show respect to the less than dignified state that his daughter had fallen into, but because the former archangel knew well the consequences of the spell that Ogara Herai had cast. A sacrifice that he himself would have never been willing to make. Which is why the Dark Knight and Father Robtern found himself kneeling before Monkod instead of Ogara. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The gods are truly cruel to you, Robtern. They have stolen everything you care about, which is why I hope we can have a civil conversation. Reach an accord, in fact. An accord? Has your victory already gone to your head, monster? Robtern pursed his lips. Silver chains bound the man, making it impossible for the Dark Knight to shake his fist at his captor. They hadn't given him any water since his defeat either, so despite trying to summon some spit, nothing came out of the vampire's thirsty throat but empty threats and venom that had no bite. The Dark Knight had no real means to show his defiance. His words were already so weak, but Robtern Herai did his best by proclaiming, I loathe the man who this cathedral is dedicated to, and yet I would pledge another 10 years, yea, even 100 years of service to Jadis, before I would consider to serve you for so much as a Do you love Shatali? Monkod interrupted, cutting off his captured prisoner. Excuse me? Oh, I don't need to repeat myself. There is no one speaking in this room but us. So answer the question, Robtern. Do you love your wife, Shatali? Monkod smiled, wiggling in his throne. The mandevil had 100 reasons why he was glad the conquest of Anorta turned out the way it did. But this? The monster savored the moment as he gazed upon Robtern. This wasn't a prisoner. The mandevil looked upon the Dark Knight, not as a man, but already saw Robtern more like a tool or a pet. Of course I do. Unlike you, I never turned against my wife, Robtern weakly remarked. Monkod simply laughed. This was already going better than he hoped. The Dark Knight looked so deflated even before the mandevil got his roll going, giving the speech he'd spent the last few hours preparing, all so he could get what he wanted. To get one of his most hated enemies to bend the knee and swear loyalty to him, Monkod, the usurper of Anorta. Oh, I think we are far more similar than you care to admit. Remember, once upon a time, I was in your position. Seda was my wife, my universe, my everything. All that I was belonged to her. All that I did for her. There was no greater love in the universe to be found than the love I had for Seda. And it would have remained so were it not for that stupid fruit. I rejected the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because I knew that by eating it, I would bring pain, suffering, and death to the world. I did not wish to subjugate my precious wife, my heart, and my stars to a life of misery and endless woe. And so I hoped that by proving strong, gods would grant her clemency and undo the disastrous choice that she had made. But what does Jadis do when he tires of his servants? He replaces us, tossing us once he's used us up. We're nothing more than waste once the gods tire of our service. Treated as if we're not better than the piss and fecal matter that passes through their bowels. You of all people on this world, should know exactly how I feel. You were rejected by the gods, whereas I rejected them, Robtern claimed. Monkod waved his hand, brushing off the lackluster comment. Semantics. The gods offered me a chance to repent, even after Seda was given away. but by consuming the fruit and seeing another man bang my wife, I came to understand their cruelty and stupidity. The truth that they are not half as high and mighty as they proclaim to be. I made the choice to fight the gods, to reclaim the world, in hopes of making a better life for those who be born to it. A world I wish for you to assist me in making. The world I know you want just as much as I do. All you have to do is look past all that we have done to one another, and together we can build a paradise even better than the Edens the gods have made. You going to give me back my arm? Robtern grunted, rolling his metal shoulder. The devils had tried to take the prosthetic limb from him, but Shatali's magic held true. As long as she remained alive, the limb could not be removed from his person without smashing it apart. Not any time soon. No. Afraid that's something I can't part with at the moment. Monkod wiggled his nose, holding up one of his arms. Perhaps that was why the mandevil wanted Robtern to serve him so badly, feeling a kinship between them. Monkod wouldn't have been able to return to life without Robtern's flesh, and no matter what some may claim, there is something about blood that makes it truly divine. We cannot escape who we are, even if we grow to hate our kin. All mortal beings will always have an affinity for all those whom they share blood with. But I can give you so many things, now that I am the god of Anorta, Robtern. I can't restore your right arm, but I can make you my right-hand man, Monkod offered. But Robtern wasn't fully defeated just yet. Then you really don't have anything to offer me, beyond empty promises. I've seen the result of what happens to those who breathe in too much of your miasma, Monkod. It is called a folly for a reason. Deathless death is not a world I strive for, mandevil. I wish to rid the world of suffering, but I won't eliminate human feeling to see that goal realized. Deathless death is a stopgap. I strive to see the universe that Extremar wishes to make come to fruition. And to do that, I need to ensure that none of heaven's servants find a way to shove a knife in my back before Verum Tempus Finis, Extremar's final invasion to seize the throne of God. Monkod paused, taking the moment to study the face of the hardened Dark Knight. What did he glean from Robtern's cold and stony visage? But now I see the depths of your hatred. Well, if the carrot does not motivate you, there is always the stick. Do you know why I asked you if you loved your wife? Because I was worried that you lost your love, that after everything I did to her, so that my followers could restore me to life, you would see her as a broken, mishappen thing who should be put out of her misery. That would have been the kind thing to do. Certainly better than sealing off her memories and making her so like my deathless dead, Monkod accused, Robtern grinding his teeth as he jerked once more against his binding chains. She is yet stronger than you, Monkod. And were it not for the curse you have placed upon her, she would have bested you. It would be her, not you, that rules the world of Anorta. And yet, here I am, sitting upon a throne with a body whole and hale, while your wife can't even find the strength to push her own wheelchair, Monkod mocked, pretending to swoon in fear from Robtern's statement. Then, the mandevil clapped his hands together, his voice practically singing as he explained. So, here's the deal. I have 4 lieutenants that I'm going to empower. I'm going to create dyadic relationships, similar to the one the Shadow Lords have with Extremar, to protect myself. But I want someone to protect Rizzo Din, the least reliable of my 4 lieutenants. The LRO hasn't affected him the same way as it has the others, so I need someone to monitor him, to tell me if he's planning to rebel against me. I also need someone to keep an eye on the now former Shadow Lord, Gorlon Gauder. We're keeping chained up in a silver box beneath Castle Din. If he's your captive, why not just kill him? And me, for that matter, Robturn asked. If nothing else, the Dark Knight was glad that he was finally getting some answers to his situation. Information that would bite Monkod in the ass. Information that the mandevil really should have kept to himself. But hey, a good villain doesn't live up to their reputation unless they gloat over the defeated hero, and it would be years before Monkod realized all of the mistakes he made that day. Because of the stupid rules of being in a vampiric dyad, now that Gorlon hates Extremar, their protection has flipped. Gorlon can't be killed unless someone else kills Extremar first. That makes his existence rather inconvenient for us, and I doubt there's anything we can say or do to make him love Master Extremar again. We can't let a man with all of his power and knowledge to escape our custody. So, I'll sleep a lot better at night if you keep an eye on him and Rizzo for me, Robturn. How many times must I tell you no? There's nothing in this world you can offer me that will make me into your loyal servant, Monkod, Robturn declared again. The mandevil shook his head as he rubbed his hands together, as if squashing a bug between his threatening palms. Oh, you say that, but I can think of a few things. We are hunting Shatali, and what we do once we catch her is entirely up to you. Serve me, and I will put her and you out of your misery once we capture her. I will send you both directly to heaven, where you can dance, frolic, and enjoy heaven to your heart's content until Extremar invades it again. That is what I offer you, Robturn Herai, for your dedicated service. And if I refuse? Robturn gulped. Monkod changed. The happy facade faded. Black energy seeped like steam from his pores as the mandevil revealed his true emotions. There was no friendliness, no goodness, nothing but sin infused into a man who would have gladly taken over hell itself as its new king if he could, but abandon his flesh and become a full-fledged devil. If you do not serve me now of your own accord, then I will make the torture that Shatali suffered during her years of captivity seem like a luxury vacation by comparison. Shall I describe what I intend to do with her in vivid detail? My good little fallen archangel. I will. Disclosure. I'm generally not a fan of censorship, of trigger warnings, of shying away from the gory details that make up life. Life itself is meant to be a training kernel of its own, filled with challenges and obstacles, meant to help us develop into our best selves. The best of us will be made into gods and goddesses after death, a task that involves being witness to horrors, beyond horrors, tragedies that only a divine being can process, without going insane from the wickedness that permeates in the darkest corners of the galaxy. Which is why I abstain here. Because Monkod was a wretched creature of hell, a being who had the body of a man, but a spirit far closer to a devil. For 3 minutes, Robturn managed to endure the mandevil's vile tongue, and to his credit, that was 2 minutes more than I thought he would last when I heard of his capture. But a man cannot listen to threats of a violent, sexual and mentally destructive nature for long without making a choice. Monkod had already broken his wife once, and what the mandevil now promised was 1,000 times worse than what Shatali had to endure to bring the first man of Anorta back to life. He had the power and the evil will to carry out his barbaric threats against the Herald of Joy if Monkod ever managed to capture the woman. So while it was not the proper choice, while it was the cowardly choice, I don't think I would have chosen any differently were I in Robturn's position. Despite all of the problems I have with my son-in-law, I'm thankful for what he did to try and protect his wife, my daughter, Shatali Hailmore Herai. Enough! I accept your accord. Just cease your vile promises, Monkod. Never utter them again, and promise that you shall grant her and I a swift and painless death once she has been captured. Do that, and I am yours, my master. Then it is done. Extremar may not have figured out how to infect you with the LRO because of Algara's sacrifice, but he simply has grown too dependent on his ultimate weapon. Sometimes, simply look to the old ways of doing things to get the job done. Monkod laughed, snapping his fingers. Every silver chain that bound Robturn Herai fell off the dark night. As feeling in power returned to the former archangel, Robturn considered rushing towards Monkod to summon his strength to try and slay the mandevil. However, as he took a wobbly step forward, he knew he had no chance of victory. Worse, the evil words that Monkod spoke continued to ring around the Dark Knight's head, and that made it impossible for the man to feel anything other than fear as he gazed into his new master's eyes. Kneel before me, and our accord shall be sealed. A swift death, and all you have to do is obey until your wife is captured. Robturn, Archangel of Anorta. Monkod mocked, stretching his arms out towards his prize. Monkod won. Robturn Herai dropped to his knee and bowed his head, completing the accord that the two had promised one another. An accord Robturn truly intended to keep, if only to spare his wife from any further grief or pain, until he was forced to confront what he had done. Until the day his granddaughter, Sky Christelle, brought hope to his lost soul.
Secret Report Number 17. Goddess of Weapons Public Memo. Razgath Wamu Tadip. Okay, mercenary nerd. It's time to talk self-defense with Master Razgath. Follow along with me in this unlikely but still possible hypothetical situation. You're going about your business, enjoying life on modern Earth, only to roll a nat 1 on the D&D game of life. You, a puny mortal who probably doesn't even know how to throw a proper punch, come across a vampire. What the hell do you do besides crap your pants? Well, depending on their class, there's no need to go screaming to mama. Regular humans managed to defeat Dracula, the vampire lord, back in the 1800s after Extremar infected him with the LRO. Varney, Camilla, Ruthven, and other vampires that have haunted our world line have all been defeated by ordinary humans as well, so don't fret. Every vampire up to Class 6 can still be defeated by you with the right tools and planning. Just, hope you don't piss off a Class 7 vampire. Not only can they destroy entire planets with ease, they're practically invincible. Even soul sabers struggle to harm them. Nothing short of a divine relic like the Lance of Langanus can truly kill a Class 7 vampire. But hey, the average Class 7 vampire has far greater concerns on their mind than a peon like you, right? The easiest way to kill a vampire is to chop off their head and stab them in the heart simultaneously. That has already been established several times throughout this story, but more advanced vampires will rarely give you the opportunity to do that. So the next best option is to drain their blood reserve as fast as possible. You can do that by causing as much damage as you can, bringing us to the most reliable weapons to use against vampires. First, the most effective counter-vampire tool in the universe is silver. Silver bullets, silver arrows, silver sword, silver shields. Silver anything acts as a natural counter to the supernatural. You'd have to bug a nerdy scientist to find out why, but apparently silver has a strange effect on tachyons whenever they interact. Anyway, when fighting vampires, silver will suppress both their magic and their supernatural healing. Cut off a limb with anything else and it'll grow back, albeit at the expense of blood. Cut off a limb with a silver blade, and the vampire will need anywhere between a couple dozen minutes to a few hours to regenerate that which they have lost. Next up, neurotoxins. Vampire regeneration can heal from most things easily, but powerful neurotoxins are just too much for the average vampire to handle. Botulism, tetanus, ethanol, ammonia, arsenic. Most neurotoxins are going to disrupt a vampire's regeneration and other physical abilities. Of particular note are aluminum and mercury, both of which can be mixed with silver to create an amalgamum weapon that is highly lethal to vampires. Otherwise, it is just as much about a plan as it is the tools. Ever watch Star Wars? You have to approach vampire hunting like you're hunting Jedi. Go Order 66 on them. In a one-on-one fight, even with the best weapons in the universe at your disposal, you're going to lose 99 times out of 100. So you don't fight a vampire on their terms. You surprise them. Set traps. If you really need a vampire dead, you try to befriend them first. Maybe even seduce them before you take their heart and head. Which brings us to the next point, which is that the time of day does determine the strength of a vampire's abilities. Most vampires don't burn in the sun, and they don't sparkle either. However, when the sun is out, a vampire's physical abilities are enhanced. When the moon is out, their magical spells are enhanced instead. In times past, vampires used magic to conquer the universe rather than relying on brute strength, leading to the myth that they only fight at night. Now that guns, photon blades, soul sabers, and other physical weapons are being used by more and more vampires, expect to see the bloodsuckers fighting just as often during the day as they do at night. Running short on space here, so let's hit some of the misconceptions about fighting vampires. No, they aren't allergic to garlic. Dracula just hates it in his cooking. I know where the idea of vampires can't see themselves in the mirror comes from, but it's too complicated to explain it here. Anything else I miss? Oh, the cross. I forgot the frickin' cross. Okay, so here's the deal about the cross. The reason why the cross can probably save your life is because it makes the vampire you've pissed off reconsider their actions. The vampires that serve heaven have no desire to kill a fellow believer, so unless you've committed some serious sin, they'll be sure to back off. On the other hand, the vampires that oppose heaven survive by staying away from heaven's gazing eyes, so they fear that killing a Christian disciple will attract too much attention. For the most part, anonymity matters more to them than anything they have to gain by killing you. For this reason, even if you aren't a Catholic or someone who gallivants with the cross, say something that will convince the vampire you're fighting that you're a Christian if you can't beat them in a fight. It is a cowardly way to get out of a fight, sure. But guess what, mercenary nerd? Cowards live to see another day, and that's all that matters when it comes to fighting. You haven't won a fight if you succumb to your wounds a couple hours after the fact. The true winner is the one that survives to see another mortal fight. That's my motto, at least. The fighter who gets to see what life has in store for them with the rising of the new day sun is the fighter that has truly won.
Chapter 18. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 10:28 a.m. September 6th, year 1510 FO. The Royal Procession. The City of Eternal Snow. Lavassa. Mission time remaining 7,920 hours. In a one-on-one duel, the warriors will realize who is likely to win based upon what they discover with the first clash. How strong is their defense? How well did they parry the attack? Are they aggressive, calm, cautious, or distracted? So many little details are communicated as weapon meets weapon. The difference between new soldiers and veteran fighters being how much they can glean from the first test of strength. Sky didn't need to be an experienced warrior to realize what would have been absolutely obvious to even a brand new fighter. In a fight against Rizzo Din, our heroine was absolutely going to die if the gods who sent our heroine on this job didn't help out with some sort of timely divine intervention. It was in their hands now to decide whether or not Sky Christelle might continue her mission to save Anorta. Their blades met once more. The whirring chainsaw teeth of the Soul Saber slammed into Rizzo's blue photon blade. Sky testing the defenses of her opponent. Rizzo didn't just meet her attack, but casually blocked it with a single hand gripping his glowing energy sword. This would not be a repeat of the battle in Sakliak, where Sky managed to destroy the arm of the Organization Black X agent who wielded a sword of light against our heroine. No, it was Sky who would have to be careful about having her limbs shattered, because Rizzo counterattacked with a two-handed diagonal swing. Sky managed to raise her Soul Saber in time to block, but doing so launched her a dozen feet down the road. The woman spun on purpose to try and disperse all of the momentum behind the strike, one that caused several fingers on her main hand to break from Rizzo's overwhelming might. Rolling down the street wasn't particularly ladylike or dignified. However, Sky learned long ago that the only thing that mattered to a fight is that you win, not how you do it. Anything that allowed Sky to stay alive against the overwhelming monster known as Rizzo Din would be used by our heroine without complaint.
Ah, yes. You're restricted to your Class 6 powers, aren't you, wife of mine?
Rizzo taunted. Having seen nothing that would worry him, the king of Lavassa took his time as he slowly marched down towards the recovering Sky. That was the Logan in him. It was so like her husband to purposefully pad out the fight, to grow the drama and spectacle, to make things even more enjoyable for the celebrating crowds watching this battle unfold.
A shame. I hope to battle you at least one more time at your full strength before this universe came to an end. But this will suffice. At least you remain so beautiful, even when you're losing, my lovely wife of mine.
Sky gritted her teeth, tempting as it was to fire off some witty remark. She knew she had to try and outsmart the remnant of her husband if she was going to kill him. Beyond anyone else coming to save her, this was her only chance she had of beating the king. She waited until Rizzo got close, watching as he raised his sword for an overhead strike. Then, in the split second before he swung, Sky suddenly tossed her Soul Saber past Rizzo's side, teleporting through the slash that would have cut her in two.
Will of Shatali, Volcano Blast level 6.
Sky casted as soon as he rematerialized. Before Rizzo could turn around, the woman set off a massive explosion from her hand, fire expanding from her palm like a shotgun blast. The king had little to fear. ATG barriers have an easier time absorbing magic than they do melee attacks, and you might be interested to learn that demigod husbands and wives will always come to share the same elemental affinity. Just as Sky was most resistant to the element of fire, so too was Rizzo.
Come now, wife.
Rizzo laughed as he emerged from the flame. His ATG barrier having only suffered a few tiny cracks from the magical blast.
You'll have to try better than swoosh.
Rizzo sensed the second spell too late. It wasn't fired by Sky, but by someone hiding in the crowd. Were it not for his ATG barrier, this attack actually would have done significant damage to the king's mortal flesh, as a sickle made up of concentrated air slammed into him. Annoyed, feeling personally insulted that someone tried to harm him while he was playing with his food. Rizzo pointed his photon blade in the direction of the hidden spellcaster. The crowd parted, pulling back to reveal Sky's reinforcements. A glowing Nitos stood about 20 feet away, her soul saber laser guns spinning in her hands as she flashed a cheeky smile towards her hated target.
Been a while, hasn't it, Rizzo? Sorry for taking so long, Sky, but I needed to wait for just the right moment to pay back your husband for all the time he made me spend in that stupid box. Impressed, you royal ass? I must have taken, 20% off your magical shield? Do I finally live up to my reputation as the former yellow alligator?
All you've done is sealed your fate, cretin. Extremar asked me to show you mercy, telling me you were sent to test my loyalty and abilities. Rizzo sneered. An anger that bordered on the edge of madness filled his now dilated eyes, leading the king to make a comment that would absolutely get me cancelled if I didn't have a very nifty writing tool. Censorship. You'll burn at the stake like all of your peers, for that is all you are worth. Sky gasped, choking on her breath. Nitos messed up her spinning, accidentally dropping her guns in shock. The crowd that heard their king slur screamed in amusement, shouting praises towards their insane ruler. Rizzo looked at Nitos. Nitos looked at Rizzo. Rizzo looked at Nitos. Nitos looked at Rizzo.
I'm going to effing kill you, bitch!
Nitos screamed, fury overtaking her better sense. I know it might seem like an overreaction, but sometimes all it takes is a single word to bring out our buried feelings. Loath as I am to admit it, my father is right. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but it's always words that ultimately start a war. Rizzo reminded Nitos just how much she despised the man who looked down upon her. Though she normally alternated her blasts because of the cooldown, the gunslinger wanted the man dead as soon as possible. Nitos pulled her triggers as fast as she could. She unleashed a volley of plasma towards the king of Lavasa. Rizzo parried the storm of shots, using his photon blade to block half of the plasma projectiles, while his ATG barrier absorbed the rest. Just like when they last fought, Rizzo intended to wait until Nitos' Soul Saber energy guns overheated, at which point he would charge in and knock out the woman with a stab to the heart. But there was a problem. This wasn't just a recreation of the last time Rizzo and Nitos dueled. This time, the king had another capable warrior to worry about, and it was only because he guessed Sky would try something that he managed to block her sneaky attempt to cut through his legs. You might have had a chance if you came to this country with more allies, Sky. Rizzo teased, his anger swiftly giving way to pleasure as he locked eyes with his wife again. 1, 2, 3, 4. The two danced with their blades as they exchanged blows, the couple equal in terms of skill with handling the blade. A tight grip, but fluid movements as Sky spun again and again with her Soul Saber sword staff. Rizzo parrying, deflecting, and blocking with movements fit for a ballet dancer. All the while, Rizzo's shield continued to lose strength as Nitos peppered in shots while the chestnut-haired heroine and the White Snow King performed their melee courtship. Once it hit 70%, Rizzo decided he had indulged the two women long enough. The women tensed up. They sensed the king preparing some deadly maneuver, even before he shouted for all to hear. But I am king here, and a king bows to nothing but the truly divine. Yeah! Rizzo spun in a circle, using the momentum to enhance his momentum as Sky tilted her Soul Saber to block. Unfortunately, this strike from the king proved to be too much, and the force of the blow caused not only her Soul Saber to dissipate, but both her arms to break. Not just break, completely shattered, the bones fracturing in multiple places as Sky blocked what would have felt like a freight train to a normal human. hurled down the street for what felt like the 10th time that day. Regeneration allowed our heroine to heal her damaged arms. But it gave the king time. This attack had knocked Sky out of the fight, long enough for Rizzo to turn his full attention to Nitas Vade.
Nitas! Look out!
Sky tried to call out, recovering enough to resummon her soul saber. She intended to throw it through the crowd, to try and warp over to Nitas, but she was too late. Rizzo was already charging at the blonde gunslinger. Both women, Sky and Nitas, could only watch in horror as Rizzo swung his blade, intending to bisect the vampire from head to toe. A common slash used by demigods, since it destroyed both the brain and the heart with a single swing. No regeneration would save her, and with this single strike, Nitas Vade's time on Anorta would reach its mortal end. Except it never happened, because someone else managed to get to the beloved nymph in time, parrying the photon blade with such force it caused the king himself to back off. Just like his wife, Rizzo got to experience the displeasure of being tossed away like a piece of garbage in the middle of a battle. The man was sent hurtling through the air, Rizzo crashing into the dust pile that had once been his royal float. That was embarrassing. The king's snow-white royal armor stained gray and black by soot and ash. The battle had just shifted. The newcomer had an unsettling effect on those who served the cause of evil. The royal horses that had accompanied the parade float? They were frightened by the vampire who had come to the aid of Nitas. So much so that the devil beasts tried to run off, the monsters fleeing from the hunter they knew would try to kill them. They would not escape. Bullets tore through their corrupted flesh, causing them to leak black blood. Their bodies burst into flame. And so, the devil hunter of the Lord added several more notches to the lengthy list of evil spirits he had destroyed in his service to heaven. That's right. Have you figured out who had come to save the day? Good grief, ladies. I understand putting your trust in the Lord, but my grandfather doesn't care to save suicidal idiots from themselves either. Consider yourselves very lucky and very blessed that Puye just so happens to be in the area. Let me to you both, just in time to help out.
Not to be rude to the guy who just saved me.
Nitas narrowed her gaze, confused as to why she felt so much familiarity towards a man she had never met before. Well, she hadn't, at least not yet, in this timeline cycle.
But who the hell are you? Actually...
Sky grinned. The woman warped over to her friends, both to bolster their defenses against the recovered Rizzo, and because she remembered enough from past cycles to make a rather amusing introduction.
You might say, who the Hades is this guy? Meet the most famous devil hunter in the universe and, should you marry Sir Lanús, your future grandson-in-law in love, Nitas. This is Redfield Strife.
The man tipped his hat with his smoking gun, while the crowd around the hero screamed. The citizenry of Lavasa were split between those who tolerated devils and those who worshipped them. But for those who allied with the spirits from hell, Redfield Strife was their boogeyman. No one on Anorta may have killed his dog. The people who were most aligned with Puye and his devils fled from the parade, as if Redfield Strife was the invincible assassin played by Keanu Reeves. The baby Yaga to all those who served the cause of hell. But not Rizzo, not the remnant of Logan Schaefer. Because he too had a connection with the devil hunter. The man loved Sky and hated Nitas. But what were his feelings towards Redfield? The mighty king of Lavasa felt both love and hate. For the best and truest of friends always feel towards one another affection, envy, a need to protect, and a need to surpass those they consider their closest of confidants. The remnant of Logan was heartened and annoyed to see one of his buddies here on Anorta.
Devil Hunter, it is good to see you again. I wondered when you would pay a visit to my kingdom. A shame you couldn't have done it with your true face, Rizzo declared, waving his glowing blue photon sword at the man in bandages.
Logan, what is this silly farce you're playing at? I understand every man imagines themselves at playing king, but this is just too much. Redfield snorted, making a jerking motion with his left hand. Seriously, a parade in your honor? Good grief. Do you expect your servants to wipe your ass for you too? You idiotic egomaniac?
Oh, and who are you to judge me? Tell me, how is the autistic whelp you married faring? You know, the one who killed herself? Do they give you visitation hours? Or have you divorced her? You should hear the rumors they say about her among Extremar's forces. That little Miss Sibylla wasn't content with your divine cock, and so she decided to suck up, or should I say, suck on the brother of God instead. Rizzo fired back, meeting his once friend and rival blow for blow. No, this was no longer the friendly banter of men. King had gone too far, because Redfield decided to holster his black pistol, Dot. The Devil Hunter didn't normally show anything in life that much interest, beyond his family and hunting devils, of course. But for the first time in a long while, someone had finally pissed the Devil Hunter off enough for him to go all out. Soul Saber, come to me, Redfield called out, purple and black smoke forming a weapon in the hunter's left hand. Introducing Soul Saber number 5, Orihem, wielder, Christian Mercy, or Redfield Strife. Description: a 2-foot-long Bowie knife, forged from orichalcum, the mythical metal once mined by the citizens of the isolated city of Atlantis. The metal is of such purity that it can bypass any ATG barrier, no matter how strong, and is even capable of wounding a god or goddess, inflicting pain and drawing forth their divine ichor. A weapon meant to punish fallen supernatural beings. The knife is also coated with magically altered hemlock, inflicting a poison that causes necrosis that lasts for 3 days in any immortal flesh it cuts. Because of how dangerous of a weapon this is, its wielder is only authorized to summon this Soul Saber when confronted with a Class 6 demigod threat and above. Sky, this remnant of your husband dies today. Agreed? Redfield barked, his voice so angry it caused the bandages around his missing lips to shake from the cursed man's rage.
Agreed. Bitch, what do you think I've been trying to do this entire fight?
Nitos grinned, sensing what her friend wanted to say. Foul language is unbecoming of you, grandma in love, Redfield grumbled, pressing his knife against the side of his white hand cannon. The seal. Nitos made a face, once again, unsure how she would feel being confronted with her future family member. But that conversation would have to wait until the battle was won. But I'll give you a free pass, considering who we're fighting against. Kill him until he is good and dead, ladies. Redfield flared his power, causing the entire city to shake.
Heh, doing a lot to impress me already, grandson.
Nitos cackled, raising her pistols to match Redfield's firing stance. One more chapter, my dear mercenary reader. One more chapter worth of fighting to decide the fate of Lavasa and the ending of your first mercenary tale. Another Side, Another Story, number 18. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline Cycle, Heaven, Era 3. 1:22 p.m., April 30th, Year 1. Rob Turn's Room, Doma Caesar, Heaven. Demigods do not dream. I just put in a special request for the next secret report, so you will have an explanation of why that is after this side chapter is done. A shame it couldn't have come earlier. But hey, that's just part of the learning process for this here author of record. I bring this up because it explains why Rob Turn found his spirit in heaven after Sky defeated him. It doesn't matter if they fall asleep naturally or are knocked unconscious. The end result is the same. The spirit of a demigod, which is what all vampires are, must do something while the body rests. So when Rob Turn opened his eyes, he found himself in a room he hadn't visited in over a decade. A room he didn't believe he would ever see again, nor the man who had built this room with his own hands for his son.
Hello, Rob Turn. It is good to see you again. To meet with you, face to face. No matter how hard you've tried to run away from mine.
It was a simple room, but one well-maintained. The comforting smell of strawberries drifted into the wooden bedroom. Heaven's soothing light passing through the open window. There was no dust, meaning someone had bothered to clean despite the years of disuse. It was so well-maintained, even the bed Rob Turn laid in smelt of fresh sheets that must have been changed very recently.
Come now, won't you say something, my son? Even enemies speak to one another. Or has your hatred of me grown so great you won't even acknowledge my presence?
Rob Turn reached up to run his hand over his face, only to be surprised as fingers of flesh touched his nose and mouth. That made sense, that the metal limb was gone here in heaven. The curses of men and devils could ruin the body, but the spirit was harder to shape and change. That is why bodies were so necessary, for they were the vessels that acted as molds, for that the spirits contained inside. A good reason why you should take care of your mortal body, my dear mercenary reader. But shall we return to the tale at hand?
So that is it. You have gone so long without visiting this realm, you are having trouble adjusting to it. Well, take your time. The perk of being a god is that we dictate its flow. We have no need to rush. You will only wake up when you are ready and wanting to depart, my son,
Jadis declared. Rob Turn finally ready to look upon his former master, his spiritual father. Why am I here? The Dark Knight bluntly asked.
So you can speak. That question seems rather obvious, even for you, Rob Turn.
Jadis smiled, only to shake his head.
But that is not what you were asking. You are here instead of spirit prison, because Verlandi is incredibly lazy in some aspects of her life. You requested to have your name taken off of the membership records of the church, but she never bothered to do it.
She didn't do it because of laziness. She did it because she knew it annoyed me to remain a member of the church. Rob Turn thought to himself. Jadis heard this, for it was even easier for a god to read the thoughts of their children in their home domain. But the father continued on, as if the Dark Knight had thought nothing at all.
Ergo, you are still a member of the Church of Jesus Christ. And since you've never committed a sin great enough to have your name excommunicated, you still get to enjoy some of the benefits of being a member. I will have to reprimand her for this when I speak with her again. But I suppose we should both be grateful for her administrative indolence.
Give your gratitude if you desire. I will not, Robtern huffed, waving his restored right arm to gesture about the room. Do you think that this alone will restore my trust to you? That by making me feel at home, acting as if you love me, will allow me to forget all that I have suffered? That is a bridge that will take far more to mend than what can be accomplished through simple conversation. Jadis. A bridge that might not ever be restored, given the path that I have chosen, Robtern declared, tensing up as he waited for the god's reaction. There was no anger, not even a hint of disappointment, in the face of his spiritual father. Jadis simply nodded as he drew close to his son, taking a seat at the end of the former archangel's bed.
You are correct. For both of us. Even if you did beg for forgiveness, there is more to repentance than simply asking for mercy from the Lord. Men are not saved by their works, but faith without works is dead, and we are redeemed after we do all that we can do, the god of Anorta reminded, only for a frown to replace the comforting smile on his face. But lucky for you, circumstances have changed. And so, an opportunity presents itself that will allow you to repent of your rebellion than you would have in past cycles. I have allowed you to wander from the fold long enough, my son. It is time you rejoin the flock, because there will be dire consequences for us all if you do not.
What do you mean? Robtern asked. The Dark Knight's hatred of his god was grave enough that anything that brought Jadis displeasure should have made Robtern happy. However, the former archangel was also a man who trusted his mind more than his heart. He understood that which made the gods nervous was something he should seriously worry about as well. Jadis beating around the bush didn't help. If the truth wasn't terrifying, the god wouldn't be speaking in so many hints.
While your unconscious body tries to expel the scion particles it has absorbed, so it can restart your regeneration, Sky duels Rizzo with the aid of Nitas Vade and Redfield's Strife. If things continue according to fate's current trajectory, she will lose. Sky and Nitas will both die, and while Redfield will manage to avenge them both, her defeat will ensure that Anorta remains in the clutches of Monkod, which in turn will inevitably result in Extremar regaining the strength he needs to try and conquer heaven once more. This battle will determine not only the fate of Anorta, but of all of existence, Robtern. If we wish to preserve all of mortal creation, if you wish to protect the life of your granddaughter, then you must wake up and rejoin our side. You must help defeat Rizzo, or all life, the soul of every person you have ever known and loved, is doomed.
So? What is that to me? I have already sworn my allegiance to Extremar. I may not care for the man himself, but as I told Sky, I find his rule far more agreeable than that of the current regime. Let them overthrow heaven. I will gladly give my life and welcome them from this side of the veil, if it means that you gods are torn from your undeserving thrones. Robtern cautiously answered, only to watch as a greater worry filled the face of Jadis.
Care. I truly wish I could convince you to become my champion again, without telling you the truth. Unfortunately, I see your heart has grown so hard. Nothing short of the hammer of truth will shatter the stone and get you to align your soul with mine again.
Jadis groaned, leaving Robtern's bed. The god went over and shut the window, then made sure to do not one, not two, but 3 locks on the door. Then, So nervous about what he had to share, Jadis used his divine power to put a ward on the door. It would be impossible for anyone to enter the room that also wasn't a member of the Council of Heaven like him. That is how closely guarded this secret was, as Jadis explained.
Robtern, my former archangel. What I am about to tell you is of such importance. There are fewer than 100 souls in the entire expanse of the universe that know the secret I am about to share. In fact, no one, no angel, or even God outside of the High Council of Heaven is supposed to know this hidden truth. Which is why you will be punished most severely if you share it without my permission. Do agree to hear what I have to say, with the understanding that if you do not keep this knowledge to yourself, you will forfeit your first estate.
Robtern gulped, considering this choice carefully. To forfeit the first estate would mean that when he died, his spirit would be cast to outer darkness, to the eternal hell where all devils are cursed to spend their damned eternity. This was the ultimate punishment that heaven could inflict upon a soul, so serious that not even the worst tyrants in Earth's history were condemned to this miserable fate. You can take millions of lives during mortality and still be allowed to enter into the gates of heaven if you have kept your first estate. But Robtern's desire to know the truth was too great. Not just to see why Jadis was so worried, but the desire to know if this secret may justify what he perceived as callousness from his god. So, before caution could scare him off, before better judgment kept him from entering into such a serious oath, Robtern held his hand to his heart and entered into the divine contract. I, Robtern, do covenant to keep the knowledge you wish to tell me to myself, and let my soul be damned to hell forever, should I reveal it to those who were not meant to hear it.
Very well. Let heaven be witness to the covenant you have sworn, and may we both never come to regret the words I have to share.
Jadis groaned, running both of his hands through his brown hair in frustration.
For you see, the truth is, Robtern, Extremar Thanatos is actually...
Sorry, mercenary reader. There are many classified secrets that we authors of record are allowed to share in hopes of cultivating your minds and spirits. This isn't one of them. The truth that Jadis had to share is of such great importance, it would take the suspense out of the rest of the training kernel if I revealed it now. More than the fact that Darth Vader was Anakin Skywalker. More than the fact that the planet of the apes was set on Earth the whole time. More than any plot twist you can ever imagine. This secret would ruin everything were I to reveal it now. Which is why I must leave you to speculate what Jadis had to share with his former archangel Robtern. But, while I won't share with you the words that were spoken in that pivotal moment, I can share the reaction. The violent, horrified, panicked reaction as Robtern leapt across the bed, grabbing Jadis by his shirt collar. The two men fell to the ground. While neither man could actually hurt one another in heaven without the use of soul sabers, that didn't stop Robtern from doing his best as he heaved his god up to his feet. The former archangel slamming Jadis against the wall as hard as he could. You fool! You complete and utter fool! You and the rest of the peers who claim to be bastions of wisdom have gone mad. Has heaven robbed you of all your better sense? Does living in such idleness leave you idiotic lot with rotten brains?
Trust me, this was not my choice, but his. This was the will of Elohim, carried out by Millie and Cato,
Jadis grumbled. It would have been easy to free himself from his son's grasp, but even a god wants to vent his own frustrations from time to time. This was the easiest way to do it. The god of Anorta explaining to his former archangel.
Whether it involves burning ships once they arrive in a new land, or blowing up the bridge used to cross the Rubicon, our Heavenly Father does not believe in safety nets. He wants this war, the E3 contest with Extremar, to end. This is how he will force its conclusion. Once the fallen archangel wages his final assault on heaven, this war will end, no matter if it is Elohim or Extremar who sits upon the throne.
But if the things you told me are true, Extremar cannot rule. He will not be able to fulfill his promise. We will be left with a destroyed universe, and nothing to replace it. Robtern gasped, the gears turning in his head as he processed what his father told him. Letting go of Jadis, the Dark Knight pulled back in horror as he considered the potential future. Do you know why the wealthy and powerful are tempted so much more easily than the meek and humble? Because a man with options is prone to explore every choice available to him, good and bad. The poor and weak man doesn't have such choices, and so must choose to either serve God or turn away from him. My God! My God! How could God gamble so much? Robtern cried out. So great, so heavy was the weight of which he had learned. The former archangel was forced to wrestle with a knowledge that destroyed everything he thought he understood about this E3 war.
It has always been his nature to go all in and gamble everything when his will is contested. Think about it, the whole experiment with humanity. Not only allowing, but encouraging Adam and Eve to fall by permitting Lucifer to enter the garden, hinged upon the sacrifice of his son. If Elohim read Jesus wrong, if our Heavenly Father was mistaken to put so much faith in our Lord and Savior, then all of life would be for nothing. I never would have been resurrected and been given the gift of exaltation, which means I never would have been able to give life to you and everyone else that has been born on Anorta or in my world line.
Jadis shrugged, concluding.
But I suppose that is what it takes to rule heaven. Only those who are qualified to risk everything should be permitted to rule everything,
Jadis concluded, and so helped his spiritual son make the only sensible choice he could, given what he now knew. And by so doing, forcing all of us who are content to sit on the fence to pick a side. Damn you, Jadis. I would damn the Heavenly Father you serve as well. But now that I know what he has gambled, I have no choice but to help heaven win this contest. Robtern Harai dropped to a knee, bowing his head before the god he once called Master. A god he would call Master once again, not for love, but for sheer, simply necessity. I, Robtern Harai, wish to serve the god of Anorta once more. I once served according to my oath, and wish again to serve according to thy will, until Extremar Thanatos is defeated.
And after?
Jadis raised an eyebrow, Robtern barely able to keep himself from shouting as he hissed. How about we discuss that once the fate of the entire universe isn't at stake, Father?
As you wish.
Jadis nodded, reaching out and pressing both of his hands to the head of his kneeling son.
This is not how I wish to see you return to the fold, but as the fate of the universe now finds itself precariously balanced on the tip of a needle, I will take what I get. I, Jadis, God of Anorta, do accept thy oath and reinstate your station. For as long as you serve, all of the privileges and blessings given to those who carry the station of archangel shall be yours, according to your devotion, faithfulness, and dedication to our cause. So go, my son, Save Sky. Save Anorta. Save all of creation. My son. Go now, Robtern-Herai, archangel of Anorta.
Many say that necessity is the mother of innovation. But I might add that it is the father of intervention as well. When heaven desires fate to change its course, what better way to do it than by putting fate's feet to the fire? Robtern-Herai did not expect to ever again serve as that which he once was. But the thing about dark nights is that they are all one and the same in this regard. The tale of the dark night is that they shall always rise again. Secret Report Number 18. The Charter of Fate Public Memo. Stolas Coelestis. Oh, good day, Monsignor or Madam. I didn't expect to speak with you again so soon. From the onset, I was told that I would probably only have to file one secret report per training module. I must have impressed someone to be granted this special privilege to talk to you again. And in the climax of your special training. What fun you must be having, which is why I will teach quickly so you can return to the pivotal battle in Lavasa. Dreams. What are dreams? Dreams are the means by which the brain and the spirit resynchronize with one another, leading to wild imaginings as they come in conflict with one another. This is why prophets are often given answers to their questions in their dreams, for it is heaven communicating to their spirit, which then communicates the divine revelation to the waiting brain. So why do demigods fail to dream? Because their brains and spirits are already so synchronized. There is need to communicate between them while the body rests. But that does not mean that demigods pass their slumber lazily. The gods have no use for idle hands, so there are 3 different options for demigods to pass the time once their body enters a state of voluntary or involuntary rest. First, a demigod spirit can make a trip to heaven. While the most powerful mortals among us can make the trip with their bodies, most demigods, even most mortal archangels, only visit the land of the gods in spirit. There are certain restrictions that occur when someone visits with their spirit instead of their body, but I shall leave it to someone else to outline what those rules are when you are ready to learn more. I only mention this rule now because it explains why Robtern was able to speak with Jadis once Sky knocked him out. The second option for a demigod who wishes to pass the time while they sleep is to review memories from their own past. They can not only re-experience them, but control how the memory plays out, with similar control that one might have when using a modern video player. In this is because of the tachyon particles, which they have ingested, so intertwined as they are with reality, time, and creation. Some demigods even have the ability to re-experience memories from the perspectives of others, though they tend to be psychics or masters of time magic, like the Mademoiselle Vetz Hailmore. The third and final course which a demigod can pursue while they sleep is spirit-to-spirit communication. Their spirit can reach out to the spirit of anyone else they have ever met, and, if both souls are sleeping, engage in conversation that takes place in the mind palace of one of the 2 souls. Once again, this is possible because tachyons act as a connective network, forging permanent bonds between souls who meet face to face. A great way to stay in touch with one's spouse while they're on a mission, or to check in with friends who make trip to distant world lines across the universe. And that is all I have to say on the matter. I promise to keep it short, and short to me means less than a page. I, or another god, will expound more on these 3 sleep actions in the future, but only when we are not in the middle of such an amazing duel. So get the popcorn out and settle in, Monsignor or Madam Mercenary. Let us see the end of the duel between Sky Crystal and Rizzo Din. Chapter 19. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Crystal. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 10:37 a.m. September 6th, year 1510 FO. The Royal Procession, the City of Eternal Snow, Lavasa. Mission time remaining, 7,888 hours. Hope is a fleeting feeling. It often leaves us as quickly as it comes. A startling fact that Sky realized as Rizzo brought his might against her.
How is this possible? How is he still so strong? I'm actually going to die here.
If she had stood alone against Rizzo Din, death would have already come to claim her. Determination is a powerful thing, but it alone does not make up for the power gap between mortals and those with power on the level of the gods. Even with two allies helping the savior of Anorta, things were not going well. Bang, bang, bang! Psh, psh, psh. Clang, clang, clang! They were giving it their all, the heroes of our tale. But it was not enough. Rizzo was a truly terrible foe to fight. Blessed lead and plasma energy burned through the air, hammering Rizzo from different angles. The trio of warriors were making progress, slowly draining the king's ATG barrier. It wasn't enough. The king of Lavasa was simply draining their strength at a significantly faster rate. Battles are a contest determined by who runs out of stamina first. And in this race, our heroes would be the first to fail.
But I can't give up. Not yet. Not until I draw my last breath.
Sky groaned, taking up her soul saber and throwing it yet again. Rizzo was too busy parrying Redfield's knife slashes to deflect Sky's weapon, and so her sword staff slammed into the shield of Lavasa's vampire. A deeper crack finally formed. Sky figured they had drained half of Rizzo's ATG protective power. Rizzo's response was swift and powerful. The king swung his photon sword around to try and pierce Sky, but the woman managed to recall her soul saber just in time to deflect the blow. A mistake, for Rizzo's strength still far outclassed her own, and so Sky was once again knocked off her feet. No, more than that, like a crumbled box tossed into the trash, Sky was launched away with shattered limbs and a stunned body. The attack from the king had almost taken her arms off, forcing her regenerative magic to use up what little remained of her power to try and patch her damaged body back together. Time. That cost the warrior time. That cost Sky the ability to protect her weakening allies. Would it cost someone their life? The others tried to advance on the king, but Rizzo was ready to end this fight. The king punched the ground as hard as he could, setting off an earthquake that knocked down both Nitos and Redfield. Which of the two would he choose? Who would he attack in this brief moment where all of our heroes were temporarily disabled?
Damn it. What will it take to beat this?
Nitos. Nitos would be the first to die. Rizzo immediately launched himself at Nitos. The second she hit the street, already soaked with so much blood, save for a miracle, more gore would paint the cobblestones. Lunging through the air, the king brought his sword down towards the blonde gunslinger. Redfield tried to stop this, firing a wild shot in hopes of knocking Rizzo's hands. A woman screamed. Redfield missed. Rizzo finally landed a solid hit on Nitos as he stabbed his photon blade through the woman's chest. The blade of light pierced through the vampire's torso like butter, destroying her heart. The next strike would have been the finishing blow. Rizzo pulled his sword out so he could cut off the fallen woman's head, but the king's aggression nearly cost him his life. The monster grunted, finally experiencing pain for the first time since the fight began. something hit him, throwing off his second swing. Rizzo did manage to cut Nitos, but whatever hurt the king prevented him from cutting through the neck of the wounded Nitos. Did he kill her? Rizzo wasn't sure. But Monkod's lieutenant didn't have time to look as he backed away from his target. A thick stream of gray blood trickled down his left cheek. Who actually managed to cut him? Who gave the mighty warrior his first wound in battle in over a decade? This was the work of the Devil Hunter. The king spun around to see Redfield following up with another attack, one that would have taken an eye if Rizzo had failed to raise his photon sword in time. Metal clashed against plasma, the blood that dripped from Redfield's soul saber knife trailing into the sword of light. The air filled with darkness. The air filled with hate. The air filled with madness. The photon blade that the king wielded boiled the blood that seeped from Redfield's knife. Though it was only a few drops, it caused the magic of Rizzo, of Monkod, and worst of all, of Extremar to fill the street. Many citizens of Lavasa had stayed to watch the duel between the king and all of these vampiric warriors. It was only because of the skill of these demigod warriors that they all hadn't been slaughtered during the crossfire. They should have fled when they had the chance. Even inhaling the boiled blood of Rizzo caused many to vomit, and others to fill the air with their screams. The king truly was a monster, one consumed by darkness, even though he wielded a sword made of glowing blue light. Impressive. You wield your soul saber as well as your guns. A good upgrade from the brute who would go charging into battle with his fists. What changed, my friend? Are you trying to show your father, Raphael, that you aren't the disappointment we all know you to be? A bit too late for that. There's no repairing your reputation, you miserable failure. No wonder heaven took your face and name away. They're wasted on a man who can't save anyone he loves, not even his own family. Rizzo taunted, his eyes dilating from the bloodlust that caused his vampiric aura to glow bright. The two demigods traded blow after blow. Rizzo was stronger than Redfield in their current forms, but the king was losing his grip, while the Devil Hunter kept his cool. Power alone can't win a duel, and by keeping his wits, the knife wielder managed to perfectly parry the Sword of Light. Neither Rizzo nor Redfield able to take the advantage. A stalemate then, a temporary one to be sure, but a brief pause to the battle nonetheless. The two male combatants fell into a rhythm of melee, sword against knife, light against orichalcum, the two failing to land a solid hit on one another. That gave Sky a chance to warp around them both, the woman rushing to check on the fallen Nitos. She had hoped for the best, clinging to that which comes and goes like the summer wind. Surely Redfield had done enough to save her. Surely that bullet from the mighty Devil Hunter of the Lord had protected the new addition to the team. After all, heaven had great plans for the blonde gunslinger, for she who would one day be known as...
No! No, 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 no!
Redfield had tried his best to save her. It wasn't enough. Hope wasn't enough. What Sky found didn't look good. The blonde gunslinger's chest was a mess. Because of the nature of the photon blade that had pierced the gunslinger's chest, the heart would not regenerate as quickly as it would have if destroyed by any other kind of weapon. Technically, there was a treatment. Sky knew if she dug out the burned, cauterized flesh and poured her own blood into the wound, she could help speed up Nitos' repressed vampiric healing. But it was too late. What did Rizzo manage to strike? The left half of Nitos' face, the blonde gunslinger's ear, much of her cheek, her eye, and a big chunk of forehead, all had been cut off by the photon blade. Had the Sword of Light cut any deeper, Thanatos would have died on the spot. All Redfield managed to do was delay the woman's death. As it was, the former blade of the revanchist had a few minutes left to live, at most. Thanatos Vade was going to...
No! No, you can't die! You were supposed to help me! You promised to stay with me for the few days I have left. You can't leave me! You can't leave me!
Sky tensed up, unsure what to say, unsure what to do. There would be no hope. Panic choked what little of it remained. Our heroine's eyes welled up. Sky would have lost it all, submitting to the terror that seized control of her mind, body, spirit, and soul. But miracles take many forms. Redfield's bullet had changed the trajectory of fate after all. As long as a mortal soul can still draw breath, it has the power to change destiny.
I'm the one dying. Shouldn't I be the one crying?
Thanatos managed to smile. Well, she attempted her best grin with what remained of her head. Speaking hurt. Black blood seeped out of lips that had already lost so much color. Still, Thanatos wanted to go out with at least some of her pride. The woman managed to raise one of her hands and used it to freshen up her face. Thanatos pushed her hair to the side to cover up the hole in her head, then relied on her tongue to wipe her gore-stained lips.
There. How about that? Can I die beautiful as you, girly girl?
Thanatos chuckled, for laughing was better than giving way to the pain, to the grim reaper waiting for her to expire. Sky wasn't sure what to say, to do, to laugh along with Thanatos, to cry out over the death of her friend, to give in to the despair that seized control over our protagonist's body. As it turned out, someone would make our heroine's next choice for her. A sudden kick broke several bones in Sky's ribcage. Coughing, not looking much better than the dying blonde gunslinger, our heroine realized her mistake too late as she turned her head from Thanatos to who would be her killer. Redfield managed to fight Rizzo to a standstill, but only for a brief moment. Rizzo Din had come to finish the job. In the fight between Redfield and Rizzo, the king had temporarily prevailed, having cut off the Devil Hunter's left arm. The Devil Hunter had retreated so he could regenerate the severed limb. But that meant there was no one left to stop the king from claiming a prize. Rizzo would start with his beloved, reaching down to the blood-stained ground. The monster king of Avasa grabbed his wife by the throat and raised her high into the air. The watching crowd roared with approval, believing that this fight was near its end. Sky kicked uselessly at her husband's chest. It accomplished nothing. She had lost too much of her strength already. Rizzo was free to do as he pleased, and so he decided to savor this kill. Rizzo slowly, ever so slowly, choked the little life that remained in Sky Crystal. He happily boasted all the while, making sure the woman spent her dying moments listening to this mockery of her husband, Logan Schaefer. I would have liked nothing more than to fight you at your best, to test you after you regained all of your power, love of mine. But this will do. I will settle for taking your strength and making it my own. But worry not, I will complete your mission for you. Monkod makes for a poor ruler, so take comfort in this. With your blood,
I will defeat him. I will seize the world of Anorta for myself.
King Rizzo Din stopped speaking, his words replaced by an angry hiss. Once again, the king had been interrupted, and he was forced to back off, to leap away from the assailant that had nearly killed him. Sky dropped to the ground, breathing hard, along with the arm that held her. Rizzo's limb had severed at the elbow. As blurriness overwhelmed her vision, she blinked rapidly to regain her eyesight. Who saved her? Was it Redfield, recovered already from his wounds? Was it Nitos, who somehow managed to use the last of her strength to save Sky? It was neither. Seeing is believing. But even Sky had a hard time accepting that the man who stood before her was the one that saved her from certain death. Even so, let this be a reminder to you, my dear mercenary reader. What did I just tell you a few paragraphs ago? As long as a mortal soul can still draw breath, it has the power to change destiny. So never give up hope. Never give up your faith. Pray always, especially for those whose hearts you long to see return to the light.
Grandpa?
Sky exclaimed, voice trembling from the joy and shock that came with recognizing what had happened. Rob turned Herai. At long last, the dark night of Anorta had returned to the fold. For with this singular action, the man made up for all of the evil he had done. The restored archangel standing triumphant in that street, full of blood and snow. Sorry, I didn't help sooner, Rob turned huffed, as much as he wanted to speak with the girl, to share with his beloved granddaughter all of his messy and conflicting thoughts. Apologies would have to wait. There was still a battle to be fought, and Rob turn alone wouldn't be enough to change its outcome. The Dark Knight turned to face his greatest challenge yet. He spoke quickly, saying only that which Sky needed to hear as Rizzo quickly restored his severed arm. A trip to heaven helped me sort some things out. Consider me your ally, at least for this fight, and we shall talk more after Rizzo is defeated. So go, tend to your friend. If you wish to save her, turn her into your servant. Elgara never was good at magic, but Shatali taught her techniques, all the same. If your mother was as dutiful as I believed her to be, then you have the means by which we could still win this battle, granddaughter. Sky gulped. Hard. Elgara had instructed her in the art Robturn mentioned, but it was an option she didn't consider until now, for a few big reasons. First, the ritual took Sky about 90 seconds to perform. Given how things had gone against Rizzo, our heroine didn't believe she would have enough time to cast the spell the Dark Knight spoke of. But with Redfield and Robturn working together, maybe there would be enough time now. But there was still one major issue, and it was a matter of consent. Our heroine could save Nitos, but it would bring about a change in the blonde gunslinger. A change the woman might reject. A change so great that Nitos would choose death over life as a magically bound servant to Sky Crystal. But it wouldn't hurt to ask, wading through the blood that continued to seep from the dying Nitos. Sky grabbed the woman by the hand, forcing the blonde gunslinger to stay awake as the blonde gunslinger's eyes fluttered between open and close. Life and mortal end.
Do you want to live?
Sky yelled, hoping to wake up her fading friend. Nitos groaned, barely rejecting the light that had nearly taken her mortal spirit. Concentrating with her one good eye, she studied the situation and saw a reason to remain on this side of the veil. Robturn and the healed Redfield were just enough to keep Rizzo away. The king was too busy dealing with them to interrupt Sky as she channeled her vampiric magic, dumping the little power she had left into her dying friend.
dead. You can't save me, Sky. So please, just take my power and drink my blood. It's the least I can do for a friend. No, I can't save you from death.
Sky affirmed, aura expanding. A magical glow radiated off of Sky. That drew everyone's attention, because even those who failed to see the vampire felt her might, her power expressing itself as a form of heat that warmed the souls gathered in the capital of Lavasa. A heat that began to melt the flakes that continued to fall in the city of eternal snow.
Red, the color of my daughter's hair.
The aura flashed red. Our heroine completed the first of 7 magical steps required to perform this ritual. It slowly transitioned to the next color, and with it, caused our vampiric heroine Sky to think back to another core memory.
Orange, the color of the fruit I cut for you every morning. But I can allow you to retain a connection to this side of the veil, to continue to fight as my companion and ally, if that is your desire. I can turn you into my familiar, but only if you are willing to become my servant, Nitas. Yellow, the color of the car you used to drive me in, Mother.
Orange turned to yellow, Nitas's favorite color. She might have hesitated more if she had more time to think about it. But heaven had carefully planned for this moment. There are no coincidences, not in life, and certainly not in the grand tales we authors of record work so hard to prepare for your education and entertainment. Nitas couldn't remember the last time she saw a lovelier sight than this. Sky surrounded by the soothing glow of yellow looked like an angel in the dying woman's eyes. The warmth she felt from our heroine made the decision even easier. And so, the blonde gunslinger declared,
Yes, please. I would be happy to be your familiar, Sky. Green, the color of my grandmother's eyes. Are you sure? By doing so, you swear an oath to serve me and my masters in turn. You will forever turn your soul against Extremar and Roaz, Nitas. If you accept this covenant, you are swearing to become a servant of heaven. They will remain your enemies for the rest of their mortal days. You need my help. Who else is going to teach you what it means to live?
Nitas giggled, only to cough. Blood continued to seep not only from her lips, but from her nose and the wounds in both her head and chest. If Sky had been any slower, she would not have been able to save her friend in time. As it were, Rizzo nearly disrupted the spell, the king breaking past Redfield and Robturn as he charged at Sky and Nitas.
No! Deviants like her are as deserving of the damnation of hell as the devils who call outer darkness home. Do not save her, Katie. Do not forgive her. I order you to stop as your husband, your brother, your...
Blue, the color of my husband's jacket.
Good grief. Do you ever shut up, man? Redfield growled, throwing his knife at Rizzo's back. The king tried to parry the thrown knife, but Redfield showed off his skill with his white gun Thesseal by shooting a bullet at the knife's hilt. That changed the trajectory of the Soul Saber, Orihem, mid-flight, making it impossible for even Rizzo to block it. The knife went around the king's blue photon blade and plunged into Rizzo's neck.
Indigo, the color of the first flower you ever gave me, Logan.
Gasping, Rizzo was forced to go on the defensive again as Robturn charged him, knocking the king away from Sky and Nitos. Too bad for Monkod, because the ritual was nearly complete. Sky's aura turned from blue to indigo, the 6th stage, which meant that Sky had finished her preparations. All she had to do was speak the rite and perform the sacrifice, and Sky would have Nitos not only as a friend, but as a magical, vampiric familiar.
Purple, the color of your soul, Father, and color of mine. For we are the warriors of House Crystal. I, Sky Crystal, do proclaim myself as master over this soul who has sworn her allegiance to me. May heaven bear witness to the accord we now forge, and may she serve me as a familiar until I release her from this covenant or give her to another master to serve. Amen.
A single drop of blood from Nitos, and a single drop of blood from Sky. That was all that had to be exchanged to complete the ritual. Cutting open her hand, our heroine pressed her open palm into the lips of Nitos, while pressing the dying woman's hand into her own vampiric mouth. It worked. Sky's demigod aura shifted from indigo to purple, thereby completing the spell. Thus ended the life of Nitos Vade as a mortal woman. Her body broke apart into a mist of light, her mortal flesh burning away until naught remained but a cloud of smoke. A cloud of red and purple magic, marking Nitos as now being a part of Sky Crystal. The transformation complete. The power that was once Nitos Vade had bonded perfectly to her new master. The smoke obeyed Sky's will as it solidified into a person, much in the same way a soul saber changes from magical steam into a weapon. Though she had truly died mere moments before, Nitos returned to life with a rejuvenated body, one that looked even more youthful and healthy compared to how Nitos was feeling when the fight began. The woman's clothing had also changed. Instead of her usual attire, the bodysuit from her days as the Yellow Alligator, serving blade of a revanchist, Nitos was forced to wear a white robe of one reborn without stain of sin. In addition, a purple velvet choker had wrapped itself around the blonde gunslinger's neck, the marks of a familiar. How was Nitos feeling, being brought back like this? Annoyed, but not because she was alive, or because of her change in outfit. No, she had something else in mind. The blonde gunslinger, ever the nymph, as Nitos teased her new master.
Damn it. I was hoping you'd steal a kiss and drink the blood that leaked from my mouth instead of merely licking from my hand. Don't you know how to be romantic, Sky? That's Master Sky to you now.
The chestnut-haired heroine rolled her eyes, but was also happy enough to give her new servant a smirk.
But really, I'm glad you decided to become my familiar. I really wasn't ready to lose you yet, Nitos. No, you weren't. But Sky, thanks. Can't remember the last time anyone cried for me, girly girl.
Nitos grinned, reaching out and wiping her master's face clean, erasing the final traces of sadness in our heroine and replacing them with light, love, and of course, hope. That which had been denied this entire battle, that which had been thrown out time and time again, at last found a place to roost in the soul of our heroine.
Now come on! You won't get to enjoy my services if you die here. We still have a fight to win, and I bigot to kill, Master. On second thought, don't call me Master. It's too weird, Nitos.
Sky smiled, following her familiar, as Nitos led the charge that would bring this battle to an end. Rizzo Din was a great and mighty warrior, and he had done well considering who he had fought against. There are few men in the universe who could even last as long as he did against not one, not two, but 3 high-class vampires. That also included a man stronger than most of the gods in heaven, Redfield Strife. While I may be a little biased, because Rizzo was a remnant of my best friend, I think these chapters make a good case for why the Mercenary Knight of Heaven deserved his incredible reputation. But with 4 vampires now united against him, with Nitos fully recovered due to becoming a familiar, with Sky herself getting a massive power-up from the ritual, the battle was lost, and Rizzo fought for little more than to delay his now certain end.
The woman with the purple soul tells her mother she wants to become a fighter like her. The mother tells her no, but the woman with the purple soul will not be denied.
Multiple cuts covered the king's body, and that was before Sky and Nitos came charging in. ATG barrier fading quickly. Several of the blonde gunslinger's energy shots managed to pierce through the rainbow shield of magical stained glass, scorching the king's no longer perfect flesh. Redfield managed to stab a knife into the king's right thigh, forcing him to kneel, while Robturn, once again, chopped off the king's sword arm, returning the favor for what Rizzo did to him so many years ago.
The woman with the purple soul tells the Shadow of God she wishes to take his best friend as a husband. The Shadow of God tells her no, but the woman with the purple soul will not be denied.
But still, the king found the will to fight. Rizzo swung his remaining arm and caught Robturn across the chest, sending the Dark Knight to the ground. A knee to Redfield's face broke the Devil Hunter's nose, incapacitating even he who is known to be the grandson of Christ and death. As for Nitos, Rizzo quickly chanted an ice spell that caused a giant snowball to slam into the newly made familiar, burying her in a tomb of ice.
The woman with the purple soul tells her sister she will sacrifice everything to save her family. The sister tells her no, but the woman with the purple soul will not be denied. For this is the birthright of the daughter of Cato and Algara Christel. As long as the woman with the purple soul desires to do that which is right, her every prayer is to be answered, her every wish fulfilled, if it is in service to the only cause that matters. So she prayed to her Heavenly Father in the name of the Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
But all that did was give time for our heroine to charge up one final, mighty attack. The frozen city had been getting hotter and hotter. In fact, not so much as a single flake remained in the city, no longer deserving of the name Eternal Snow. Only now did Rizzo notice that his citizens were screaming, not in pain, but in awe and surprise at what Sky Christel had just achieved. Righteous flame, holy flame, the fire that warms but does not burn. That is what Sky had unleashed, her power overflowing as a pure red inferno spread out like a raging wildfire from a woman turned into a living sun. None were harmed by this impressive display. In fact, life was returned to those swallowed up by the empowered vampire's magic. Monkod's Folly was utterly unable to withstand the burst of holy faith from our incredible heroine. From the protagonist of this tale, which I am so privileged to tell, the darkness could not withstand the fire and light that came from Sky Christel. The Miasma wasn't the only thing destroyed. Rizzo found his magic completely nullified, the last shreds of his ATG barrier fading. The magical glass melted from Sky's red flames, and with it, the king was left completely defenseless. Rizzo saw that all it would take is one good strike to end his life. "It's not over yet, love." Rizzo could not regrow the arm he had lost or seal up the wounds he had suffered. not after having so much of his power. But even now, he mustered one last attempt to defend himself. Throwing his hand out towards his severed arm, a telekinetic force pried the photon sword that he had dropped, free from the unmoving hand that still clung to the weapon. Yank! The sword of light never reached Rizzo's other hand. Sky cut the hilt in two as it zipped through the air. The photon crystal inside the hilt was shattered, exploding in a cloud of blue and purple magic that would never be used to harm another soul again. There would be no final challenge, which is why Rizzo didn't even bother to raise his arm to defend himself. He merely shut his eyes and accepted defeat, knowing that, at long last, he had finally been beaten. There would be no final challenge, which is why Rizzo didn't even bother to raise his arm to defend himself. He merely shut his eyes and accepted defeat, knowing that, at long last, he had finally been beaten. The crowd roared with horror, at last recognizing that this was to be their king's death. Even so, their cries did not reach the ears of the king. In his final moments, Rizzo heard only his wife's parting words.
You lose, Extremar.
Sky shouted, jamming her soul saber distant shore into Rizzo's chest. Just as with Vidakis back in Sakliak, the roaring teeth that lined the metal sword distant shore chewed through everything that got in its way as the sword inched closer and closer to the king's heart. Gray blood spewed fast and freely. Rizzo considered himself a strong man, but even he was compelled to scream. It wasn't just from pain. A dark poison filled the air as Sky expelled the corruption that had overtaken the king's soul. With the destruction of his heart, the heroine of our tale eliminated the LRO virus that had infected Rizzo Din. But Sky had made a mistake. If the girl had gone for the head first, instead of the heart, she would have succeeded in her goal that day, of reclaiming the remnant pieces that made up her husband. But the heroine, the savior of Anorta, on a quest to save those she cherished most, didn't know is that Extremar's relationship with Rizzo was different from many of his other servants. Usually, the LRO was meant to control and empower those who served the fallen archangel, making them valuable pawns in the chess game of war. The problem? Rizzo was just too strong to serve as a simple pawn. The LRO wasn't meant to grow the king's powers. No, it was only as the LRO virus faded from Rizzo's body that Sky and her companions realized the truth, feeling a shift in the air as Extremar's influence faded from his servant. The LRO was meant to be Rizzo's leash, the means by which the fallen archangel could control the remnant of the mercenary Knight of God. If it sapped the powers of the remnant of Logan, so be it. A bear without its teeth is still more useful to the circus than a wild beast that would eat everyone who came to see it. And Sky had just severed the only thing that kept the bear, King Rizzo Din, in check. Rizzo Din erupted. There is no better term for the surge of strength that exploded from the man, as if a long, dormant volcano was coming back to life after several hundred years of inactivity. A shockwave spread out from the man, not only knocking back the vampires that had challenged him, but killing over 100 mortal humans who had the misfortune of standing a little too close to their dangerous king. It didn't stop there. The shockwave spread throughout the city, knocking everything over. Buildings shook, glass shattered, animals roared in fear as devils decided to take their leave. As much as I hate these evil spirits from hell, I will compliment those who fled as wise. They were smart enough to recognize that they had just lost control over a man who would seek to destroy them for all that they had done to him. For the true king of Lavasa had reawakened at last. And he was pissed. Good grief. Redfield sucked in air, the first of the heroes willing to speak up, as Rizzo glared at them. All had gone quiet in the moments following the king's regeneration, so much so that the devil hunter's voice echoed through the city as he spoke, carrying the pitiful words that came from the exhausted gunslinging man. Now that you're free from the LRO, I don't suppose you're willing to.
Will of Millie. Forced teleportation. 2 targets. Redfield and Robturn. Destination. City of Dragonglass.
Rizzo cast, holding out his free hand. Portals of darkness opened up behind Redfield and Robturn. This wasn't a spell with guaranteed success, for one simply needed to jump away from the portals as they opened to avoid being sucked into the darkness. However, Redfield and Robturn had the chance to escape the portal's pull. The mighty King of Lavasa cast an instantaneous wind spell. A mighty gale knocked the 2 men into their swirling vortex, whisking them off to the land of the Sowman.
Will of Millie. Forced familiar. Return to heaven. Target. Nitos Vade.
Rizzo continued, pointing his open palm at the blonde gunslinger. Nitos tried to dodge, to jump out of the way of the bolt of white light she knew would target her. It was no avail. Rizzo was so strong, the magical projectile so fast, not even a god would have been able to avoid the spell that the king had cast. Nitos could visit the cognitive realm of mortals whenever her master summoned her newly made familiar, but the blonde gunslinger's soul was tethered to heaven now, not mortality. A pillar of light formed, sucking up Nitos despite her protests. Any complaints she had faded with the light, as Nitos was sucked into heaven's transportation system, heading off to her new home. Leaving a rather amused crowd, a boiling mad Rizzo, and a very lonely Sky. The woman looked around the cobblestone street, our heroine Sky trying to think of a way to run away as the king stomped on over to her.
Hey, love, oh, love of mine. Maybe we can talk this out and...
The king of Lavasa didn't even bother to use magic on his wife. The remnant of Logan Schaefer, the monster known as Rizzo Din, sucker-punched Sky Christelle in the gut. It managed to knock out our heroine with a single blow, and by so doing, the Battle of Lavasa, at last, has come to an end.
Another Side, Another Story, number 19. An Aria of the Deceased. What makes a woman beautiful? Netus. I want her named Netus after me. If I can't grow up with her, I at least want her to carry my name. Promise me, Tong. Love her like you... Is it her hair? Her boobs? The way she walks? The way she talks?
Damn it, you useless little bastard. How many times have I told you not to touch my work tools? You've ruined it, and you've put a hole in our own home. Can't you do one thing I tell you? Can't you do anything right? Get over here. Get over here. It seems Daddy has to teach you yet another lesson.
The priest used to say that it's the spirit inside that matters most. But how? I can't see anyone's soul.
Listen, honey. I know I've been hard on you lately. And I'm sorry. Life is tough. But I'll make it up to you. I promise I will. I always do, don't I? Let's go to the store. Get you another toy. That'll make it up. You can trust me. You love me, don't you? Don't you love your own father?
If others can see the soul, Then that means that I'm broken. But I'm not. My father tried to break me. God tried to break me. But I'm still here. I'm still me. I'm Nita Svade.
By the authority invested in me, by King V of the Empire of Astern, I hereby sentence you, Tossing Vade, to death by fire for the crimes of theft, fraud, and worst of all, child negligence and abuse. Though your soul may not go to hell, may this darkness you brought into this world weigh upon your heart forever.
So no one can actually see anyone else's soul, which means how can we really see each other, feel each other, help each other, know who we are? Now, aren't you a pretty little thing? Your whore master is a fool to offer you up for such a cheap price. Is this your first time with a woman? Relax. You'll find out that I can make your lips, both of them, quiver with delight far better than a man ever can. I wanted to believe that. That was the lie I told myself for so long. But then I finally met him. The man who could see the soul. The man who finally understood me. My personal Jesus. My savior.
It's all right, Miss Nitas. I've hired you for a different sort of work. You will never have to give your body to anyone again, except by your own accord. But first, I'm giving you the power long denied to you. You shall leave this place forever when you wake. If there is any you hate, tonight is the night to take what you are due. They forfeited the right to their blood the day they took advantage of you, Nitas.
I had so much hope for a better life. For the first time ever. For the first since I realized I had a mind capable of thinking. I thought I was finally going to live. That I would fall in love. That I would finally acquire everything I wanted, but had been denied to me by fate and God.
Well done. Another successful mission. Your powers grow rapidly. So much so that I believe it is time to give you a trial to see if you are fit to become a member of the Blades of the Revanchist, or if you continue to prove as capable as you have thus far, a servant of Neomala.
But as it turned out, I was broken. Maybe it was my father, my clients at the brothel, or maybe it happened the day I was born. The one thing I desired the most, the one gift I should have been able to give Roaz, to anyone I loved. The one thing I wanted more than anything else after all the horrors I overcame in my life. I couldn't give it. I couldn't make it. I couldn't give anyone a child of my blood.
I'm sorry. Despite your vampiric transformation, there are certain parts of the spirit that are too damaged for even a FTV or ZTV strain to correct. That's why conversion into a dancer won't fix your problem either. But hey, chin up. You did well enough on your tests to still make it into the Blades of the Revanchist. Frankly, I'd rather be a member of their group instead of working with those freaks in New Malachor. Trust me, this will all work out. You'll be happy. You don't have to give birth to a child to be happy, Miss Nitas.
Women are mothers. 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 What the hell is the point of being a woman if I can't be a mother? I wish I was born a guy. I wish I'd never been born at all.
Yes, I can see the stain that lingers in your spirit. Dr. Saren is an incredible scientist, but he has his limitations. I do not. I can fix what is broken with you, Nitas. If you want to be the mother of Roas's child, I can help you. But the price of my power, the power of the Brother of Gods, is steep. Luckily for you, an interesting opportunity has come up on Anorta, a mission that you would be the perfect fit for. Succeed, and I will cure your soul. Not only that, but I will help you get promoted until you are known as a Hand of Extremar Thanatos. Even Roas will answer to you. Fail, and what does it matter? You don't want to live anymore, right? At least you can die with a purpose. At least you will go out on your terms. A woman freed at last from fate's cruel grip. So how about it, Nitas? What would it take for me to convince you to try and kill Rizzo Din?
What makes a woman beautiful? Is it her looks? No, for the passing of time robs her of her beauty. Is it her personality? Who can dictate how a woman should feel or act? For a kind woman and a fiery woman is a woman all the same. Is it her capacity to give birth? I thought it was for so long, but only now do I realize what a wretch of a mother I would have been. The women in my life who helped me become who I am today weren't all mothers. Some couldn't give birth, like me. Some wouldn't give birth, and by doing so made the world a better place. So what makes a woman beautiful? What makes me beautiful? Who am I, Nita Svade? I am a woman because I am Eve. Because when presented with forbidden fruit, I chose to see how it tasted. Because a woman is a fighter. Because a woman is a warrior. Because a woman never backs down. A woman gets beat down by life, by fate, and by the gods who look down upon us. But we always get back up. No matter how hard, no matter how difficult, no matter what punishments we suffer through because we choose to be brave, to stand up and be strong, we carry on. And I will carry on. This might be my mortal end, but at least I die helping someone who amuses me. Someone who makes me glad I was born a woman, because she's someone I can help. She's someone who I can teach to be a better woman too. And who knows? This is crazy, universe. Maybe Sky can help me continue my story. Once I see her own story through. Secret Report number 19. Goddess of Magic. Vain Hecate Christelle. Oh, come on. Why do I have to write this secret report? Familiars have more to do with the divine than spellcasting. Make my dad Hades write this secret report, not me. What do you mean he said the opposite and wants me to do it? Damn it. Lazy bastard. If that fat potato is going to keep dumping his responsibilities on me, he needs to get himself more wives to make more children. I understand we children of Hades are the most competent kids in the universe, but we would like a break too from time to time. Whatever. I guess I have to do something to justify what heaven is paying me as the goddess of magic. A familiar, also known as a familiar spirit or close friend. The name is taken from the scientific name for dogs, Canis familiaris. In ancient folklore, they were feared as evil supernatural spirits summoned from the depths of hell by witches, often take in the form of animals, fairies, and other spooky apparitions. Is this a history lesson or a theological one? Evildoers can't make familiars. An evil witch with a familiar doesn't exist. Those witches were just spellcasters, making pacts with the devils, helping the spirits of hell possess the mortal bodies weak enough to be overtaken by their corruptive influence. Even so, it's worth mentioning because the contract that demigods forge with the familiar is the basis for a devil contract. In that regard, I understand why mainstream superstitious religious folk might mix the two up. Though, like everything arcane, Those apostate numbnuts take it too far and ban everything that has to do with the supernatural. In truth, a familiar contract is an advanced demigod technique that allows a powerful servant of heaven to deny my Father and all those who wear the mantle of death. The Grim Reapers do. Class 5 demigods can forge a contract with someone who is ready to surrender their mortality. The agreement must be consensual between the two parties. The person forging the familiar contract must be stronger than the servant who is going to die. And the person who wants to make the contract also can't be responsible for causing their proposed familiar's death. Did you know that every god and goddess of magic has gotten a degree in either accounting or law? Guess you have to be a fastidious freak if you want to enjoy studying the amazingly stupid world of magic. Presuming you meet all the requirements to forge a familiar accord, you must then cast a spell that will take between 40 to 400 seconds, dependent on your talent for wielding magic. Even 30 seconds is quite a while for a demigod, so don't try doing it in the middle of a battle unless you got a partner to cover your ass. Other requirements? Contact must be maintained with the familiar until the rite is completed, and as demonstrated by Sky, the accord is forged once the caster's aura turns purple, and they drink the blood of the proposed familiar. The ritual consists of 7 steps, in which memories are exchanged between the master and the familiar. The master must share 7 of their most important memories, while the familiar must give an accounting of their soul, which we call the aria of the deceased. So what happens after? Well, when the familiar is on duty, they serve as a sort of pet for their master as they go about their business. They must follow their master on an invisible leash. A tether hat ranges between 50 to 100 feet as per caster's strength. A familiar cannot be harmed by ordinary mortal weapons, but the usual tools used to defeat demigods and other supernatural threats can take them down. That means silver, holy relics, magic, etc. Once defeated, a familiar cannot be resumed for 7 days, and while a familiar is on duty, they do drain the magical power of their master to maintain their presence in mortality. Once a familiar is dismissed, they return to whatever their assigned role would be in heaven. Baptized souls get to laze about in spirit paradise, while those who die without membership in the Church of Jesus Christ get to listen to the missionaries drone on and on about the nature of the gospel. Well, until someone does the baptismal work required for the dead to move on from the prison to paradise. I guess there is also an exception to the rule given what happened to Nidus, but I won't spoil the surprise that waits for you in Chapter 21, which means that I'm done here. So piss off and... Oh, damn it. I did forget something. Okay, so there is one more rule I forgot to mention. Thing is, you can only make a familiar out of someone who is the same gender as you. Heaven got really uncomfortable with the idea of making someone of the opposite gender your pet and servant, which is why a familiar is in status. So much so that Fate, Stay Night is now required reading materials for spellcasters in heaven who want to learn the secrets of familiars to show off the many ways in which the master and familiar relationship can go wrong. Or right, I guess, if you're single. But I'll be honest, I didn't pay too much attention to that part of my training. Who the hell wants to read a visual novel that's over 100 hours long when there's so much better things to do here in heaven? A few miscellaneous questions. What happens if they're trans or non-binary, or whatever the hell the gay community identifies by these days? Don't know, don't care. Go bug Aphrodites or my mother Nidus, or someone who actually gives a damn about such trivial things. There. I did my job, so leave me alone. You think you're impervious to my magic because you were once the shadow of God, William, but I figured out how to turn my dad into a tanuki just last week. Hop, hop, hop away, or we'll see if your body is good for brewing potions when I turn you into a toad.
Chapter 20. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christelle. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 8:08 a.m., September 7th. Year 1510 FO. The Royal Bedroom of Castle Din. The City of Eternal Snow, Lavassa. Mission time remaining, unknown hours.
When Sky regained consciousness, our heroine was relieved to find that she was not in a prison cell. Given what happened to her grandmother Shatali and the dark fate that befell her sister, Sylvester Jaden, vampire women are better suited for the battlefield when compared against mortal women. Nevertheless, their fears remain the same, for there are monsters among men, no matter how much or how little power they possess. But the relief did not last. Relief does not always translate into solace. No, what came to fill Sky's soul was confusion, for she found that she had woken up in bed, completely naked. The girl tried to move, only to gasp given how sore she was, especially in the lower parts of her body. It was a pleasant kind of pain, perhaps her favorite type, and a oh-so-familiar one. Yes, she did fear for a moment that someone untoward had taken advantage of her during her sleep, but her aches were all too familiar. This was the work of a man who had played with her many, many, many times, the work of a true lover. So Sky put on a gracious smile who had soothed her desires and rejuvenated it while she slept.
So you actually slept in for once. Love, oh love of mine. A shame you couldn't have stirred a little earlier. I think we would have had quite a bit of fun if we shared a shower this morning. No reason I can't go back for a second round, I suppose.
Out came her husband, or at least the remnant of the man she loved. The king stepped out of his shower room, Rizzo Din as naked as his wife. Seeing him like this caused many emotions to stir in Sky. Desires good and bad. Desires that the lovely yet lonely heroine had been forced to bury as she had ventured through the universe on her own for these many, many years. But this was just the remnant, not the man that Sky truly loved, and one that had fought against her time and time again. The desire to pull him into her arms so great, but her heart debated whether it was so he could smother her with kisses, or so she could choke the life out of Rizzo and obtain that which she needed to restore Logan Schaefer. But time. Speaking of time, the woman reflexively raised her wrist to check how much time remained to her after the hard-fought battle, only to find, despite it supposedly being impossible to do so without killing her, that the bracelet had been removed. Completely. The bracelet had been placed on the headstand next to her bed, without damaging her or the device meant to keep her body in check.
How did you manage that?
Sky asked, genuinely impressed, yet also taken aback by Rizzo's true power. As for the man, he didn't even bother to dress. He simply slid right back onto his bed, sprawling his dripping, naked form out across the covers, doing nothing to make himself modest. Fine by her, Sky allowed herself to indulge this very pleasant sight as her husband's remnant spoke.
As I laid some pipe last night.
Only some?
Sky questioned as she rubbed her sore body, Rizzo accentuating his point with a flirty bark.
Fair enough, but you should give me credit. I was a man who was gone over 20 years without the pleasures of the flesh. I took full advantage of your perfect body, as is my right as your husband. I didn't just do it to satisfy myself, even if that was my primary motivation. Intercourse allowed me to synchronize our souls, allowing me to learn all that I had missed during my unwilling service to Extremar. In return, I passed some of my newly gained LRO immunity to you, for by freeing me from Extremar's corruption, I will never again have to worry about being turned into his puppet.
Excuse me?
Sky perked up, and not just because her husband had flipped onto his back as he rolled around the bed.
Yes, it seems that accidentally sparing me has benefited you. Love, oh love of mine. The sharing of our bodily fluids has greatly slowed the spread of the LRO virus inside your body. Going forward, you can also use your powers more brazenly. But despite my vigorous efforts, it remains. I couldn't completely remove the infection that will claim you. For that, I do apologize, my love.
I'll take what I can get, and what you've given me is more than I could have expected from you, Rizzo. Besides, this mission wouldn't have taken so much work to get authorized if there were an easier solution to Extremar's masterwork, especially given what our sister Charity asked for to make it possible in the first place. Did you see that as you combed over my memories?
Sky questioned, beckoning her man to come to her. The king was all too happy to obey. Crawling to her side, Rizzo playfully ran his fingers over his wife's thighs, legs seductively hidden beneath the bedsheets.
I did. Now, not to kill the mood, you should check the time remaining on your bracelet before we continue. You fought well yesterday, love, but making a familiar out of Nitos had a bigger cost than you anticipated.
That was a bandage that Sky didn't want to rip off until later, but she also believed it was better to start a day off with disappointment than allow bad news to hang over your head. The girl picked up the bracelet, only to drop it as soon as she saw the time. Frankly, I'm surprised Sky didn't have a heart attack when she saw just how much time she spent fighting Rizzo. I'm also surprised she was so willing to bang him, given everything that happened between them. But love makes fools of us all, I suppose.
6,728 hours? I spent over 1,000 hours of my allotted mission time fighting you.
Sky gasped. The woman was unsure whether she should laugh, cry, or scream at the realization. Sky would have probably broken down and done all three if she were alone. The woman wasn't. The scriptures say that it isn't good for anyone to be alone, and this is why. All tragedies, all burdens, all troubles are better handled when shared with those we love, which is to say, shared with those we trust with our hearts. The man laid down his head. He placed his wet hair and his comforting, glistening lips on her lap. The remnant, Rizzo Din, represented the worst and most extreme aspects of her husband, so much so that she really didn't mind trying to kill him yesterday while he was under the effects of the LRO. But now that the virus was gone, the man looked to his wife with familiar gray eyes. Sky's favorite eyes in the world, eyes that made it easy to forgive so much of what he had done, coupled with a voice that had become so much softer, mimicking the tones of the husband Sky sought to restore to life.
Damn it! How am I supposed to kill him now?
Sky thought. The woman barely kept herself from moaning with ecstatic pleasure as Rizzo reached out and pressed his knuckles into her muscles, kneading her, massaging her, doing all that he could to make the stress that clung to his beloved go away.
No use crying over spilled milk. Love, oh love of mine. What is his famous phrase? It is what it is.
William always had the dumbest catchphrases. What a stupid friend you made.
Sky huffed, Rizzo laughing as he poked her exposed belly button. You'll be proud to know that I've abandoned that meaningless truism, so I won't go on a rant despite the stray bullet our heroine shot my way.
Well, speaking of stupid, what about you?
Sky reached out, as if to wrap her hands around his neck and choke the life out of him. Instead, she lowered her fingers at the last second, using them to play with his shaven chest. The wife then asked,
Care to explain all the stupid stuff you've done over the years? Give me a good reason why I shouldn't kill you and take your remnants back to Vid, so I might bring Logan back to life tomorrow, my love.
Would you be surprised to know that before Extremar corrupted me, I too was an agent of heaven? Rizzo asked.
Sky shook her head. It wasn't a surprise at all.
You always acted like a zealot in your actions, but you were strangely religious despite being our foe. So what's the story? Who are you, really?
I was originally the remnant of Logan that inherited his memories, meaning I knew who I truly was. I knew what my mission in life was, who I was meant to be upon my restoration. However, because Logan was defeated by Extremar, causing my power to split in three, I decided that if I could not best the man myself, I would at least help Heaven's cause by spying on our tenacious enemy. I hunted down my red aspect and killed him, taking his core into myself so I could further bolster my power. 2/3 of Logan's strength was enough to carry out my plan. I took control of Lavasa so I might attract Extremar's attention, and, one day, have the resources I needed to help Heaven rid the world of the devils that threaten it for good. Everything had been going to plan up until that damn wedding, which is when Extremar decided to use Vidakis as a test subject for the LRO. Annoying fun fact, if one remnant of a soul gets infected with the LRO, every remnant gets infected simultaneously. Oh, that was news. Precious intel that Sky had never seen in any report on the virus. That alone made Sky grateful that she didn't kill Rizzo outright, though it certainly wasn't the only reason. The king was all too ready to serve his woman, to give our heroine all the motivation she needed to keep the remnant alive. A case study in intimacy. The man's finger crept towards the woman's waist, pulling at her covers. Sky permitted this for a few seconds, allowing him to tease more of her body with his electric touch. A case study in foreplay. He wouldn't have his way with her just yet. Sky playfully slapped her wrist, forcing the amused man to restrain himself. The dog would have his fun, but business would need to be settled first, before they could indulge in wanton carnal pleasure.
If you wish to continue living, Remnant, then tell me your plan.
Sky teased, ever so slightly sticking her tongue out of her lips.
My plan? Even now you think I would do anything to undermine you. Love, oh love of mine,
Rizzo questioned, Sky grinning as she shifted her legs, allowing Rizzo's head to sink between her thighs.
You and Vid will need to reunite one day, but having the two of you separate does allow you to carry out more missions than Logan could by himself. But I need more than that. I need to know what you intend to do.
Sky affirmed, only to get a cheeky grin from Rizzo.
What I intend to do, huh? Besides you, yes?
That goes without saying.
The woman giggled. Rizzo gave her a long kiss for that, then settled into nuzzling her lower legs as he explained.
Well, for starters, I am stuck here. I tried to leave the planet while you were asleep, just to see if I could, now that I am immune to the LRO. But the barrier made it impossible. I wasn't reinfected as I tried to get through our gray skies, but it was like a car trying to drive through a thick cement wall. I simply didn't go anywhere, forcing me to acknowledge that I, too, must remain until our mother Algara is freed. To that end, I shall spend the time I have left preparing Anorta for a better future. I shall try to correct the wrongs I have done in this kingdom, and atone for the evil Extremar made me do. I shall introduce better policies for a fairer society. I shall free the prisoners I have taken. I shall survey my dukes and pick the best among them to form a council that shall replace me once it is time for me and Vid to join together and restore Logan. As to our war efforts, I shall send my army to assault Astern, if you can spare me but a few days to prepare. With Theba occupied by my troops, your forces in Sakliak can assault Bolsia, without reinforcements from the Blood Queen. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or in this case, free 2 vampires with 1 attack.
All good news. All good reasons why Sky could justify allowing the continued existence of Rizzo, despite the terrible things he had done. But the woman couldn't lie to herself. The real truth, despite how hypocritical and self-serving it may have been, is that Sky simply couldn't bring herself to kill her lover, now that he was truly independent. The man was still just a remnant, only a part of Logan Schaefer. But you might not understand just how much Sky Christel loved her husband, and how much the idea of hurting even a fragment of his soul made her want to scream and vomit. If Logan Schaefer ever did turn his back on heaven, Sky wasn't sure who she would have aligned with. If she would have passed the test of divine allegiance, like her Dottie Millie did when Extremar decided to rebel. Why did she want to eliminate him so badly before this morning? What changed? Sky's hatred for Rizzo was only because his vile existence mocked the man she loved. That him, the person Sky wanted to kill more than anyone else in this crazy universe. Crazy, because she could hardly contain herself now. Sky did nothing to stop her amorous husband as he drew nearer, tearing off the blankets covering her excited body. The woman was ready, and she opened her arms wide to receive.
Oh, yes, I suppose we have to talk about him,
Rizzo sighed, the man truly disappointed with himself. He, not her, was the one who had to delay their next entanglement.
Are you aware of the monster that's in our basement?
Our basement? Ah, being married to you does make me the Queen of Lavassa, doesn't it? Yes, I did figure that one out during our fight. That's where you've been keeping Gorlin Godier, huh?
Yep.
Rizzo would have spat, but spit play wasn't a fetish him or his wife were into.
The wretched dyadic relationship he established with Extremar now works to protect him instead of the other way around. Until Extremar dies, Gorlon can't be harmed, not even by a photon blade. And trust me, I tried, countless times, and in countless ways, to kill the man who can no longer die.
Rizzo grumbled, only for an enterprising glow to enter his eye. Logan's gray eyes would look the same whenever he came up with a crazy idea. Sky understood what her husband was thinking, but just because she could read his mind didn't mean that our heroine always liked what she saw in there.
Oh no, no way. You're not letting him go. I brought Nita-san because I felt sorry for her after you left her in a box for so long. Because the Holy Ghost told me her soul could be saved. But Gorlin? That racist douchebag that turned my mother into a crystal statue? The Shadow Lord responsible for all our suffering here in Anorta? I refuse to believe he can be redeemed, Sky grumbled, folding her arms across her chest in frustration.
Rizzo wouldn't have that. He wouldn't have his wife feeling upset, nor would he have her hide such a pretty pair of breasts. The vampire reached out and forced her arms apart, the two sharing matching smirks as Sky half-heartedly tried to break free from the hands she so truly loved, especially when they were holding her.
You and I both live on borrowed time, Sky. You because of the agreement you made with Charity, and me because we remnants all have an expiration date. We can't afford to be so picky, so the smart thing to do would be to use any and all assets that are available to us, to use every tool we can to liberate this world and save those we love most. All the more so, since this is Gorlon Gauder. Think about it. Think about what we could do with his power. He is a man who now hates Extremar with every fiber of his being, given how his master abandoned him after he lost his Shadow Lord powers. If you want someone who can help you take down Monkod's remaining lieutenants, He's the man to count on.
I have you now. We'll be strong enough even without his help.
Sky tried to claim, but she and Rizzo were practically one in soul and thought. They both knew that was a lie.
Theba will destroy us as we are now, and let's not ignore the possibility that your actions here have attracted Extremar's attention. He will send reinforcements, which means we must do all that we can to bolster our success. Think about it like this. Gorlon's help will make it easier to protect the lives of your remaining friends. Of course, if you want to turn them all into familiars, like the blade of the revanchist you saved, be my guest. That's on you, love.
Damn it. Why do you always have to be so right?
Sky groaned, thinking not just about his words, but about the advice she received in heaven earlier in this training module. The words of Jadis came back to her, and while she initially thought the god was talking about Nitos, it now seemed much more likely that he was referring to the Shadow Lord. Why else would he have emphasized the point so many times in that conversation? All he had to do was convince our heroine that it would be for the best interests if she worked with her greatest, most hated enemy.
I still don't like it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend today, but hate by itself makes for a tenuous partnership. There's no reason to believe he won't turn against us in the future, given his reasons for once serving Extremar. What then? What will we do if and when he decides to turn against us? If he is truly immortal because of the demigod dyad covenant he entered into with Extremar, how will we keep him in check? Can Redfield's soul saber even harm the man?
Nope. Not even the Devil Hunter can bypass the blessed protections of a covenant dyadic partnership, which is why that infernal devil Puye has taken refuge inside Gorlon. If Gorlon can't die, then neither can Puye, as long as he hides inside the immortal elf.
Rizzo revealed, scratching at the back of his neck, well until his wife took over, Sky using her longer nails to satisfy the man's sudden itch.
Which is another reason I want you to get that bastard out of here. Puye remains the ruler of hell, which means we can't rid Anorta of the devils that haunt it until this fragment of the devil is destroyed. We can't do that until Gorlon expunges him from his body. And to do that, he needs a good influence in his life to convince him that, hey, maybe working with heaven isn't so bad after all. Better than playing host to a damned devil, at least.
Rizzo snorted.
Not sure I can do that.
You did it with Nitos. You are most charming when you do everything you can to aggravate those around you. Love, oh love of mine, Rizzo teased,
grabbing the woman's outstretched arm. Then, he licked it. I really don't need to explain what kind of effect that had on our heroine. I'm already embarrassed enough writing this chapter as it is.
Oh, in a mood to wrestle this morning, are you, my wonderful gray puppy? Well, I don't need my vampire powers to make you submit, love.
Sky laughed, flinging herself at her man. A couple can only hold off for so long. For foreplay, it's like boiling water on a kettle. It has to culminate in an explosion eventually. And at last, the lid had popped off the pot. Any and all productive talk faded away. Husband and wife passed the morning as they were meant to, in ways I'm not allowed to put into text without turning this into a different kind of adult storytelling. But at least it means we can wrap up this training module on a happy note. We're in the home stretch now, my dear mercenary. Let's finish this tale on a high note, so that we might prepare you for the many mercenary tales yet to come. Another Side, Another Story, Number 20. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Monkod. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1-13. 9:46 a.m., September 7th. Year 1510 FO. The Eternal Cathedral Throne Room, Seda City, Silsey. Monkod was a petty man. He would be the first to tell you that, for he considered his spitefulness to be his greatest strength and most vulnerable weakness. A man who can hold a grudge is predictable and easy to exploit. But it is also a man that others should be careful not to offend, lest they earn for themselves an enemy for life. Why is this worth mentioning? To explain why the ruler of Anorta kept court in the place where his greatest foe had been defeated, hard it may be to believe, Monkod felt a certain degree of gratitude towards Elgara Cristel. After all, she did take care of Shadowlord for him. He wasn't the only obstacle she got rid of either. In her quest to protect the world, Elgara had slain countless foes that all would have prevented Monkod from seizing power if it wasn't for the archangel. It was a fine thing, then, to set his throne in this place. To reign from a room meant to inspire him. If the mandevil ever wanted to feel better, Monkod simply had to look out of the corner of his eye to gaze upon the crystalline statue of Elgara. A fine trophy, the best in the universe, by the mandevil's estimate. It was stunningly beautiful. It mocked those who Monkod hated most. It even guarded Anorta from heaven's forces. Yes, there are many reasons why one good look at the frozen Elgara is all it took for Monkod to smile from ear to ear. At least, that is how it went most days. Today? No matter how long he looked at it, no matter how much he thought about his previous victories, none of it mattered. With morning light, the reports regarding the Battle of Avasa trickled in, revealing that Monkod's worst fears had come to pass. Granted, he knew what had happened the moment he felt his connection to the lieutenant severed, but the messengers snuffed out any hope that remained. Avasa was lost. One of the 4 lieutenants had been defeated. Monkod was losing control over Anorta, and worst of all, the news meant that the prisoner, the man whom Monkod feared more than anyone else in the universe, he would surely be free soon, which meant, "This old man, he sure was dumb. He thought he could betray Gorlan, toss the bastard into a dark cell, but now he's free, and so we'll give this old man hell." How do you like my song, Monkod? Pretty catchy, don't you think? Damn it. I guess I finally have to introduce him. My idiotic son. Enter Day Vice. Title: The Unpredictable Right Hand to Extremar Thanatos, the Tactical Sharpshooter. Bio: My firstborn son, who unfortunately defected with my wife Jessica Rose early into the E3 conflict. Incredibly smart, but he lacks both my sense of morality and, frankly, any semblance of sanity. Even so, he was once groomed to become the next Master Kolob, to follow in the lineage established by me and my father Varum before me. However, he found heaven too rigid for his liking, so he was more than happy to go with his mother following our volatile divorce. By using the powers and knowledge given to him as a privileged student of the gods, he managed to rise up in Extremar's forces until he became the second in command for the fallen archangel. Appearance: 5'10", but wears lifts in his boots to make him an even 6 feet. Only casually exercises, so he's fit without being that muscular. Light-skinned just like both of his parents, has actually figured out how to tan despite being a vampire, hasn't cut his hair in ages, wearing his black hair as a ponytail that reaches down to his lower back. Typically wears a red collar shirt, a golden tie, a black trench coat that he never buttons up, and crisp slacks without so much as a single crease. Infected by an experimental version of the LRO, leaving him with one natural purple eye and one eye that's red and gold. To restrain his power and maintain greater autonomy, he wears an eye patch over the Extremar eye the LRO has given him. A change in mood causes his eye colors to shift, explaining why he is constantly fidgeting with his eye patch throughout the day. Day Vice skipped into the throne room, swinging his arms playfully at his side without a care in the world. Monkod would have reprimanded or killed anyone else who dared to be so disrespectful, especially in his throne room of all places. But this is how much respect my son, awful as he is, commanded. The tactical sharpshooter was one of the few people in the universe that everyone, be it those who served Extremar, or even the gods of heaven, respected, and absolutely feared, despite Day's goofy behavior. How did Day come by the title of the tactical sharpshooter? It wasn't just his abilities. It was said that he never got into a fight unless he saw 100 different opportunities by which he could win a battle. Then, and only after he planned, for nearly every potential outcome, did he dare fire a bullet. He knew he was sure to fell those who opposed him. Such tales are hyperbolic, but they weren't too far from the truth either. Given the boy's body count, especially the number of gods he had personally defeated in divine combat. Man, do I regret all of the training I gave the obnoxious little piece of Oh ho ho ho! I finally get to see the statue of Algara Herai in person! Wunderbar! Day walked right past Monkod, ignoring the mandevil, as the frozen mother of sky captured his attention. Taking off his eye patch so he could get a good look at the woman with both eyes. Day Vice unsettled Anorta's ruler, more and more with each passing second. What are you? Are you truly this dumb outside of battle? Or are you just playing the part of fool to make any future confrontation between us easier? Monkod thought, then gulped. His heart thumped against his chest. Could Day sense his nervousness? What if he could read? Pretty woman. But not my type. Not the kind of gal that will get me singing that song by Elvis anytime soon, anyway. I can see why you would set up shop here, though, Monkod. Hope you haven't done anything untoward to her. You know Extremar's orders. Speaking of which, did you know back on Earth, some weirdos put figures of women in jars, so they can cover them with their, you know. I don't see any stains on her, so I guess you save your deviancy for the women you kidnap and rape. Solo came to me of her own accord, Monkod tried to claim. Davice rolled his eyes once, twice, 3 times, even just to make it clear that there was no use lying to him. Right. Tell me, what's the age of consent on Anorta? Oh, is that why you haven't jerked it off to the statue yet? Because you can't get hard unless they can give you a blowjob standing? Enough, Monkod fumed, his anger overtaking his sense of preservation. The mandevil froze. But fortunately, Davice didn't seem the type to kill Extremar's servants, just for being rude to him. So they both let it go. No use trying to salvage his reputation in the eyes, or rather eye of, Extremar's second-in-command. But what did it matter? As long as he helped Monkod retain control over the planet, Davice could think whatever he wanted about the mandevil. He could even hate him, as long as that hate didn't make the god-killer turn his gun on Anorta's current ruler. Let's just get to it, Day. You are here because Extremar wishes for you to help me handle the threat posed by Sky Crystal. I hope you can come up with a brilliant plan, because losing Lavasa is part of the strategy that Extremar and I already came up with. Be at ease, Monkod, man-child. Your useless behind will get too warm on that throne of yours a long time more, because nearly everything is proceeding exactly as we projected. My son smacked his lips. What a child. Davice clapped his hands, summoning a massage chair with its own independent battery. Flinging himself into it, the man purred like a cat as he began what he viewed to be his vacation on Anorta. What's even better than a massage chair? Seeing people you hate tie themselves into knots. This relaxing experience was made all the better as Day's uncaring attitude made Monkod freak out. The mandevil screaming like the world was about to end. What? What do you mean? Losing Lavasa, Robturn, and the former Shadow Lord is devastating. I haven't even mentioned Rizzo. Monkod tried to protest, Davice fake yawning at the man's complaints. You haven't mentioned Rizzo because you've spent the past few months plotting on how to get rid of him before he could wrest control of the planet from you. You won't shed a single tear for him, and you shouldn't. Not for him, or for any of the other assets you lost in Lavasa or Sakliak. It is inconvenient in the short run, but Anorta needs this kind of shakeup for its long-term health. Those who are not fully consumed by the power of the LRO will find ways to defy Master Extremar's rule. They will figure out how to ally with the enemy. Alternatively, those who have come to appreciate your reign will now spy upon our enemies. They will live in the shadows, feeding us intel while sabotaging our enemies' efforts, and by so doing, reveal to us those we must exalt when we take back the country. Dave Ice licked his lips. As for those who defy us, let us say, I'm always up for a good meal. Hey, I've always wondered, do mandevils drink blood like us vampires?
Yes, but not for the same reasons.
Monkod sighed, the mandevil still unable to feel any better, despite Dave's reassurances.
But what of our other losses?
I watched the whole shindig go down, even stayed a few hours after, to see how our enemy took the city. Robturn betrayed us. Better he did so now than when we are at our most vulnerable. When we next invade heaven for the true
Ugh!
Day grunted, feeling a shift inside his body. His eyes shifted. Day revealed what he really was, his visible eye shining red and gold for just a brief moment, before my son managed to swap his eye patch and cover up the mark of Extremar. The boy betrayed heaven in pursuit of freedom, and all he managed to achieve was servitude to a different master. Robturn's inherent resistance to the LRO meant he could never be fully trusted, so him repenting and returning back to heaven's side was always in the cards. More importantly, the combat data we gained from the duel in Lavasa will make it far easier to defend your remaining 3 lieutenants against Sky Christel and her allies. My mother Jessica has gone to Naman and now guards Theba. The devils continue to rule Veilbis as hell on earth. As for Bertlin and Bolsia, congratulations. I will personally watch over them until we've bested Sky. As long as at least one of your lieutenants remains alive, you can maintain your godly rule over Silsi, yes? Don't leave the island, and you can continue to enjoy the world Master Extremar has given you. Day smiled.
And watch as my foes take the rest of the world away from me? I meant to rule all of Anorta. All of it. I won't rest until...
Monkod tried to protest, and by doing so, finally pushed my son too far. Smoke, burning wood, splinters flying through the air. Monkod glanced down to see there was now a bullet hole in his throne, the hole mere centimeters beneath where his right arm rested. Despite having his full attention on Day, the mandevil didn't see so much as a hint of his gun. That just made the message that much louder and clearer. If they fought, the mandevil would die faster than he could blink. No wonder Monkod quivered as he bowed his head and gulped, stating in a truly fearful tone,
I apologize, but it's Gorlon that really has me worried. His condition means that my powers won't work on him. Even with the lieutenants alive, he could fly here to Silsi and take the throne for himself. As long as he is free, I can't truly rest, knowing he wants to depose me.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. But don't fret too much, evil king of Anorta. Gorlon isn't the sword of Damocles you make him out to be. The same condition that keeps him alive allows Extremar to peer into his heart, to know where he is and what he's doing. We'll know if he's coming to kill you long before he reaches our shores. Because Extremar doesn't want one of his former Shadow Lords running around without a leash. Puye has also taken an interest in him and has taken up residency in Gorlon's body. You know how things go with him.
So, that's where that awful devil has scampered off to. First time in my life I've ever felt glad to have that worm on her side. Ha 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 ha!
Monkod laughed, running both of his hands over his head as he sank further into his throne. It all made sense. That explained why the eye patch-wearing sharpshooter was so carefree. Oh, Monkod was a fool to ever doubt his master, exclaiming as much to this bearer of so much good news.
Then things really are much better than I feared them to be. Thank you, Master Day. I was a fool for believing that Extremar would let this situate. Monkod paused, and once more his morning melancholy returned. What are you giving me that look for? Actually, there is one more thing. Dave Ice bit his lip, then snapped his fingers. The chair vanished in a puff of blue, red, and black smoke, my son carefully reabsorbing his power. He was carefree about most things, but he refused to let so much as a particle of his demigod might go to waste. It didn't stop there. As if to imitate his master, Day folded his arms behind his back. Monkod rightly straightened up upon seeing this. The posture wasn't just for show. The code among the servants of Extremar was that when Day took up this position, what he had to say next might as well have been spoken by the fallen archangel himself. And given how things were going on Anorta, Monkod knew he would suffer the consequences if he didn't pay close attention to what Day had to say. You may have noticed that I used the word nearly during our conversation. The battle in Lavasa proceeded nearly as we predicted, but there was one factor that we failed to foresee. One person walked away from that battle that wasn't supposed to. One that, frankly, you should be worried about more than Gorlong Goddard. Who? Rizzo Din? Yes, I understand he was secretly spying on us before Extremar infected him with the LRO. But how worried should we truly be about him? His secret is out. I know he is a remnant of Logan Schaefer, which means that his life is on a timer, same as Sky. What threat could he possibly pose to us, Day? Shouldn't we be glad we're fighting him instead of his true self? Well, it isn't just the man that we have to worry about, but the vampires he has taken up arms with. You see, heaven has its factions, same as our army, and there's a rather notorious band of zealots that have been causing problems throughout the universe for Extremar and Elohim alike. Day clicked his tongue. The tactical sharpshooter removed his eye patch. Also, Monkod could see the nervousness that filled both of my son's eyes. What does it suggest to you that there was something out there, some organization that could make a man capable of killing gods feel on edge? Think long and hard about that as we end this chapter, my dear mercenary. Tell me, mandevil, what have you heard about the rulers of causality? Secret Report Number 20. Work Communication Record, Sherry Spears and Melancholy Mercy. Morning, boss. I know you're not much of a morning person, but you look especially out of it today. Please don't tell me you pulled another all-nighter on your PC again.
Okay, I did. But it's not for the reasons you think. I wasn't gaming. I actually stayed up all night doing work.
Has hell frozen over?
I have half a mind to send you there to check, but no. I was up all night trying to evaluate the effects the Battle of Lavasa had on the future.
Ah, Nitas dying prematurely caught you off guard?
Indeed. While I foresaw it could happen, Nitas always died during the invasion of Silsi. For her to die so early into the story means that we finally have concrete proof of what we have theorized ever since this cycle began.
A paradigm shift, I believe you called it. You've been spending too much time playing the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy, boss.
Not enough, since I still haven't gotten all the Steam achievements for lightning returns, but my point still stands.
You know, I could have told you that if you had just called me yesterday.
Are you kidding me? What the hell, Melancholy? Why didn't you call me?
I did, multiple times. It kept going straight to voicemail, meaning it was dead. Have you checked your phone at all since yesterday afternoon?
No.
And why? Do tell. Is your phone off right now, boss?
I may have gotten a virus, downloading an emulator.
On your work phone?
Shut up. This job isn't anywhere near as busy as William made it out to be. No wonder the bastard kept a bed hidden in the wall. Lazy bastard probably spent half his time on the job, either napping or banging his wives. I can't tell you how many times he claimed he was busy, just so he could dodge our scheduled meetings.
Can I go now? Unlike you, my workload is greater than the time I have to spare. So,
I don't think Nita's prematurely dying will be a problem after I scanned our new most likely futures. Do you?
not unless we experience another paradigm shift, at which point scanning the future with the eyes of heaven will become useless. Our Heavenly Father alone will know what's ahead of us.
That would be nice. The gods and goddesses of heaven have gotten rather complacent since this cycle began. I think it's time they started sweating a little. Don't you think, M2?
Isn't it the responsibility of the goddess of entropy to pose the High Council of Heaven? Not you, Master Kolob.
I'm surprised you aren't more bitter considering how they punished you.
Oh no. I have to spend the next millennium sipping root beers and working on my tan as I enjoy the bloody private island they gave me. How cruel a fate to befall a man such as I.
Keep up the attitude, and I'll fire your ungrateful ass and send you back to that stinking island, M2.
Noted.
That's my boy. Now we have an appointment to keep with my sister, don't we? Are you ready to go?
I am. She isn't.
What do you mean she isn't? Oh, wow. They are really going at it, huh?
They are vampires. Have you gone an extended period without doing it with your husband, Sherry?
I mean, I think the longest I've gone since we got married has been 36 hours.
And to think that half of heaven once thought you were a lesbian before you got married to Varum.
Like I keep saying, M2, sexuality isn't a real thing. Everyone is secretly pansexual. Find the right person to fall in love with, and you won't care too much what's between their legs. Not when they're too busy tickling and kissing your funny bone.
Tell that to Aphrodite.
Aphrodite is lucky that new Master Kolobs can't revoke exaltation privileges from the gods and goddesses that came before them.
And all of heaven is better for it.
Well, since I now have an hour to kill.
No.
I wonder if a certain cell phone repairman
No.
might be willing to perform his duties as the shadow of Master Kolob and fix my phone for me.
Is this the only reason you made me your shadow, Sherry? Because you have the touch of death when it comes to electronics?
Speaking of which, my gaming rig has been acting up ever since I installed the new Dagum Lightspeed 5090 graphics card. Could you take a look at that too?
Mother Pfeiffer. I sent you a text earlier this week, warning you that they were borked. Why didn't you? How long has your damn work phone been broken, boss?
I mean, when was the last time I texted you? It broke about 2 hours after that.
I hate you so bloody much, Sherry.
Love you too, doggy.
Work log end.
Chapter 21. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, Heaven, Era 3. 12:10 p.m., June 1st, Year 1. Cafe Loser, Ren Fargius, Heaven.
Hello there, Master. Welcome to Cafe Loser. How can I help you turn your crappy day into a spectacularly sunshiny day? Nitas, are you going to shoot me if I laugh? I would shoot you just for looking at me like this, but the manager already took my soul saber privileges away from me.
Here we are. You have now reached the end of the I-1 training kernel. And with it, we have one final visit to heaven to go over. While Sky and Rizzo would have liked nothing more than to spend the entire day in each other's embrace, the bracelet meant to keep track of Sky's progress progressively beeped more and more as Sherry's impatience grew. They did try to ignore it. It's pretty easy to ignore a lot of things when you're having sex, after all. That's why Sherry made sure to include a bomb in the bracelet. Once it got to the point that the bracelet threatened to blow up if Sky didn't answer her summons, she reluctantly bid her husband's remnant farewell and put it on. Our heroine was warped directly to heaven, leading the protagonist of our tale to discover a truly unexpected and downright hilarious sight. Nitas Fade, the tough blonde gunslinger, who Sky considered to be the epitome of the stereotypical rough and rowdy warrior woman. The yellow alligator had been forced into service at Cafe Loser, now dressed in a short-sleeved white blouse, black bow tie, and matching skirt that ended exactly at her knees. Sky could only grin as her newly made familiar poured a glass of cherry cola.
So, what happened to you? Sky asked with a grin. The woman already guessed what befell Nitas upon her death, but hearing the explanation would make this moment all the sweet.
What happened to Nitas? I declared, appearing out of nowhere to join the conversation. I was now dressed similarly as Nitas, save that I wore slacks instead of a skirt. But we'll get to that in a moment. Is that she died outside of the faith? The unbaptized aren't normally allowed in this part of heaven, but because she is your familiar, she is permitted to enjoy paradise on one condition. As long as Nitas is in your father's domain of Ren Vargius, she must work off the debt of her sins until someone does her baptismal work, or is otherwise returned to her mortal life.
By being a bartender?
Sky snorted. As for Nitas, she actually wouldn't have minded so much if it weren't for the outfit. The familiar shifted around her workstation, filling a paper carton full of fries as the orders continued to come in for our very popular cafe.
Could be worse. The new manager let me choose between this or becoming a janitor for Ren Fargus. I cleaned up enough bedrooms and bathrooms from my time as a prostitute to know which is the better option. Anything that keeps me from having to wipe down piss-stained floors and swap out dirty sheets is a marked improvement. Wait, new manager? Is that why you're dressed like that, William? You got demoted?
Yes, I groaned, pointing to my badge and the new title inscribed below my name. I am merely the assistant manager now. Sherry was less than pleased with how much money I lost. Care to put in a good word with your sister for me? She's in the VIP booth, the one where we had our chat with Melancholy Mercy.
Oh, M2 is here. Good. Then this really is a... Ow!
Sky yelped, coughing as the air filled with gunpowder. The woman wasn't seriously hurt by whoever attacked her, though it did leave a huge welt on the side of her head. That she managed to be hurt at all in heaven spoke to the power of her mysterious assailant. She would have been impressed, but when Sky picked up a small black ball, she only felt confusion for what happened.
What the hell? Did someone seriously shoot me with a flintlock pistol?
Yeah, and I'll do it again if you do not watch your words, Meowster. Remember, the Shadow Hound's true identity must remain secret. If you give away the doggie's true name, Lady Master Kolob has given me leave to do more than just shoot you in the face, Mao.
I groaned, lamenting that this is who I had to work for now. Miss Sky, meet the new manager of Cafe Loser.
Coming soon to a partner retailer near you. Katsatoni, model number 001, Ematoni Selson. Appearance: medium-length hair combed to the side from the middle. The front left half of his hair is white, while the rest remains brown. arched eyes that give the KT unit a perpetual look of superiority. He wears a black vest over a red and white robe with a fluffy white trim made out of the fur of other KT units he has murdered over the years. A bunch of made-up writing awards that he has given himself since his creation adorn his right breast. Gray Burmese cat features. Personality: extremely prideful, looking down on absolutely everyone, including those he considers his friends. Has the intelligence to match his pride, making it hard to knock him down a peg. Obsessed with both history and theater productions, and will frequently bring up both when asked for advice. When he wishes to correct your behavior, he will shoot you with his overly designed, gaudy flintlock pistol. While the gun is capable of killing foes in the cognitive realm of mortals, it just leaves annoying welts when used against other souls in heaven. MSRP: $140. No free trials due to the high demand for this KT model.
Sherry truly has no limits when it comes to making a buck, huh? Money, like time, is something you can never have enough of. Unfortunately for me, you idiots are all quite insistent on wasting both.
A voice whispered in the woman's ear. Sky leapt off of her bar stool, falling to the ground out of respect for the sister that had snuck up on her.
Apologies, Master Kola, but
Sky screeched. Master Kolob III showed herself to be the true boss of the family by grabbing her sister's long hair.
And this is why I told you to get a haircut. It makes it too easy to drag you around if you keep it long.
Sherry remarked, dragging her older sibling across the freshly mopped floors as the KT units continued their work. While this might have been quite the scene anywhere else in the universe, people came to Cafe Loser because such loony antics were not only common, but encouraged among both the staff and customers alike. So everyone who saw the incident between sisters merely raised a toast and a cheer. Nobody stopped Master Kolob III as she threw her sister into the VIP booth, the chestnut red-haired woman slamming into, I suppose I had to introduce him eventually. Sky Cristal slammed into my most hated rival, Melancholy Mercy. Enter Melancholy M2 Mercy. Title: The Shadow Hound, the right-hand man of Sherry Sears. Bio: one of the 3 disciples of Millie Schaefer, and the first among us to become her apprentice. Few know his true identity, though none question his loyalty to both his former master and to the cause of heaven. Originally Millie's shadow, and later serving as Sherry's shadow, following Millie's disappearance. He is the man these women count on when they need a job done that can't be screwed up. Be it simple accounting and record-keeping, to infiltration and assassination missions, there is a reason why even the gods of heaven feel more fear than love towards the mysterious man. Why do I hate him? That is a story for another day, my dear mercenary. Appearance: 6 foot even, extremely pale-skinned, which isn't helped because he covers up most of his body, except when he is in total privacy. A lean but athletic man, one whose physical capabilities make him a force to be reckoned with, even outside of his magical talents. Brown hair that he brushes from the center to the side, kept tidy and cut once it grows past his ears. Trained by Anthony as a favor to Millie in the art of subterfuge, he is a master of disguise who can blend in easily with any society he visits. His casual attire consists of a black-collared shirt, a utility vest full of weapons, and other useful trinkets, slacks, and a strange half-skirt that is an active camo system that will render him completely invisible, even to magical eyes. He has 1 royal purple eye and 1 steel blue eye, copied from Anthony, whom he has some passing resemblance to. Do they have some sort of biological connection? That is also a story for another day. Sky did the worst thing she could have done in that moment, which is mess up the Shadowhound's paperwork. dozens of sheets scattered through the air and across the bar. And with this mistake, our heroine thought her mission would end then and there. It almost did. But Anthony's cat robots got to work, collecting the scattered sheets without even needing to be ordered to do so. The cafe's animatronic catmen were the only thing that kept our heroine from being severely punished by the grumpy hound of Sherry. And here is heaven's most disappointing clown, M2 tersely noted.
Come on! Blame my sister for messing up your paperwork, not...
That's not why we're disappointed. It's your mission that has us in an uproar, M2 grumbled, pointing to the woman's bracelet. Seriously, Sky, how are you already in the 6,000-hour range?
Oh, lay off the melancholy. Would you have let Nidus die? No, he wouldn't have. And if M2 did, I would have punished him by making him scrub my office down with a toothbrush.
Sherry announced, finally joining the conversation. The Shadow of God clearly had more to say, but she waited for a KT unit to serve her, a blue ice bomb, which was best described as a blue raspberry energy slushie. More sugar in that drink than there is blood in a human body. But there are a great many things you can get away with once you become a god.
That's actually why I called you back here, Sky, to congratulate you on your performance in Lavasa. Melancholy isn't happy, but I am. While things didn't go quite as we anticipated they would, everything more or less worked out in the end. Yeah? I wish you could have rewarded me by letting me spend a few more hours with Rizzo, little sis. Big sis. While I'm happy you're finally getting laid again, we have a universe to save. When would you have actually gotten back to your mission if I didn't bring you here? I would have certainly returned to Silsey by sunset.
Sherry and M2 both raised an eyebrow in doubt.
By sunrise? Whatever you need to tell yourself, Sky. The thing is, we're back on track now, and so we can continue with our mission to save Anorta and the universe at large, despite almost suffering a serious setback. You've remembered, haven't you, her true identity?
Sherry asked. The two sisters looked across the room to Nitos. The bartender was doing quite well at keeping up with the work, despite it being her first day on the job. Well, she did go from one service industry to another. Though if I make any more jokes about the career change, I am absolutely going to get an angry lecture from the man who would go on to marry her. But enough beating around the bush. This woman, this nymph, as I've called her time and time again, is actually...
She's Mint, isn't she? Making her, what, one of our grandmas too? She is Hakate's mom, right? I really should have remembered the truth sooner. Anyone who knows Vane Hakate could have figured it out. The looks, the way they talk, how they behave. Even the name Vane clearly comes from Vade. But it took to drinking her blood for me to piece the rest of it together, Sherry. Well, all that matters is that you remember the truth by the end, because you now have a secondary mission to add to your main one. Summon Nidus whenever you need to in battle, but also make sure you do it when you're around Lanús, to maintain the continuity of time and because they are family. We need Hades and Minth to hook up an Anorta so Hakate can be born. Easy enough. Have you seen the way they practically slobber over each other whenever they talk? I'm genuinely surprised they haven't gone all the way yet.
Sky snickered, taking a long sip from her own drink. Our heroine nearly spat it out. However, as she did more of the mental math regarding what should have been an impossible situation.
But wait, she's my familiar now. She isn't fully alive anymore. How can the two of them hook up and get married if Nidus is currently dead as a doornail? I'm not telling her. You say it.
Sherry gave Melancholy Mercy a side eye. A powerful move, but the Shadow Hound was a resilient man, and so he dared to defy his master as he shook his head. No, it's too embarrassing, and I have a reputation to maintain
as a good, clean Christian man, M2 protested. A good counter, but Sherry was a master at this verbal game, and so answered the volley that the Shadow Hound had sent her way.
Oh, what? And I don't? I am Lady Master Kolob now. I have to be as close to perfect as I can be if I am to live up to my reputation, Shadow of God.
Is that so? I called out from the bar, unable to help myself despite knowing I would be punished for revealing this truth. There are certain things you must be thinking about me, my dear mercenary reader. Allow me this opportunity to correct at least one aspect of my image. So when do you intend to tell the mercenary readers that you're the one that requested I put cup sizes when describing women in my database, Master Kolob III?
Ha! I know it was you. William may have a thing for women with huge knockers, but he's never obsessed over boobs quite like you do, sis.
Sky laughed, nearly spilling her drink from amusement. Sherry was considered the Ice Queen for a reason. Despite having her perverse secret revealed, she maintained a steady smile. No hint of a blush coming to her cold face. No, the lady took it all in stride, and so carried out her judgment as the Shadow of God.
Melancholy, please add 4 hours to William's shift today. If he makes so much as a peep about it, fine him 50 DP for insubordination.
I bit my tongue. While I do have a bigger ego than the average soul, 50 DP was the equivalent of 2 full work shifts. With that kind of money on the line, even a man like me, whose ego was the size of his home state of Florida, would back down and shut up.
Excellent. Now that order has been restored, I, Master Kolob III, do command you, melancholy mercy, to tell my sister Sky the truth about familiars, per my authority as the Shadow of God.
Sherry declared. Her words sounded serious, and her will had to be carried out. But she was ever a girl in heart, since she punctured her point by sticking out her tongue. I hate melancholy mercy, but I'll give the man credit in this regard. M2 was always better at obeying orders than I was, whether those orders came from Sherry or the master we all once served, Millie Schaefer. The Shadow Hound bit back his retort. He puffed out his cheeks, swallowed the comment, and conceded the fight. Reluctant though he was, the man slid around the table, all so he could whisper this very important truth in Sky's ear. A truth I'm kind of surprised I'm even allowed to share in this training module. But hey, not like many of your mortals are going to be making familiar contracts anytime soon. Okay, here it is. Since you know how to create a familiar, you know about the requirement that you can't make someone of the opposite sex your servant. Well, there's a reason for that. It's not just because heaven doesn't like the idea of a sexual master and familiar relationship. Type Moon has shown us how that plays out. But here's the real reason. The secret you needed security clearance from Sherry to learn is that when a familiar has sex with a living mortal of the opposite gender, the familiar is restored to life.
Really?
Sky muttered, legitimately surprised by the revelation. M2 was a man of few words and depressingly serious demeanor, a total bore upon whom all humor wasted. Therefore, all he needed to do was nod to confirm this was no joke.
That's a pretty significant way to cheat death, you know.
Sky remarked, her mind left racing from the revelation. The heroine of our tale was no strategist, a woman always happier serving on the front line instead of hiding behind it. But even she could see why this needed to be kept confidential. Sky considered how her enemies would have exploited this system if they ever learned this valuable secret. She hadn't been the only member of her family to do so, which is why I'm taking so much time highlighting this part of the conversation. If you want to know what led to the downfall of a certain black sheep of the Christelle family, well, here's a pretty good hint.
Which is why you need pretty high security privileges to find that out. Heaven help us if Extremar Thanatos ever found out that is how he could have brought back half of his damned army. But now you know. which should be all the motivation you need to carry out your side mission. Bringing us to one last point. You know what I'm about to say, don't you, my incredibly smart big sis? Yeah, I do. You want me to partner up with Gorlan Godier, don't you? Yep. Of all the futures I have seen with the eyes of heaven, the best outcomes only occur when you set him free.
Sherry jeered with her golf clapping once more, only to nudge M2 in the side with her elbow.
The potentially worst endings also come about if you set him free. But you don't have to worry too much about that. Probably. Statistically speaking.
Melancholy reluctantly revealed, Sky shaking her head in frustration.
I'm sorry. So the best and worst outcomes for my mission are only possible if I set Gorlan free? Aren't we better off shooting for something in the middle then? Hedging our bets and going for a safer outcome by leaving him to rot in his cage? Well-to-do people hedge their bets, but the wealthiest among us go broke. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. All you can do really is pray that in God's vast and eternal plan, you are more useful to him as a rich
Everyone nearly leapt from the booth as a KT unit landed on the table. Once again, the Shadowhound M2 cursed his existence as papers flew into the air, scattered by the arrival of the cafe's new manager.
10 out of 10, yeah? Fiddler on the Roof is truly one of the greatest musicals ever put on stage. Even if high schoolers across America on Earth tarnish the masterpiece by burying it in the litter box with their kitty-like singing, yeah.
The KT unit didn't wait for anyone at the table to respond, leaping away from the booth to resume his duties. The catbot was too full of himself to do so, despite technically working for Sherry and M2. Instead, just like the man he was based on, the cat robot merely flicked his wrist to wave goodbye to Sherry as he shuffled off to bother someone else.
Oh yeah, that little bastard is going to make us millions, Melancholy.
Sherry grinned, rubbing her hand together with abject greed, only for a moment, because it was time for the Shadow of God to say goodbye.
But we have had our fun, and both of us have work to attend to. You don't need to agree with my orders, sister. You just need to carry them out. Do that, and I can take the blame when things blow up in our face, while you get to enjoy the company of your husband, mother, and all your other friends if we manage to save Anorta. Sounds like a good deal, yes? As long as you're the one falling on the sword when this all blows up in our face.
Sky sighed, giving in. The eldest child of House Christelle knew all of her siblings well, and that included Sherry. To argue now would be a useless effort. Sky was stubborn, but Sherry was impossibly so. Now that the blue-black-haired girl was serving as the Shadow of God, Sky wasn't sure if any of the women she looked up to as mothers would have been capable of changing her younger sister's mind.
Then it's done. Sky Christelle, Heaven thanks you for your duties and will continue to watch your mission on Anorta with great interest. So do your best. You have the reputation of House Christelle to uphold, after all.
Sherry whistled, which was her way of saying goodbye, as she and Melancholy got to their feet. Every KT unit in the cafe paused what they were doing, all so they could salute the Shadow and her hound, pressing fluffy hand to forehead. As for the rest of us staff, we all bowed in unison, for Amotany had threatened to shoot us if we did not join our robotic human cat overlords in their farewell.
Thank you for visiting Cafe Loser, Master Kolob. May you leave your bad fortune behind and find only success in the days ahead. Oh, great and wonderful Sherry.
That was a bit too long and thick.
Sherry puckered her lips, only to grin, as she...
"Don't you dare say it, but..."
M2 said in vain.
That's what she said.
Sherry shouted, much to the embarrassment of me, Melancholy, Sky, and nearly every other patron in the cafe. Not even Anthony's Catsy Tony units were happy, for they all cried out in pain, disappointment, and disgust at the terrible joke. Master Kolob III, ladies and gentlemen, I have a new reason for regretting that she was my successor to the title of Shadow of God every day. All the same, I also remain grateful Sherry took up the cloak, despite how ill-suited she was to be God's second in command. Sherry sure made me look better by comparison, at least when it came to the humor we Shadows of God must provide as part of our divine duties.
See you later, Sherry. I'll try not to die from cringe before I complete my mission on
Sky paused, for one last concern came to mind as she waved goodbye.
But hey, let's say Gorlin hates me so much that he doesn't want to join our side. What should I do if he refuses to leave his cage, Sherry?
An awkward place to end our story, especially with Sherry meant to represent one of the highest and holiest stations in all of heaven. But hey, this is the story that the gods and goddesses want me to tell. Who am I to disagree? Especially when the purpose of this tale is to show off what it truly means to be human.
You don't need my advice, Sky. He's a guy, and as your daughter Millie taught me, all men are dogs. Gorlin is a dog that has been abandoned by his master, which will make it even easier for you to manipulate him. It's 2 and 2, sis. Just give the dog what he wants, and he'll be a loyal pet as any of your friends. After all, that's the only one way that story ever goes. Another Side, Another Story, number 21. Narrator, Katie Schaefer. Starring Katie Schaefer. World Line Cycle, Heaven, Era 2. 10:29 p.m., April 6, year 1238. The Medical Ward, Ren Fargus, Heaven. Hello, little one. Can you hear me? It's me, Mommy. My name is Katie, and your name is Millie. Millie? Ah, you like that. I know you would. And not just because I was told that is what I should name you. Even before I learned the future, the day I knew I was pregnant, I knew that you would be my daughter. That I was going to have the most beautiful girl that will ever live, and her name would be Millie Parfait Schaefer. It's quiet, isn't it? This is night, the sacred night. This is when everyone is supposed to sleep, wrapped in the arms of their loved ones as they wait for blessed day to return. We sleep so we can prepare for the challenges of life, so our bodies can heal from the battles we've fought, and so our wandering spirits can scout the next day's adventure. I'm supposed to be sleeping. It was a long day, but how can I? You'll never know how happy you've made me by just being born. How excited I am right now for all the things I get to show you, teach you, make for you. Oh, Millie, if you would let me walk, I would jump to the moon with a single leap. I would take you to every star that shines in the sky and mark your name on them all because they belong to you. Because everything I can conquer, everything I fight for, it's all going to be for you, Millie. You're a miracle, Millie. You're everything I dreamed you'd be. For all my life, I wanted to be a mother, but I never thought I would have the chance. I wasn't born with a beautiful body like yours. I was defective. I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to be proud of the body I had, and a part of me still is. But I always hated myself because I thought I would never be able to give birth to someone amazing like you. But determination can overcome anything. Put your mind to it. Trust in the Lord to deliver you, and you will overcome anything. Everything, absolutely everything, because I can feel your spirit, little one. I can hear your heart beat, 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 and it beats to a song that makes me want to weep for you. They say we women aren't meant to wield the priesthood, but whether it be the power of God or my own wisdom, I can see your future. You're going to grow up to be the smartest woman that has ever lived, the most beautiful girl in the world, a goddess that surpasses every god in this land, save for our Heavenly Father who I trust you to protect and serve. Every man and every woman will want to be your friend, and those who don't will spend their days regretting ever crossing you. You shall exemplify the power of the soul. You will be the standard by which humanity is evaluated and prove our species is worth it. You will show that we are, in fact, the children of God, for only a perfect, loving, and almighty Heavenly Father could create a goddess as wonderful as you will turn out to be. Millie, my precious Millie, my wonderful little Millie, I hope you'll forgive me in the days ahead. I'm going to fail you. I'm going to mess up. I get angry easily. I run my mouth too much. I don't really know how to dress. I'm only okay at cooking, and frankly, it's hard for me to get excited for much in life outside of swinging my sword around. But I'm going to try harder, because I want you to be happy, because I need you to be happy, because if you're not happy, if you're not smiling, if you're suffering, then the whole universe will be suffering for it. This probably sounds like a lot to put on you. I doubt you'll ever remember these words. I'm not sure I'll even remember them, what with all the medication they've been giving me. But no matter what, try to remember his promise. To the spirit inside this little girl, please listen to this oath and covenant which I now make, this singular prayer of mine. I, Katie Sky Schaefer, do solemnly covenant before God, our Heavenly Father, that I shall do everything I can to protect you, to raise you, to love you, for you are my daughter, my precious daughter, my perfect daughter, a blessing beyond blessings, a joy beyond joys that I will never be able to repay, though I serve heaven for thousand lifetimes. This I do covenant, with all the righteousness I can muster in my body and spirit, with my eternal soul made happy because of you. So let us live, my celestial daughter, and see where this life will take us. God has made you a promise, and I will make sure he keeps it. This wonderful kingdom is yours, Millie, and everything in it. May this universe and those who inhabit it bring you joy, until you, too, sit in this bed one day with a son of your own. So you may know the joy that can only come with having a child as wonderful and precious as you. Secret Report number 21. Narrator, Red Leroy. Starring Red Leroy. World Line Cycle, SSWL-19. 11:45 p.m., November 4th, 2024. Robber Barons Containment Facility, number 77, Portland, Oregon. 3 days later, I came back from the dead. Guess that makes me a hot red-headed version of Jesus, huh? I thought that joke was funny. Whether I meant to be the savior of humanity or not, it is true that coming back from the dead was a pain. As in, my entire body was nothing but pain as I opened my eyes. Fortunately, that was a sensation I wouldn't have to worry too much about anymore, a numbness to pain, one of the many gifts I would inherit in my new life. The pain as my body faded as I adjusted to my new status, but it took my body a few moments to recalibrate. I needed time to fully reawaken that which I always was. Blood. I need blood. I breathed deep, relishing the cold air that drove the last bits of pain away. The frigid temperatures helped my vision stabilize, and after a few more seconds, I could finally take in my surroundings. Looking back, I wish I had taken my time coming back to life, because the memories came flooding in, and that brought a different kind of pain. The pain of the soul. The pain of losing both the man I loved and everything we had built together. I searched for anything that would distract me from the awful, horrible... "Where the hell am I?" I gasped. Didn't take me long to see that I wasn't at my workplace anymore. No, I appeared to have woken up in a morgue, stone walls and other corpses my only company. My arms were chained to a table, and I found myself wearing nothing but a thin medical gown. With my back pressed against the sterilized steel, I should have felt cold, but I wasn't. I wasn't uncomfortable at all. Something inside me told me it would take a whole lot more than this for me to make me suffer in the flesh. Wait, how do I know that? Blood. The blood will tell me. I need more blood, I thought, licking my lips. How other vampires manage to contain their thirst upon waking up from this transformation is incredible. I could hardly think of anything but that which I longed to drink, which I guess is a good thing in my case. I probably would have spent this entire chapter mourning the death of William if I was of a saner mind, but my bloodlust remained a problem, especially for the men who came walking into the room. A couple of scientists who had no idea what kind of a monster was waiting for them.
Rifts are going to jack up the economy so bad. Good thing the robber barons are in control of the IRS in this world line. Now if they could only bring the president to Oh. Huh? That shouldn't be possible. Oh, is she awake already?
The two scientists, a couple of nerds who really didn't matter beyond the blood they carried, cautiously approached me. I waited until they were just a couple feet away, then tried my best to break free from my chains to grab the fatter of the two. The robber barons are a pretty competent organization, as you'll come to find. That meant the chains held, denying this vampire her bloody feast. The scientists just kept on talking, largely ignoring me despite my struggles to break free from the captivity and bleed them dry.
Well, she's sure a fighter, huh? Practically feral. Imagine that. I mean, we now know why Extremar loved her original self. I wonder if all rubrum aspects are this hostile upon reawakening their vampiric powers.
The heavy scientist jotted down a few notes.
Hard to say. These are the remnants of Millie we're talking about, and she was one crazy woman. Odds are, all three of her split aspects are just as insane as their original self.
Skinny scientist replied. Yeah, those are some pretty important details, but they went right over my head. All I could do was moan, tears welling up in my eyes that now matched the color of my crimson hair. Blood. Please. I need blood.
A shame we didn't find her back when Extremar was still alive. Can you imagine the kind of funding he'd give us for capturing his ex-wife? He'd probably give us whole planets for her. On the contrary, I think he'd kill us all to cover up the fact that we captured an aspect of Millie Schaefer. I went through a divorce and hate my ex, but I don't think I'm so much as half as sensitive towards her as Extremar was toward— Wait, what? I thought you were— Never mind.
Heavy scientist gulped, the thin scientist frowning as he put his hands on his hips.
No, go on. You're going to accuse me of being gay, weren't you? What? No, of course not. Man, it sure is cold down here. Let me check to see if the thermostat is working. No, hold on. That isn't fair. You can't just accuse another man of being gay and walk away like this. Especially when I've been your friend for 3 years. I mean, we can. I'd be happier if we dropped this conversation.
The heavy man grumbled, knocking his fist against the thermostat. A good thing, too, because the noise made it harder for the thin scientist to notice the creaking in my chains. Silver chains, I might add. Chains specifically designed to repress my vampiric powers. But the more time I spent fighting against them, the more they came loose. A few more seconds. A few more moments and I—
No. I enjoy working with you, but I believe in maintaining a non-hostile work environment. That means making sure that the image you have of me and the image that I have of me are in sync. And
The heavy scientist spun around, turning to see what caused his friend to scream, just in time to watch his coworker fall to the ground with me on top of him. Nothing drains a human faster than biting them in the neck, so it only took 3 blissful seconds for me to suck the man for every drop of wonderful red he had. The thin scientist went up in a puff of ash, completing the absorption process. As for me, I could hardly breathe as an exhilarating warmth flooded my body, the surge of power granted to me for fulfilling my sole purpose as a vampire. I'd gotten a taste of it, a taste for blood back at the foster farm. But this was 10 No, 100 times better than lapping up William's blood after Cor killed him. So despite a small voice inside of me telling me to stop, begging me not to give in to this overwhelming hunger overtaking me, I continued on. I dashed across the room, heading straight for my next meal, even as he took up the radio that hung on his waist.
Security! I need security and Ah!
I swung my right hand, using my nails to cut the scientist's throat open. Drinking blood is one thing, but showering in it is quite another. Despite the horror of watching a man bleed out before my eyes, watching his life fade just as my William perished back at the Foster farm, I relished the scarlet storm and soaked up the man's fading essence. Whether it be through the mouth or through my own pores, it didn't matter. Absorbing blood only required me to come into contact with it, so this crimson bath sufficed to satisfy my thirst. I just stood there, taking it all in with the same care as a morning shower until the second scientist faded into dust. 5 minutes. I had been awake less than 5 minutes, and I had already killed 2 people and absorbed their precious life essence. If you want a good tease for how my story was going to go, this was it. I murdered 2 people and didn't care in the slightest. At least, not until I heard gunshots. I've never been a huge fan of guns, and that was before I watched my fiancé get executed by a firearm before my very eyes. As steady gunfire rang out throughout the facility, I finally calmed myself down enough to process. There was no running away now. I was forced to confront what was going on. What I had done. What happened to William and the life we built together. All the other awful memories that I once wrote off as dreams, but was finally realizing were something more. I know it's a cliche to see a woman have an emotional meltdown in a story, but guess what, mercenary? You experience half the hell I went through, and we'll see how mentally stable you are. I'm proud that I didn't just collapse, that I didn't completely fall apart. Sure, I was crying and shaking, but at least I managed to get my feet working as I tried to head for the nearest exit. I need to get out of here. I need to find answers. No. Door! Open up, door! Open up! I screamed. Once again, the robber barons were smart when they built this facility. Every door in the place required a thumbprint scan. There are vampires who can use magic to change their bodies, but it would be many adventures before I mastered that ability. The door refused to budge, so I tried punching it. While I managed to break free from the silver chains, these doors were built with brute force in mind. I was a Class 1 vampire, while the steel doors keeping me trapped were rated to contain up to a Class 4 demigod. All I did was hurt my knuckles. I punched once, twice, 3 times to no avail. I hurt myself and accomplished nothing. I still would have kept on punching, except now I could hear screaming along with the growing gunfire. Whoever was attacking this place was getting closer, and whether it was an omen or me being full of myself, I had a big feeling that whoever was assaulting this facility was coming to see me. But do they want to rescue me? Or kill me? Either way, I should find a weapon. What can I use? What can that will work. The scientists who came to study me carried guns, and despite being reduced to piles of ash, the dead were kind enough to leave their weapons behind. Despite what I just said about firearms a few paragraphs below, I pretty much got over my aversion to guns immediately now that my life was on the line. I kicked at the pile of clothing that was the big scientist's remains so I could grab his weapon. I knew enough about guns to know that there was a safety, so that was the first thing I looked for as I fidgeted with a deadly weapon in my cold, cold hands. There wasn't one. Just like the door, this weapon would only work with the approved thumb authorization of one of the robber baron's members. Come on. Can't something here just work for me? I groaned aloud, throwing the gun away out of frustration and disgust. I would have looked around the room to find something else to defend myself with, but I was too late. The locked lab flew open, as in someone kicked them off their hinges and sent them flying across the room, along with the corpses of several murdered security guards. I yelped, falling to the ground in a ball. I nearly buried my head in my knees, but my curiosity forced me to look at the person who would either be my rescuer or my killer. One look at the woman told me it was the former. The person attacking the facility that captured me had come to save me. A second look at the woman, however, made me wonder yet again if this was just all some nightmare that I hadn't woken up from yet. Huh. Found you at last. And you're braver than me. When my rescuer came to save me, I couldn't help but piss myself from fright. But you are my red self. Makes sense you'd have the courage I lacked, R. Millie. Which makes me Y. Millie. But that's not a fun name. Not like Red or Essos. So, who am I? I guess you can call me Lilium Luck.
Enter Lilium Luck. Title: The Luteous Aspect of Millie Schaefer, now seeking to unite her disparate selves. Bio: Error, unable to load. Appearance: 5'6", pale-skinned, in part due to how much time she spends hiding in the shadows of the universe. Always wears a smile, but it's pretty easy to tell that she's faking it. Lean from all the time she spends running from those hunting down the remnants of Millie Schaefer. The flattest chest compared to Millie's other remnants. A-cup breasts that barely have any curves. Shiny blonde hair that she keeps really short since she doesn't want to waste time in the morning styling. Living her life on the run, she wears whatever she can grab at thrift stores, or that which she pilfers from the enemies she's forced to absorb. Glowing yellow eyes, just a tad darker than her hair. But like Millie, she doesn't have narrow pupils, despite being a true vampire.
You're me. No. You're mostly me, but you're more like a sister, I gasped, confused by this sort of off-brand reflection of me. As for my blonde-haired doppelganger, she grabbed me by the wrists and pulled me up to my feet, getting so close to me that our noses almost touched. Listen to me. I know you must have 100 questions right now, and your thirst for blood feels like it's killing you, right? Well, I've gone through what you went through, which means I know how best to help you since you're part of me and I'm part of you. Which is also why I know why there are some very dangerous people that are coming after both of us. The same people that kept you locked up down here. But I have a place where we can hide from them and from anyone else that wants to hurt us. I can't have you getting in my way. If you subconsciously use your powers to affect my magic, we might end up going somewhere that can be the end for both of us. So, I know I'm asking a lot, but can you trust me for at least the next 10 minutes until I get us somewhere safe? Lilium concluded, her eyes fixed on my own. I gulped, trying to stay calm as footsteps echoed in my ears. Seems Lilium didn't kill everyone in the facility to come and rescue me, and from the sounds of my supernatural hearing was picking up. We didn't have long either before we got in another fight. While I longed to drink my blood, I was thankfully in enough control to make what I hoped would be a smart decision. If you can't trust yourself, who can you trust? Get me out of here, Lily. Ew. Lily? Seriously? I know I should have gone with something else. Lilium rolled her eyes, Eve, as she maintained her persistent smile. Embracing me in a hug, she patted me on the back before throwing out one of her hands to create a pillar of light. Then, spinning me around, I looked directly into the portal to another world line as my rescuer explained. Take a deep breath and just focus on me right now. Otherwise, your new powers might take you anywhere in the universe. I wound up in the ocean the first time I went through one of these. But I'm trusting you to have a better grip on your mind, so, here's hoping we go someplace warm rather than wet. Is there anything else I should, eep? Lillian shoved me into the pillar, my vision overtaken by the light. When my eyes cleared, I found myself in a home built on a mountain. A mansion I used to dream of as a little girl. No, it wasn't a dream, but yet another memory brought to life as I was forced to acknowledge yet again who I truly was. Which is a good place as any to stop this story since, according to my computer, went over budget for this book. This is where my story as a human ends, and where my story as a vampire begins. In more ways than one, I guess. For Lilium has taken me to the home of Millie Schaefer. This is where Extremar killed her at the start of the E3 conflict, and after that it became the place where she trained to become a vampire. While I'm not one for poetry, life has a funny way of rhyming. For this is the place where I, too, would learn what it meant to be a vampire. But how am I supposed to end this chapter? Many of the other demigods has this signature phrase, but I guess I've never really thought of mine until now. God be with you? Not really my style since I'm not that holy of a woman. But please like and subscribe. That doesn't really make sense for a book. Oh, I got it. Thanks for keeping me company, Mercenary. Let's play together again someday.
Intermission number 3. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Gorlon Godder. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 1:44 p.m., September 7th, year 1510 FO. The deepest dungeon of Castle Din, the city of eternal snow, Lavassa. Error. Error. Unable to measure power. Beware. Gorlon Godder. Title: The First Shadow Lord of Extremar, a perfectionist king who can't stand impurity. Bio: Once a righteous elvish king from Nova Dear, his long reign caused him to hate all of the cracks and imperfections that make up mortal life. While he managed to hide his disgust for many decades, Extremar and his invitation to remake the universe was the final push he needed to turn his back on the gods he served. Ultimately, Cato Christel and the forces loyal to heaven on his world helped the once dark Lord Tutoron to defeat the man, but death alone could not stop his campaign. Brought back to life and transformed into the first Shadow Lord, he traveled to Anorta and helped conquer the world in his new master's name. Following in her husband's example, Elgara Christel defeated the Shadow Lord and stripped him of his power, forcing Extremar to imprison his not only useless, but potentially dangerous servant should he turn against the fallen archangel. Appearance: 6'6". Pasty white skin that has turned even paler after spending nearly 2 years without sunlight. As an elf, he has pointy ears, a toned body that maintains its vigor even without exercise or a proper diet, and has ultimately stopped aging after turning 35. Oily black hair that stretches past his lower back, naturally staying straight even without ever being touched by a brush. Despite losing his kingdom, he still wears the amored royal raiment whenever he can, consisting of a white robe with black and blue stitches, signifying his various victories. While he has been cured from the LRO, one of his eyes remains red and gold, to signify his status as a former Shadow Lord. The other eye is moss green, for while his power rivals that of the gods, he was never able to progress his vampirism past stage 4 due to his inability to find a lover. 1,000 feet beneath the surface of the city of eternal snow, a single cell contained the most dangerous man living on the world of Anorta. There, trapped in a hollowed-out cube, made from the purest of refined silver, one would find a former Shadow Lord enjoying the wages of his service to the fallen archangel Extremar. For make no mistake, this was the kind of reward that awaited anyone who took up the cause of rebellion against heaven. How many days had it been? Weeks? Months? The man had no means to count, for there was no light this deep underground. Worse, Extremar was so paranoid about his former servant, he had ordered the man bound with over 100 chains. Nearly all movement had been restricted, further robbing the elf's mind of nearly any sort of stimulation. A toe, a finger, perhaps his nose when it became itchy. That is all he could move as Gorlon continued to dangle, to suffer for what could have been punishment everlasting. If it were any other person, they would have given in to the safety measures put in place by the vampiric virus, slipping into a comatose state until an ally fed them food, water, and blood. However, the proud elf Gorlon had found a different means by which he could sustain himself. To stabilize a soul that would have wilted like a flower until it was withered and spent. Instead of hating the darkness, Gorlon had come to appreciate it. The Shadow Lord at last lived up to his name. He embraced the darkness and the power it offered, all so that the elf Gorlon Gauder could crush his enemies the day he was released from this subterranean hell. The day had come. Puye had told him a little while before what had transpired with Rizzo, and so it was that for the first time since Elgara Christel defeated him, Gorlon was able to see the light. A woman carrying a torch entered his cell, and for a moment, the elf was tempted to shout out in relief, to give thanks to the merciful soul that had come to free him, only to realize that it was the daughter of the woman who caused him to fall from his master's good graces in the first place. After Extremar and Elgara, this was the person Gorlon hated most in the universe, for his potential rescuer was none other than Sky Christel.
Ah, the defective daughter returns to Anorta at last. Puye told me of your arrival on Anorta. How rude of you to make me wait this long before you stopped by to say hello. After all, I was the man who defeated your mother. Doesn't that give me the privilege of seeing you first, Katie? Or have you gone back to being Sky, now that you're a defective, hermaphroditic abomination once more?
Gorlon knew it was unwise to insult the one who had the power to free him, but hate was all that allowed him to keep his sanity intact after so much time in the lonely shadows. As for Sky, such insults had grown old and stale long ago. The woman didn't even bother to sigh, though our heroine did feel the need to point out.
Not the best way to garner pity, Gorlon.
I don't need your pity, only your logic,
The elf huffed, Gorlon shaking his chains as hard as he could. It hurt to speak after remaining silent for so long, but the pain helped him concentrate, enabling the former Shadow Lord to deliver this speech.
If you intend to base your decision to free me by evaluating how much you like me as a person, then you and all who stand with you against Extremar are doomed. After all, while you have your bracelet, the universe itself is now on a time limit. While I can't say I care for this flawed reality the gods have fashioned, it is true that I shall likely be wiped out along with it, should Extremar regain his full power and wage verum tempus finis. Decide for yourself whether you can use another sword to stand against the fallen archangel. I offer neither oath nor pledge, but merely the wisdom that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given my continued existence, it should be clear that I hate Extremar just as much as you all do, if not more. Are these reasons enough for you to set me loose against your foe?
No, they aren't. I am aware of your invulnerability, Gorlon, but if immortality alone is all you offer me, then I don't have good enough reason to release you. Redfield Strife is immortal too, and I don't have to worry about him stabbing me in the back since he'll never tire of serving heaven. Try harder, Gorlon.
Sky announced, drawing a little closer to the prisoner, enough to illuminate his form, to show how far the mighty elf had fallen. Gorlon Gauder could not die as long as Extremar Thanatos lived, but it was difficult to say that the elf was truly alive, given his current state. The chains weren't meant just to repress the Shadow Lord's magical abilities, but to punish the vampire elf. They stretched out his limbs until the skin broke, the prisoner's body covered with disgusting scabs due to the untreated points of infection. Regeneration did its best, but without any blood, the broken body was held together in a patchwork passion of half-treated sores. Sky didn't shy away from the gross body in need of cleaning and rejuvenating. She didn't care in the slightest about what she saw, much to a certain devil's amusement.
Power. She is a beast that craves only power. Use it. Make her understand there are things we can do she cannot, and we can be freed to seek our vengeance."
A voice whispered in the dark. It wasn't a real one. The devil Puye had no body of his own to speak with. But it didn't matter. Gorlon heard the words as clearly as they echoed in his mind, guiding him, helping him, since the gods in Extremar would not. All men need friends. Don't be surprised if they choose bad companions if the righteous refuse to call them brother.
"Ah, but did you know that I can be the sword by which you can bring this war to a swift end? I know your campaign, Defect. You seek to free your mother, free all of Cato's wives, while hunting down the Shadow Lords that protect my former master. But what if you could skip all that? What if you could confront him without having to go through every world line that Extremar now controls? For this is the nature of our agreement I have with my former master, Defect. I did not make a standard dyadic covenant with my master. When we made our accord to serve one another, Extremar included a caveat in our contract. He didn't just receive my protection. The covenant would allow him to execute me should he no longer desire my service for any reason. If he thought I betrayed him, if he grew bored of me, if he just wanted to take my power for himself, he could claim it, and there would be absolutely nothing I could do to stop him. But it is now him who protects my life, meaning it is his life I can claim. All you have to do is grant me the opportunity to break his bones, to dash his skull with my hammer, and tear out his heart with my hands."
What? You speak true? Say that again, Gorlin. Let me test your words with my magic so I may know for certain that you do not lie.
I will say it as many times as I need to, Sky. I, Gorlon Gauder, can kill Extremar Thanatos. I do not have to wait for the other Shadow Lords to fall. If I strike the killing blow, the fallen archangel will stay dead. But only if you free me from this prison. Only if you trust me. As you put it, not to plunge a dagger in your back.
Sky suddenly pulled away, and with it the light she carried. Gorlon wanted to scream, the elf fighting back tears as the precious light the woman carried faded from the man who remembered that darkness alone made for poor sustenance. Fortunately for the prisoner, our heroine did not go far, and only now did the woman reveal that Sky did not come to speak to the Gorlon alone.
Well, I can detect no lies, but what about you? What do you think of what he has said, Rizzo? Were you aware of this loophole?
Rizzo Din,
The accursed king who had seen to the Shadow Lord's imprisonment. Gorlon so badly wanted to curse the blasted man. But the elf knew that the proud king would take any insult far more personally than Sky had. Even Puye affirmed as much to Gorlon. And if a devil is telling you to keep the peace, hate subsided, for now. They would work together to humble the king one day, but only when they were ready to destroy every fool who dared to mock the Shadow Lord and the current king of hell. Until then, it was their best interests to appease Rizzo Din and his wife Sky.
That monster is full of lies, but it seems his time in the dark has taught him to tell at least the occasional truth. Besides, it makes sense, doesn't it? I always wondered why Extremar and Monkod were so nervous about Gorlon, why they insisted that Robturn or someone else should guard him at all times. Gorlon being able to kill Extremar would explain why they've gone through so much effort to keep the Shadow Lord bound here. But let me remind you to be careful, Sky. Gorlon may be unkillable, and certainly one of the few men in this universe capable of defeating Extremar, as long as the Shadow Lords remain. But there is a whole lot of hell between us and the fallen archangel. Think about all of the other generals that we would have to defeat just to have a shot at Extremar. Dave Weiss, Turge of the Azon. Now, Nikodim, shall I go on? Then here is my true offer, Gorlon howled, fearing he was losing his means of escape now that Rizzo had joined the conversation. I want to be free from this cell. I want to feel the sun upon my skin, to drink water and eat food, rather than drool over the cockroaches as they crawl across my body. To sleep in a bed and stretch these limbs that haven't touched the ground in over a year, to wash them and feel like a proper man again. I desire freedom, and I will spend that freedom hunting down those who turned their back on me the moment I lost Extremar's power. I will help you kill Monkod and free all of the lieutenants that stand between him and the source of our united wrath. I will fight the devils that serve him, for I hate them all, even more than imperfect beings such as yourselves. You can call me ally, and while I have learned the folly of swearing oaths, you can count on me to fight alongside you, as long as our mutual enemy remains. You can depend on me as much as you can depend on Shatali, Lannis, and the other friends whom serve your cause, Gorlon declared, only for Rizzo and Sky to share a nervous look.
Is that so? Then are you willing to expel Pi from your body to prove that your words have meaning beyond that of a beggar seeking the light?
Sky asked, Gorlon and Puye both cursing the elf for the trap he walked into. The time in the dark had weakened his mind. The Shadow Lord of days past would have easily avoided the pitfall, but not now. The man needed proper rest if he was ever going to return to the elf he once was. To the elf who had the power to conquer worlds, instead of being the elf who was conquered by mere words.
Please, I beg of you. I am no threat to you. Not like this. Just let me go. Let me be a free man, if only for a day. Return me to my cell if you must, but I will do anything just to walk upon my own 2 feet, if only for a little while.
Gorlon tearfully and honestly begged. Sky and Rizzo talked, to each other, but not to the prisoner. Not for a while. The couple conversing via telepathy to make sure the elf could not hear them. But that was a mistake on their part, to assume that just because he was weak, he was totally without power. The shadows were his domain now, and while they made for a poor comforter, they still had things to offer to the fallen elvish lord, as Puye reached out and heard what Gorlon could not.
Ah, now this is interesting. They do not trust you, especially because heaven has seen many futures where you betray them. But they think they can keep you in check with women. They are discussing options, trying to determine who. Oh, this is rich. Yes, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone if you accept this offer,
Puye whispered, preparing Gorlon for what Sky had to say.
Tell me. I know you hate people with dark skin.
Sky began, but Gorlon stopped her. Hoping to redeem himself in her eyes, the elf tried to claim.
Hate is a strong word. I don't hate dark elves.
Master Kolob's database told me that you nearly caused the extinction of the dark elf race on your homeworld. You might disagree, but hate seems like the perfect word to describe your views from my perspective.
Sky raised an eyebrow, wondering if the elf would say anything more. He would not. Gorlon gulped. Through all that time, suffering in the dark meant his judgment remained clouded. The elf decided it was better to keep his mouth shut, unless he absolutely had to speak.
Anyway, we have rescued the queen of the Sowman, Raelia Atnai. She's a shadow of her former self, having lost much of her power and intelligence because of what Monkod has done to her. Consider this. Consider her. If we set you free, would you be willing to play the role of her bodyguard until we've defeated the mandevil?
Seduction.
Puye mocked.
his laughs like the sound of drums as the noise echoed inside of Gorlon's foggy head. That is how they intend to keep you in check, vampiric fools. They think of sex and nothing else. They want to use her beauty against you, make you fall in love with her, so that you will lose your resolve to betray them once they no longer have anything to offer you. Simpletons, you are Gorlon Gauder, the mighty elvish king who once made heaven shake with your mighty hammer. A simple woman cannot—
Pouillet tried to say, but the devil had tried too hard. Rizzo, the remnant of the mercenary knight of God, sensed the devil's influence and held up his right hand. While there are many throughout the universe who consider the evil spirits of hell to be the most dangerous entities in the universe, the righteous find them to be among the weakest. This is especially true for devils who haven't seized a host body for themselves. Pouillet's current situation leaving him quite vulnerable to the source of true power. Allow the king to demonstrate.
Pouillet, you were not invited to this conversation. Retreat to whatever burrow you have made for yourself, and suffer there in silence. By the authority of the priesthood which I hold, I command you to depart.
A ball, no bigger than the heart, but made of perfect white light, rose from the palm of Rizzo Din. The elf looked upon this, and smiled, wanting nothing more than to take hold of the light and hold on to it, much as a child does with the toy or blanket that helps them sleep at night. Not so for the devil. Pouillet screamed as he faded from Gorlon's mind, retreating into the deepest recesses of the elf's soul. Peace, a semblance of it, returned to the elf freed from the devil's control, if only for a little while. An opportunity, then, one that Sky seized, emphasizing the point she wanted to make by giving her husband a big, loving kiss.
Time to get to the point, Gorlin. Whether it is Raelia or someone else, this is what we're offering. The most precious thing of all you can give a man. A paramour. A companion. A true lover. If it's Raelia, you will have an earnest woman full of energy and good humor. Loyal and true, as is her nature as a wolf Sowman. Not to mention perky breasts, bigger than even your large hands. And a nice, firm butt you'll never want to stop squeezing. Food, water, even the light are nice, Gorlin. But is that enough? Will they be enough to keep shadows away? The darkness that shall follow you out of this cave if we set you free? Final offer, Gorlin. We can give you a light that never fades. A life that not even Extremar managed to give you.
Gorlon breathed. The elf could do nothing else but breathe, his mind thrown into a frenzy of imagination as Sky's words raced across his mind. At the start of his imprisonment, he had given himself to delusion as he imagined all that he would acquire once he was set free. Oh, the ways he managed to keep himself happy and entertained, despite the lonely darkness that enveloped him. Gorlon came up with goddess after goddess, beauty after beauty, all the lovely women in the universe he would make his, if he could but step once more into the light. A man can only imagine such things for so long before he gives up on ever knowing such a kindness. But it doesn't take much to reignite that which some call love, others call lust, and all accept as desire. It is women that make for honest and better men. Why else do we strive for money and power, fortune and fame, but to win the hearts of the fairer sex? It is the progeny of Eve that make man fall, and by doing so, allow for life to live on and on for the eternities to come.
Yes, that is enough. Give me her. Give me anyone. Just give me a companion to keep the shadows away, and you might even convince me to bend the knee to God in heaven. I, Gorlon Gauder, will swear any oath or accord if you but give me this pleasure and the peace that you have promised.
Good enough for me. What do you think, love, oh love of mine?
I am stronger than him, and yet you managed to keep me wrapped around your finger. I doubt Rayla will take much of a liking to him, but hey, the ocean is vast, and full of fish. I'm sure we can find someone to love, even a monster like Gorlon Godder," Rizzo concluded, sharing his wife's grin. Freedom then. Before Gorlon could ever register what the woman was doing, Sky summoned her soul saber and cut through the chains that bound the fallen elvish king. Sparks flashed in the darkness and heralded a new kind of pain as vampiric blood coursed through the veins that hadn't moved in years. Sensation returned with a sound and fury that nearly broke the prisoner. A vampire pushed to the edge of his body's invulnerability. The devil Puye didn't help. For all the Shadow Lord knew, the devil made the pain Gorlon experienced feel even worse as punishment for what the devil perceived to be as betrayal. But Gorlon survived, and so changed the story I have to tell. The last of the chains fell away, and for the first time in about 2 years, the former Shadow Lord was free to stand on his own 2 feet. Rising, embracing the bliss and misery that came with blood circulating through his no longer frozen legs, Gorlon Godder took 1, 2, 3 steps forward until he stood before Sky Christel and Rizzo Din. Then the elf Gorlon fell. Not because his legs gave out, but to bow, to show his sincere desire to serve the 2 that had freed him at last. "I, Gorlon Godder, renounce my services to Extremar. Just as I once served him, now I pledge to serve you until our enemies have been destroyed, and both of us can pass our days and nights in the embrace of who we love most." The former Shadow Lord pledged.
Best oath I've heard in a while. Welcome to the team, Gorlin. I only pray you don't give me cause to regret this oath.
Sky declared, extending her right hand. With no hesitation at all, Gorlon shook it, and by so doing, the 2 challenged fate. This caused a paradigm shift, setting us all on a path whose end no one, not even the gods, could see. What could come from this union? This partnership forged between the savior of Anorta and the Shadow Lord that once ruled it. That is the story I shall tell you in the next training module, my dear mercenary reader. But that is a story for another day.
Secret Ending Number 1. The Memory of Millie Schaefer. Starring Millie Schaefer. Narrating Millie Schaefer. Worldline Cycle, Eprima, Era 1. 5:46 p.m., June 19th. Year 5 EE. Exaltation of Elohim. A refreshingly cold pool. The Hath-Death Estate, Eprima. The Dead Speak! What a stupid movie. Hello, mercenary learner. Surprised to hear from me again? Well, don't be. I'm not back to haunt you or anyone else in the universe. This is merely a record I leave behind, one of the many recordings I made before I decided to delete myself from this universe. Whether you've already come to love me or hate me, there's no use in feeling anything towards me but nostalgia for what I must have been like, and relief that I am no longer mucking up the universe after all the trouble I've caused. I'm gone, and I will stay gone. You can put all the pieces of a broken jar back together, but they'll never fit like they once did. There is a bliss in that, in finding true oblivion in the universe where all are blessed or punished to live forever. But in case you haven't figured it out, I am special. And you, my mercenary learner, you are ever my obedient doggy. So settle down for your master and enjoy the treat I have to give you. Every 22 chapters in a project my editor Anthony works on will include one of my recordings. And to start it all off, we have to go back to the true beginning of the E3 conflict. To that fateful day you must have been wondering about. The day I met the man I would come to love and hate with every fiber of my being. Extremar. It was hot. So hot. Hot enough that I was forced to cast magic on myself that I would sweat. While those whom I served with on Eprima knew I wasn't quite human, I didn't particularly want any of them figuring out what I truly was. Besides, there's something euphoric about having a good sweat from time to time, despite how unsanitary and unseemly it may be. Why else host a pool party on such a hot summer day? Seeing skin is nice, but the smell? Gross as it sounds, the smell is what makes a good pool party unforgettable. At least it was for me that day. I don't want to spoil too much as to why I had to go to the start of time, but I came there shortly after the establishment of the Kingdom of Heaven. The war for Extrema had been won, the throne of heaven created. But you know what they say. It's one thing to create a kingdom. Good luck trying to maintain it, especially when said kingdom is supposed to reign over the entire universe. My reason for coming back in time was to aid in that endeavor. My brilliance and magical abilities allowed me to quickly become a close friend to the royal family, starting with the king left to oversee things on Extrema, Erend Ernst Hathdef. You will want to remember that name. It's the name of the father of our heavenly father. Just don't call him the heavenly grandfather to his face, or you'll find out what it's like to have your ass kicked by a god with biceps larger than your head. Yet, despite having been on Extrema for 3 years already, I hadn't yet met the conquering hero who'd been expanding the reach of our glorious kingdom. With Extrema totally in our control, the warrior had taken the good fight and better words of the gospel to other worlds in need of liberation and hope. His birth name was censored, but at some point he had taken to calling himself the name given to him by the poor and downtrodden on the first world he saved. That name, once given in praise, is now the title you would do well to fear. Extremar, which meant the great emancipator of the planet Tremar. But I wasn't good that boiling summer day that I first laid eyes on him. I mean, I had been checking out everyone at the party. I realized when I was about a teenager that I was pansexual, that I was sexually aroused by anyone who I found beautiful or handsome. Despite being the smartest woman in the universe, that was one of the few mysteries about myself that I never quite managed to answer. Perhaps my universe attractions were because of my naturally curious mind that allowed me to recognize the pleasures I could have from either gender. Perhaps it was because of my own untraditional family, given that the woman I knew and loved as my birth mother had a penis for most of her life. My wonderful acolyte Sherry would go on a tangent right about now about how sexuality is a farce, that everyone can fall in love with any gender, as long as they check off the other boxes like looks, personality, money, etc., etc., etc. I guess why I find both sides of the sexual fence tempting doesn't really matter, especially since I hadn't enjoyed any serious relationship yet. Oh, there were those who tempted me when I was back on Earth, but my parents always told me, with a mixture of mirth or sadness, that I wouldn't be able to give my heart to anyone unless it was someone truly great. Well, I still remember how my heart leapt when I laid my eyes on him for the first time. This prototypical savior. He was determined to be feared at first as brother of God, and later one of his greatest foes. He didn't look much different from how he looked during the E3 war, but there was definitely an innocence and a wildness about him that he would lose with age and grief. His golden white hair was longer, with sideburns stretching to the tips of his ears that I thought were cool despite knowing that they were supposed to be stupid. I could have grated some cheese and a few other things on his exposed abs, and I liked the way his tan looked against the golden sun that illuminated him. But he was alone. Him. This handsome hunk who I thought was the hottest man I'd ever seen after 3 seconds of looking at him wasn't talking to anyone. There were over 100 people at the party, if not 200, and yet he was spending his evening sitting at the very edge of the pool, slowly kicking his feet back and forth in bored solitude. There are a few instances in my life where I've acted like a dog. This was one of them. Like a hound in heat, I didn't do much to hide my intentions as I practically ran over, taking a seat right at his side. That gave him a surprise, so much so that the impressive warrior almost fell into the pool in shock. "Wow, you're easy to surprise," I smiled, Extremar coughing as he nervously ran his wet hand through his fluffy golden hair.
Well, I have pretty good hearing, but I didn't hear so much as a step from you. You're, just pretty sneaky."
Most girls don't take sneaky as a compliment. I extended a hand. But I do. Millie Schaefer. I presume your father has already told you about me.
Father and mother both.
Extremar shook my hand heartily. Good grip. Strong grip. I liked that a lot.
You're the genius who's been curing diseases left and right. Half the population of Aprima sleeps easier at night because of you.
Then I need to work harder. Until everyone owes me a debt of gratitude, there is more than I can do. I wiggled my finger right in front of his nose. But since you are now the people's champions, you can repay the people you represent by answering a simple question. What is the most beloved warrior in all the universe doing all on his own?
Thinking?
Thinking? Seriously? You've picked one heck of a place to think, Extremar. I waved my hands. Sure enough, an inflatable pool ball came flying towards us. And to his surprise, I managed to knock it away before he could lift so much as a finger to protect me.
Good reflexes.
Extremar commented. Like you, both of my parents were warriors. They trained me well. I jabbed a finger into his chest, touching him for the first time. But what about you? The incredible, already famous you. What does a man like you think of a place like this?
Well, between the warrior parents and all the time I've spent on the battlefield, this is my home. The noise, the excitement, all this energy in the air. Stick me in a quiet hovel, and I'll melt down either from the boredom, the monotony, or the deafening quiet. People do their best, thinking where they're used to thinking. All this noise is what I need to get my thoughts together.
Extremar finished, prompting me to scratch my chin in thought. Fascinating. I can't say I agree. The quieter it is, the easier it is to gather my thoughts. But that is because my parents were often away on missions, and I was the type who didn't want or need a babysitter. I would often spend hours upon hours in a day without the slightest noise to disturb me, except the ones I made. Since I spent so much time reading, nothing quite gets my brain ticking like the familiar sound of a page turning, one after another. Whiffed, whiffed. I made the lovely noise with my lips, Extremar studying them with his golden eyes. The red wouldn't come until he fell, until he severed himself from the man I fell in love with all those years ago. Or that I was already starting to like that day at the pool. Noticing how closely he was paying attention to my lips, I teased him by flashing a grin, remarking, "Enjoy what you see? The benefit of dental care in the future. Or are you wondering what those lips taste like? I enjoy cherry lipstick, just like my mother. But you've got to get to know me a great deal more if you want to touch them with your own hungry lips, doggy."
Woof. But it's funny. Well, you're joking. And the point you just made, that's what I was thinking about. Relationships. How people fall in love with each other.
That so? I ran my hands down my body. Like what you see that much, doggy?
It's certainly a strange combination. Some women here wear one-piece swimsuits. Some wear two-piece bikinis. You picked a bikini top, but with a man's shorts. I mean, I like what I see, but no one here has chosen a style quite like you.
I just copied what my mom wore. Even after she changed the lower regions of her body so she could give birth to me, she continued to wear shorts over traditional panty bottoms. Partially from the comfort that men's trunks over bikini bottoms, partially what she was used to, and partially because my father would beat the hell out of anyone he caught checking out his wife. Katie always felt bad about that, so she didn't want to tempt men with her nice ass. Her words, not mine. Instead, I simply changed the conversation back to the more interesting topic, asking, "So, which of your friends is getting married to get you thinking about relationships?"
That's quite the deduction, but a correct one. I assume you've heard that Livno and Matri are tying the knot.
I mean, with a rack like hers, I'm surprised he didn't pop the question sooner. I cupped my own chest, giving Extremar a good eyeful before letting my best friends drop. They've known each other long enough now.
What is it like to love someone like that? To want someone to be with you, for the rest of this life, even the life that awaits us once our mortal struggles end?
Extremar asked. I froze. It is a rare thing for me to be asked something I didn't know the answer to. Extremar saw that I blushed, turning his head away in embarrassment as he kicked once more against the water.
Sorry, I just assumed that a woman as beautiful, as gorgeous as you, would have already found a good guy or two. You look like a heart stealer.
I mean, so do you, I gulped, joining him as we synchronized our kicks, starting a little whirlpool in the water. And you're the people's champion, their savior. So why are you still lonely and single, doggy? The girl should be rubbing her belly all the time.
You really like dogs, huh?
Extremar finally noticed, prompting me to snicker and stick my tongue out at him.
Well, girls get my tail wagging, but not quite as much as war.
My hound began, my heart thumping hard as a new energy filled his lovely, even, angelic face.
Battle is where my heart truly comes alive, and it's in war that I found the closest thing to love. The girls I've gone out with, gorgeous and smart and kind, and all the other things I want in a woman. None of them draw my attention quite like the rush of battle.
And knowing most women, they don't want a second place in your heart, especially when it comes to being second to freaking war. This has to unsettle those dainty little broads. I stuck my nose out at the other girls attending the party, Extremar nearly bursting a gut as he studied my playful sneer.
But not you. You don't count yourself among those women who you now raise your snoot at.
Extremar joked, prompting me to pretend that I had been offended. My word! How could you say such a cruel, untoward, and hurtful thing to a woman? How dare you? I thought you were a gentleman with manners. You shame the house of Half-Deaf by accusing me of having a snoot, you animal. You dog, I teased.
It's a cute snoot, a dainty snoot. But if we're all dogs in your eyes, then so are you.
Extremar threw back at me. I accepted my defeat with a bow, and so answered the question he had sent my way. You're wrong.
Huh? About what? About you?
Extremar questioned, prompting me to shake my head. No, about yourself. About people with hearts similar to you. It's not that you love the battle more than anyone else. It's just that you want to love someone that can fight at your side upon the battlefield. I've never seen my parents as lusty, as excited to explore each other's bodies than when they're soaked in blood. The dead dying and screaming all around them, their weapons dripping with the gore of their enemies. That's your turn on. That's what you need in your future wife. And despite you being a good and proper lad, you already know I'm right.
How?
Because why else would you have a heart-on so big you're about to poke a hole through your own swimming suit, Extremar? Confession. I prefer seeing people naked rather than clothed. Oh, part of it is an attraction thing, for I find it a waste that beautiful people have to cover up the gorgeous bodies that my God has given them. But part of it is that the body is terrible at hiding the truth. The sad man says he's doing okay, but his sloping shoulders give him away. The brave warrior claims they aren't afraid, but their quivering legs prove that they feel fear just like anyone else. As for my doggy, my hound had listened to every word I said, and now that I had finally helped him figure out what he had been longing for, his body couldn't hide his excitement, and I would have paid every dollar I ever made to peer into his mind, to see what wild images were flood through that hippocampus as he realized what he truly desired in a woman.
I'm sorry.
Extremar leapt into the pool, pressing his body against the wall to hide the massive tent that had formed into his trunks. Don't be. We all have our desires, and while we should never let them control us, neither is it wise to smother them. Balance. Balance is the key to all things in life, and the only way to maintain a healthy one. I smiled, finally standing up. Tempted as I was to join him in the pool, I had enjoyed our conversation enough to make my decision. I loved dogs, but my father loved fishing. I never quite enjoyed the sport as much as he did, but he taught me his hobby well. Be it a hound or a marlin, it was time to see if this man I'd taken an interest in would be worth the bait I started to lay. You're an interesting man, Extremar. I'd like to see you again soon, if only so I can help you understand yourself even better. Shall we speak again? Perhaps, after your next mission? I pressed my hands against my back, pushing out my chest.
Of course. I would like that. A lot. Very, very much.
Extremar explained, the man trying not to appear too excited but utterly failing at it. Good, because I like an honest man, so don't try to play it cool. Just be you, and we'll get along just fine, I declared, only to reach out and place my foot on his forehead. Just one thing.
Yes?
Extremar gulped, the man absolutely astounded by how I was treating him. In a good way, my doggy likely confused that this, of all things, was getting him even more hot, bothered, and sweaty than he already was. Don't ever call me a dog again, I declared. Not because I find it insulting. It's because dogs shouldn't eat chocolate, which I absolutely love. Bring me a box whenever we meet, Mr. Extremar, and you will always have a happy girl waiting for you, one who is willing to listen to every wonderful thing you have to say. I shoved my foot down, pushing Extremar under the pool water. I already knew his heart was mine when I took my leave of him. I didn't need to look back to see the grin stretched across his face as he floated back to the surface, to know that I had stolen his heart. After all, I was special. I was Millie Schaefer, so it was easy as basic arithmetic to win the love of anyone I desired. But why did it have to be him? Why did he have to be the one to steal my heart in exchange? Because here's a word of advice, mercenary learners. Never fall in love with warriors. Take it from someone who has learned from the harshest of teachers known as experience. Experts in killing are also masters at breaking hearts. Life cannot be made without a lie, but no matter how precious, how exquisite it may be, a lie will remain a lie. Do not believe their lies, mercenary soul. Seek the forbidden fruit of truth, even if you must burn down Eden to obtain it. I shall be waiting for you there, beyond the comfort of the light, beyond the fury of the dark. In the land where even celestial beings fear to tread, we shall dance at the edge of creation. In that place, at promised journey's end, we shall decide for ourselves by crushing fate, and declare by our own accord whether God deserved to rule in heaven. I, Essos, have now unlocked secret ending 1 of 52. Begin your search, mercenary, and find the fragment of truth hidden in this lie. Seek them all out to obtain the true ending of the mercenary saga.